So about those launch dates, I think that may delay a bit.
We have liftoff. Propulsion continues to be nominal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Following up. Roger, roll, Atlantis.
Water towers fly! Yes!
Payload down to nominal.
Flight downside FD off. Bring in FD off. Off. It's orange!
145! Oh my god!
Decollage.
What is it?
Put that in the big bag, Eagle.
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
There's nothing to be igniting the flare, correct?
Ship 36 just blew up.
Yikes. You good? Sure. We don't need any more of these.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome to Stakeout stream for launch attempt 2 here for Flight 10 of SpaceX's Starship rocket. I am EJ, a commentator here on at NSF, and we are seeing a live shot here of the ship quick disconnect with guys crawling all over that thing, trying to get that thing ready. Apparently yesterday, they had a liquid oxygen leak. Yesterday's attempt scrub, and they had a liquid oxygen leak on the ship quick disconnect. So we are staking out here again. Once again, I'm EJ. I stream on Twitch, but I am joined. All right, here, I'm going to do it. I am joined by my ever competent cohort of co-hosts. Got it. Got it.
You stole it.
Yeah, dude, we did it. We nailed it. I have Adrian here with me. Adrian, you there?
I am there. I am excited. I didn't think they would go today. Like when they still worked on this a few hours ago and started to replace this pipe and everything at the hose looked like, and there was so much work going on. We will talk about this more, but from what we can tell, everything looks good and they seem to be going, although you can see them. They're still working on this. It's still not over.
Yep, they're still out there wrenching on it. And to give us the technical details, we have Ryan Webby Weber. Bringing up the rear here. Ryan, can you hear me?
Bringing up the rear here. That's great. I love it.
In the rear with the gear, man.
Hey, I mean, let's be honest here. So, should we just kind of go into it at this point? You know,
I think we should. We got a lot of ground to cover today. Let's jump in.
Yeah, I'll just go into this. We'll kind of get some footage that'll cover, that'll show what they did during the night, and also show where we can see where the problem was at this point. Because it's kind of obvious where the problem was, considering they replaced something. So yesterday they went through the count. You know, they looked like they were doing pretty good into prop load, and then all of a sudden, a vent showed up on the ship QD arm where a vent definitely shouldn't have shown up. We'll just put it that way. It did not look nominal. And for anyone who watched the tank farm, as soon as that vent showed up, within 15 to 30 seconds, everything was off. Everything turned off. The methane subcoolers turned off, the pumps turned off, the tower vent turned on, so they stopped LOX load. Like, basically, the tank farm shut itself off after that vent, and then the vent went away. Considering the fact that over the course of this night, they just replaced the entire main LOX supply hose to the ship QD, I'm going to go ahead and say that line decided to go pop, and that's usually not good. At least it was the LOX side. Let's go with that.
Why? Methane leaks haven't had any problems in the past, Ryan. Have they?
No, definitely not.
You sure?
They definitely don't ignite in the flare either.
No, because if it was methane, it'd be igniting the flare, right?
Yeah.
No, that's.
I'm glad the whole launch site is fully ignition source free. There's no way something there could ignite anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
But the funny thing is I will say this: just about any other company probably would have taken the time and either reconfigured the 11K, because the SpaceX 11K is not high enough to deal with the ship QD at this point. They would have had to reconfigure it to do such a thing. And the only other crane tall enough to go over there would have been the Grover crane sitting in the SPMT yard. Well, they didn't go grab that. They used a motorized chain hoist up at the top of the tower.
Wait, a motorized chain hoist up at the top? You're telling me they just
And
rigged a crane up to this thing and just...
Yeah, a crane at the top of the tower. You know, like it.
Is it my internet or
Basically,
Ryan's?
they just dropped the hose. What?
I think we're getting a little bit of connection problems here. Adrian, can you hear me just to make sure?
Yeah, I can hear. I think it's Ryan.
Okay.
So but to continue that, quite impressive work there. We talked about it at the very end of yesterday's stream. Like, if they have to replace something, well, there's no crane prepared. But hey, they did it, EJ. And I think we talked about it in the pre-show. If there's one company on this planet that would go for such a strategy in less than 12 hours to fix it, probably SpaceX.
Am I back? Am I fine? Hello?
I don't know. We thought you got taken out by Big Crane.
I might gotten taken out by Big Crane or by ITAR. I got ITAR'd, I guess. But anywho, they it looks like they had a motorized chain hoist or something along those lines, and they just kind of used the tower and dropped the line down, took the hose out, then brought it back up and put it in. Quick as that. It's already installed, for those of you who are wondering. They're performing final stuff, and then they'll have to leak check it, probably purge it, and then they can hook up the ship QD. So,
Dude, I have to admire it, and I'm not just trying to, yank SpaceX's chain here or winch at the top of the tower, right? Like, that's the adaptivity that they have. It's like, they just get out there and fix it. It's that simple. Just go out there and fix it. Ryan, you were saying, like, everybody else would be like, no, we have to go and we have to check all this. It's like, no, the pipe's leaking. Just go out there and fix it. Okay. I really do like that. I think that's pretty neat.
and I will say to this too. So they go ahead and replace this, and then then people will go ahead and ask, well, how could they have prevented this from happening in the launch countdown? Funny you should say that. You should ask that. Well, they could have performed a tanking test before they tried to launch. And then I know another person or other people will go in and go, well, they did. That was their tanking test. My response would be, well, no. They can do a tanking test where all they have to do is close at LBJ, close the beach, and not have to evac the village and the production site in the process. You supply the range resources, all that other stuff. They could have just done a tanking test, and then, they would have found that.
I will go against this. So, however, I think time is a very valuable resources that SpaceX constantly tries to, and there's probably some risk evaluation, like how high is the chance that something like this happens, right? Of course, hindsight and everything, like, now we know they should have done a tanking test potentially, but if they went flawless yesterday, everybody would have been saying, hey, it worked without. So it's always a matter of, like, how high did you value the chances that something like this could happen? Would this been spotted? And I without knowing these numbers, I think it's always hard for us to say from the outside, oh, they should have done this.
Yeah, hindsight's always 20/20, especially after the things in pieces on the pad, right? Like, or on the test stand. It's very easy to see this stuff in hindsight and be like, oh, well, there's your problem, right? But I must say, there's also, part of the reason why we could say this is an easy problem in hindsight is because of the control systems engineers that are in charge of the, that engineered the software most likely for the pad, right? I mean, this thing detected a leak automatically and said, nah, we're not doing that today. That's pretty cool, man. Shout out to the control systems engineers. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, we will. Now that we know what they replaced, as Ryan said, we got a better understanding where to look at, and that is something we found overnight. So there will be something we will look in a bit once we have the necessary picture. But if you know where to look, you can exactly spot where the leak happened. It's kind of funny. Now that we know where they replaced something and what they did, we can absolutely pinpoint the place where something has happened yesterday that they needed to replace.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, they. I mean, there's definitely gaseous oxygen leaking out of a place where we've never seen before, right, Adrian? Like it definitely is coming out of spot. We don't think there's a vent. I mean, we tank watch pretty hard over here.
Yeah, there was a moment yesterday, I think, so we did like after show with some members and we just hang out a bit, and there was a moment where I think Ryan, Alex, and I just looked at a moment right before the tank farm shuts down, and you can really see a strange vapor coming from the ship QD arm that is very much aligning with the moment the tank farm shuts down. That was like right after SpaceX also said, hey, it's due to traditional checkouts, right? So we looked at something, like we understand that we had to look for something, and that's when you find something, right? It's always hard to look for something you don't know about, but thanks to SpaceX at least telling us it's something going on with ground equipment, we knew we at least look for anomalies, and that's why we found this whole thing. So yeah. That was interesting.
Yeah, it's we'll grab the video for it, but it's around like T-minus, it's like 41:10, 41:15. It's somewhere in that realm is when the leak starts. And then you get between like T-minus 41 minutes and then 40 minutes and 30 seconds, and you just see it getting larger and larger, and then all of a sudden the tank farm just shuts down. It's just like an instant stop. It becomes pretty obvious where it was and what happened. Just kind of like it was. I think it was Ship 37's one of the attempts. I think it was before the SP. I think it was its first spin prime attempt. It looked like one of those. They had to also replace one of those hoses because it leaked as well. So this isn't the first time that SpaceX has had a LOX hose leak, especially for this flight, I should say, because Ship 37 had it too.
I mean, Ryan, this is what happens when you leave any type of mechanical equipment sitting. I mean, we're talking about GSE failures here, right? And my mind can't help but trace back to Delta 4 Heavy. Delta 4 Heavy, the pad just was like, nah, why don't you ask me later, ULA? I don't feel like launching today. If you let stuff sit, this stuff's going to happen, right? Like, I mean, what happens when you let a plane sit, Ryan? Like, right?
Mm-hmm. Anything mechanical. What happens if you let a truck sit for a while?
Oh, that's bad.
You just let it sit. You let all the oil drain into the pan. It sits for weeks and weeks, and you don't run it. It's one of those things. It's like those people who have their lovely sports cars and they keep them stowed away for a while. It's like you should run that every once in a while. You should just turn it on. 10 minutes.
No,
even idle sitting there.
Not just turn it on. You got to take her out and let it eat, man.
Yeah. Mechanical stuff that was designed to move and be used hates sitting and doing nothing. It will get corroded. It'll just kind of sit there. A lot of times it just kind of sags, sits there, gets worn just by existing. People might not realize it, but more time, everything usually mechanical, it's at its happiest when it's running. When a plane is flying at cruise altitude, it's the happiest it can be. All the systems are running the way they should be, all that other stuff. When a rocket is flying, it's actually in a pretty good state. Keeping rockets sitting around usually isn't the greatest either. Launch hardware, when you're running pumps, anything mechanical likes to be running. It's one of those things. They're happier that way.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. I mean, we haven't seen this thing used in 3 months, as you said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's time to take Starship out of the stable and let it eat, man. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, we talked a bit about it when we started before the pre-show, and I mean, Ryan has tons of experience with that, with planes. And a good friend of mine mentioned this recently. He works on roller coasters, and he was like, the worst times of the year is either when a roller coaster is grounded for like a few days, because the first drive is always the worst. Something could go wrong, or after the winter break. Like the first drive after winter break when it had been sitting for 2 or 3 months. That's the worst timing where you're really paying close attention to if this thing is working properly. So yeah, but if it works all summer without any issue, it just goes.
Good stuff here. So I'm gonna go do some support, fellas, if that's okay with you. Let's see what we got here. So we have Onion becoming a Capcom member. Thank you very much there. We have Mac 1985 with a $5 super chat. Well, it's Groundhog Day again, dude. Don't say that. Please don't do that. We have Eddie White gifting a Red Team membership. Eddie, we appreciate you, dude. Then we have Noel J gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Thank you very much, guys. It is my goal to keep that support queue clean. I'm going to keep it clean. And, Crafty just popped one in right there. I'm surprised it was the ship quick disconnect that flared up rather than the booster quick disconnect. No significant activity noted down there, I hope. Nothing that we could see as far as I know. But you got to remember, they've been down there. They've been messing with the thing, so it's less likely to have a problem, especially since they basically rebuilt it since the ship static fire. Right, Adrian? Like the thing, they took the thing and hot rodded it for the static fire, and then they reconfigured and put it right back.
Absolutely. I mean, I feel like there's some very versatile engineers in this whole QD team. They know they sometimes have to band-aid fix things. I mean, let's be real. The whole static fire campaign with Ship 37 was a bit of a band-aid fix, right? It's not something. There's good amount of planning in there, but it's not like a concept that they have been working on 4 years from now and implementing it. So it had to be fixed pretty quick. And if they can do that quick fix, I mean, a fix of a pipe or something like that here, that's probably more in there. That's actually probably more planned than what they did to prepare for that static fire.
Ooh. They are taking the covers off the ship QD ports. I think that means they're about to put this thing back on.
Yeah, once that is connected, we are very much like that's good news. Like if they're able to connect this, we are in good territory, everybody. We might be eating some Starship launch tonight. Like
I will say this to the launchpad teams at Starbase. They are absolute rock stars. The what they've done over the last month and a half, or I should say like 2 months, to go from a pad that we never thought would ever be used for ship testing in any way, shape, or form, at least not with the ship sitting directly on the mount. They modified the mount. They got it working. They only had one instance of a leak, which was before. I think that's the second set of testing they had to do was before that spin prime. They had the leak there. Otherwise, it worked very nicely, worked very well. And here, in the course of a night, they just swap out a main supply propellant hose at almost 90 meters off the ground. Just like, yep. Yeah, we did that. Yeah.
Pretty, like I said, the adaptation here. I mean, SpaceX has taken improvise, adapt, and overcome to the next level here. I mean, how high are those guys up in the air right now? They're, I mean,
70, the way actually 80, 90 meters, right?
Yeah, 80, 90 meters up there.
Is it at all possible? I know this isn't flame trenches. Is it all possible to get a zoom out here to see, how far those guys are up in the air? I mean, I hope you're not scared of heights. Because that is a long way up there.
There you go.
Okay.
Below the chopsticks. For context, I always like to say this. You're like an average 2-story house, like where a family lives in. That would very much fit under that OLM.
Just look at the sweeper truck right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a proper sweeper truck there, and it's barely visible.
It looks like a toy. That blows my mind. Anytime we see any, like if you have Jack or D or anybody out there taking pictures, Max, Tyler, whomever, they always take pictures of people standing on the deck of the OLM, and you're just like, huh. I thought that was like maybe 10 meters up in the air. No, it's like 50 meters up there. The deck of the OLM is insanely high. And that's just the base of the pad. This thing goes on for days.
Yep, absolutely. We should go back now to the ship QD because 8 might connect any minute now.
Oh yeah.
While they are sweeping here. While
we're commanding the producers to look at different camera angles, I'd like to thank them and introduce them because I'm a schmuck and did not do that at the beginning. That's my fault. I blame it on coffee, which I have not had yet. We need to go get some of that. I will in a moment. Carson and Jay are on the back end doing the production for us today, guys. So yeah, they're doing a good job, especially with me being like, oh, move this camera, move that camera. It's like, they're like, oh, okay, the host is doing that again. All right.
And I think Ryan Caton had also joined them now.
Fiber Ryan, because
everybody here, it's so many people at EJ. Like, I feel like sometimes people are underestimating how many people are involved in NSF here. It's always us, like the fancy voices here, right? Not so fancy for some of us. And there's so many people in the background that work on these Starship launches that are not on these streams that produce these pictures. It's insane.
I mean, we have a whole army of people behind us making us look good. Yep. That is no lie.
And that's a task.
It's a lot of work. Especially if you guys, we were on a call with Kevin right before we came online chat, and Kevin was like, bananas. I'm like, okay, you sound a little tired. He's like, chicken. I'm like, okay, all right, cool.
Disclaimer, he didn't say bananas and chicken.
He could have. I mean, either that or I'm tired, and that's what I heard. Yeah. I'm going to choose to hear that because I'm the host. So I could be like, oh, yeah, that's what I heard.
Yeah, it's a thing because realistically, we shut down the launch stream about 13, 14 hours ago, and we are live again. So it's a task. Kevin is saying in the chat, bananas arc.
See, I told you. I wouldn't lie to you.
Yeah, he said bananas.
I mean, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I'm a spring chicken over here, right? Like, it's like, all right.
I'm chugging in energy here, EJ. I'm like, I need to wake up.
All right, you want to wake up with some questions?
Yes, throw them.
All right, let's do it. So we got a first question here coming from Elijah Summer. How does SpaceX plan to fix these type of problems when they're trying to do rapid reuse? Who wants it? Early bird.
I
worm.
Go ahead.
Right. I heard Ryan first, Adrian. I'm sorry.
I will take this because simply you go, okay, so we'll fix these issues with rapid reuse. Maintenance happens. I'm just going to tell you right now. Oh, you could have and yes, I'm going to use planes. Yes, I work on planes, whatever.
Planes are cool.
Like, you have planes that move from station to station to station. And, they're, whether it's cargo, whether it's passenger, when they land, things can break. And you need contract maintenance there to then come fix it. Or if they can't do it, you then have to send a rescue mission out to go get the airplane and fix it or whatever. There's a whole different things. Things break. When you're going to fly a lot, things are going to break. And their plan for it is you just got to fix them. You have spare parts on hand. You have the mechanics and technicians on hand to fix it. And that's your plan for it. I mean, that's really all you can do. You try to make the best design that you can that will last the longest and also be some of the easiest to fix. That's the best you can do when it comes to that kind of stuff. You just need to be able to have the parts on hand to fix anything. That's basically it.
I mean, that feeds Ryan into a much bigger thing. Over the, between the, the attempt yesterday and what's going on right now, what you guys see on your screen, the man himself, Elon, posted pictures of inside of Starbase's factory. And, I looked at that and I'm like, that's the machine that builds the machine. You talk about having parts on hand. I firmly believe in, keep in mind, this is my opinion here. So feel free to chime in and be like, no, EJ, you're wrong. Someone's going to do it anyway, but it's fine. It's okay. On the internet, surely everyone's going to agree, right? No, I think that Starship is part of that is as much part of the design for Star Factory is as much.
They are. Sorry to interrupt you, EJ.
No, it's all good.
Work platform out of the way, which means once that's out of the way, they'll probably extend the QD.
Okay.
So We're making progress.
Yep, exactly. I mean, Ryan, once again, you're talking about parts on hand. Yeah, I firmly believe that having the parts on hand and having the factory cranking, mass producing starships is as much vital to the design as the tile system on the ship itself. That is vital to be flexible and adaptive. I mean, Ryan, say it like an airport, right? It's like an airport. You got to have the parts on hand. Well, SpaceX is trying to make Starship fly like an airplane. Not actually. They're trying to make it fly as frequently as an airplane. That is a very big challenge, but got to start somewhere with it, right?
Yeah, you got to start somewhere, because I mean, you can get an airliner to run 4 to 6 cycles a day, and by that I mean like flights a day.
Mm-hmm.
I personally don't think a single Starship will ever fly that much in a single day. I don't think that'll ever happen, because you got to think of the use case of flying a single ship that many times. I think it'll just be rotations of ships, but that's just me. And it's one of those things you need to be able to ship parts to locations, or where with Starship it's a lot different because you have singular launch pads. It's not like you have like a small tiny regional airport and outside of a small town that you're landing in, compared to, say, landing at JFK. Maybe you're landing at Boise rather than Atlanta or something like that, and then you have to send parts there. Starship isn't doing that. Starship is where it's going to be landing is where it's going to have facilities to work on it. So there's a plus on that front. So they'll have parts there, and of course the pads are where they're going to have parts as well. Like, this hose is brand new. They probably just had it in a box waiting in case they needed a new one, which it's a good thing they had it, because all they had to do was replace it.
Yep. Yeah, that's improvised adapting and overcoming right there. This thing is forging a path that has been untried. Like, I'd like to say that, Apollo engineers wish they had something like this, but, we got to wait for the system to develop out, because, their stuff worked, and this one, it's making progress. Anyway, let's see. Let's go to the next question. This next question is coming from Magnum. Why did they switch the loading process of the ship, loading methane first and then LOX after? Adrian, hopefully you're topped off on energy drinks, because this is a good one.
That's actually a good question. I'm not fully sure if they probably learned something that or adapted something in the tank farm that just changed the process. Overall, that seems to be the case now for both vehicles, because if I'm not getting this completely mixed up, both vehicles first load the upper tank and then the lower tank, like a few minutes later. I would, and Ryan can correct me if I'm wrong here, I would probably say that comes down to the available pumps per liquid, and methane is just right now being faster loaded, and that's why they slower loaded, and that's why they start methane first and LOX after.
I mean, yeah,
Am I right?
Yeah, they have less subcooling and less pumps they use for methane than they do for LOX, because you also need to load a lot more LOX than you do methane on both these vehicles. And that's a thing that's going to be changing a decent amount when you get to Pad B, because on Pad B side, your subcooling isn't as much between LOX and methane, but number of pumps, there are 5 LOX pumps and 4 methane pumps for a booster, and then there's 4 and 4 when you get to Pad B. So for those of you seeing that they are loading this at about 53 minutes, they start at T-minus 53 minutes, be prepared in 3 launches on Flight 12 for that number to go to 30, 25 minutes. They're going to load this fast. It's going to be nuts.
We were talking about... Ryan, we were talking about on my Twitch stream yesterday, during the attempt yesterday. We were talking about it. They are loading that pad with a flow rate that's a higher flow rate than the mass flow rate of a single Raptor engine. Think about that for a second.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
If you have a single Raptor engine, if you guys watch McGregor live, you see the Raptor test stands. One Raptor firing. That they are loading fuel and oxidizer faster than that into the ship, which is just mind-bogglingly fast. That is crazy, right?
I mean, look at these openings there. You can see the openings of the QD pipe right now. like the two big gaps there that you can see on the ship, that's the whole LOX and methane that goes to the ship, goes through that in
Like-
45 minutes.
Just to and for booster here, they load this booster in about 40 minutes, give or take, and that's the block. This is the block 1/block 2, whatever you want to call it. But and they load it in like 40, and they burn it in 2.5. It is nuts to say the least. What was it? I think the usage rate on the S1C for all 5 F1 engines was like 15 tons a second or something like that. I think it was that. I'd have to. It was in the book Ignition. I have to look at that again. But I think it was 15 tons a second for the S1C, which is that's ridiculous. I think Starship's like 30 a second.
Okay. Yeah. Dude, you're telling me these numbers and I'm hearing them, but to like try and rationalize that, my brain's having trouble doing that. Like you can say like, oh, it's 30 tons a second. Like, what's 30 tons? Like what is out there that's 30 tons?
Right.
Like,
While we see this beautiful overview of like the launch site with pad A and B, that's the huge problem. Like we talked about size earlier, we're now talking about weight. Starship is in such huge dimensions, like in context to everything you're contacting with on a day-to-day basis, that it is very hard to sometimes explain these numbers in like everyday terms. Because what's 15 tons? What's 20 tons? I think I knew this from a bar quiz I did a few weeks ago. An average house, like a bar trivia quiz. An average house in Germany, at least, weighs about 250 tons without furniture. So that's always like, sorry, just a random number I had in my head right now, but I think it puts a good perspective of like, if you're throwing out 20 tons a second, that's a house in weight in about 10 to 15.
I mean,
It's nuts.
Yeah, that's absolutely crazy. I went and looked this up, Adrian, because people can understand a house. Like that's cool. Here's where my mind goes. Right, an Abrams tank, like a battle tank, 57 tons. That is a half of Abrams tank a second here. Okay, in mass. Any unit but the metric system.
Right.
That's what I mean about rationalizing it. It's like that. Okay, all right. That's a lot of mass being moved very, very quickly. Okay, I got another question here from the Necron Overlord asking why are there tiles on the top side of the rear flaps? Ryan, this has your name all over it. Go for it.
Great username, by the way.
I honestly think that they're just doing some kind of experiments. I don't know exactly what, because there's not really going to be any. At least there shouldn't be any plasma wraparound. There shouldn't be, being the operative word. But maybe they're trying to see how the flap holds up with tiles on the other side, or like in separate. Like when they re-enter, what does the leeward side of the tile, the non-tiled side, I should say, look like when it has tiles and when it doesn't have tiles? Maybe they're trying to do something along those lines. It is kind of weird. And the one thing I will say too is they didn't tile the utter bottom of the aft flaps, like right at the bottom of them. So that's kind of interesting as well. So there's so many tile experiments on this ship.
Mm-hmm. Actually, Adam Zucker, our resident meteorologist here at NSF, is posting in the chat, replying to people about the weather, because we've been asked that a lot. Adam, what are you saying? You're saying weather will be a watch item as we have pop-up thunderstorms near the area once again. Looks like the launch window should be clear as long as we don't have a storm too close in range. All right. Cool.
There's the map.
That
as far as I understand, the green is okay. Like, that's not huge amount of clouds, just a bit, and that should be fine. But you also see these like yellow pop-up storms and like more condensed clouds. That could be very much a problem.
The green the lot of green you see there is moisture. It's moisture that if I remember correctly, it's moisture the Doppler radar is picking up. Adam can correct me if I'm wrong on that one, but I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Because a lot of times you'll notice after thunderstorms or during incredibly humid days, if you look on like a high resolution reflectivity, you'll see a lot of green around, and usually it's because it's just the moisture in the air that's reflecting off of that's being reflected because of the Doppler radar, if I remember correctly.
And EJ, just one final thing, because people are wondering where Starbase is in this picture. Starbase is, you see the border to Mexico there, or basically the border. I think that's the border to Mexico, right? That we are seeing there, the white line in the middle. And Starbase is at the very coast, at the very bottom, basically, or almost at the very bottom. It's that one single, like a bit of a area below Port Isabel. So it's right in the center middle here.
Yeah, that white line. So the border is the Rio Grande River. That's the border between like Texas. Actually, all of Texas's southern border it is the Rio Grande. The river demarcates the border there. So that's why that border. Somebody's looking at that and go, "Why is it all squiggly?" It's because it's the river. So if you look right, basically where that river drains into the ocean, right at the end of what's called an estuary, that's where Starbase is. It is at the very southern tip of Texas.
And here we have the satellite imagery of, I think, probably the last hour or so, because I think we can just see sunrise on the left, because you can see like at the very beginning of the loop, there goes the shadow of night. It's okay. It's not great. We had clearer days. And again, Starbase is the very southern tip of Texas there.
All right. I actually got plenty more questions. Guys, don't forget, if you at NASA Spaceflight in chat, I have a queue of questions and I'll pick the good ones. I'm sorry. I mean, there's no bad questions, but I mean, I would love to sit here and answer questions with you, but I'm only on here for another couple hours. So I'm going to have to pick and choose, and I apologize, but we got some good ones in here for sure. So, okay, come on, get up there. There we go. Schrodinger's chat asks a question, or did he? I don't know. Did he ask a question from chat, or did he not? Well, let's acknowledge it. If we acknowledge it, he did. All right.
Right.
Won't they purge the LOX line to remove FOD before connecting the quick disconnect to the ship? Adrian, Ryan answered the last one, so this one's on you.
Yes, sometimes they do. It's a matter of what we will exactly like how much pressure they run through it, and we will see it. But yes, we have seen them purging these lines in the past, where they quickly like run through it a bit and then connect it. The problem is you can see it sometimes very clearly at night, because it's like a white burst a bit of cold gas. I'm not sure, Ryan, like in these conditions it will be potentially hard to see if they do that, right?
We might see it in a close-up with either... We probably would see it with Dune, because it'll look straight at the QD plate. I think the cover is still on it, though. So they'd have to open up the cover, and then probably they'd have to basically slightly run up the tank farm and build up some gas, get it through the lines, and then get it up the tower and then purge it. And that not only does it purge it, but it also helps leak check it to make sure the connections are good to go. And then hook it up to the ship, because the last thing you want to do is to not purge it, hook it up to the ship, FOD gets in the ship, and then at stage separation, something happens that you don't want it to happen. Let's go with that.
I mean, my mind's going back to the space shuttle with the golden bullet. That we don't need any more of these. If you guys want to know where that came from, FOD in the lines, especially in plumbing, is for a rocket engine is not ideal. That's it's not great.
Just ask Booster 4. I mean, before they scrapped it, ask Booster 4 what happened there. It was a great line from Zach in his latest video when he talks about Massey's and the reason why Massey's is incredibly good for SpaceX, why they built it and everything. He called B4 the trash can for the orbital tank farm when they originally built it. which is an apt description for what they did. And in the process of basically using it as a trash can, they also ruined any chance of ever firing Booster 4 on the mount. So that's why it never performed any static fires, is because a bunch of FOD went into the tanks, also damaged the engines. And it is the case of SpaceX not purging and doing things correctly. I will just say that straight up.
Well, they learned.
They learned. They definitely learned,
dude.
They learned.
Hey, this is a new endeavor, and SpaceX ain't exactly one to follow legacy space. So, I mean, that's for better or for worse. But hey, they learn. They definitely do that now. All right. Okay, we got another question here from Nicky D. Nicky D, what's going on, buddy? All right, challenge. Assuming version 2 ship does not break the curse with 3738. I don't know why you talked about that bad juju here, man. All right, anyway, what is the most admirable thing about ship version 2? Like the most positive silver lining if we don't get a clear success? Ryan, go.
If we don't get a clear success, the most positive silver lining, there is none. I personally, I don't know if EJ you'll come at he'll get mad, but if they don't get ship to a stable reentry, this commission is a complete and utter failure in my book. Complete failure. There's no silver lining. There's no nothing. Either ship works or this mission is a throwaway. That's what it is to me. They can't afford to have more failures. They can afford it as in they have a lot of vehicles. They're constantly pushing. It's a development program. The hardware, which yada yada yada. But if they want to make any kind of the timelines that they want to do and they want to push this program forward, they have got to have some success. They really, really need to get reentry data. Like they need to learn how this heat shield works. They need to learn how the engine, the engine fires in space with the new block, because they haven't done that. They need to learn how to deploy with the payload system they have on board. If they want to start launching Starlink missions with these, they need to learn how to do all that. And they can't do that unless they get a success. And if they don't get it a success, it's a failure, obviously. And then they got to move on to 38 again, or 38 at least. So,
I mean, okay, counterpoint here. Ryan, just because, it's not Flame Trench, but let's, we'll spice it up. We, get some picante in the morning here. It'll be great. Sorry. So if you look at, the Block 1 ship and, success versus failure, and you look at the Block 2 ship, success versus failure, there's definitely a positive correlation here. I mean, it's gotten further and further every time. So why do we think that Block 1 was more successful than Block 2 when we haven't really seen the proverbial chapter on Block 2 close, right? Like, even I remember going into like Flight 3, Flight 4, people were like, "Oh, it failed. Yeah, it's no big deal. Let's go." Like, why do you think it's like a failure? Like, I don't know. I mean, I'd say it's trending in the same direction as Block 1, guys, to be honest with you, considering this ship basically had an entire, like a major structural redesign with the plumbing and whatnot. With the downcomers, vacuum jacketed, it's not just they moved the flaps up. There's thousands of changes on this thing.
I still think it's because the base of the ship is still, it's still essentially a ship. And yes, they did change a lot, but I honestly think they should have had a lot more. They should have had more success by this point. They should have. And
Even
that's how I
redesigning
look
the
at it. I mean,
whole
we're into Flight 10. We're into Flight 10 of this vehicle, and they have only had 2 on-target splashdowns. 2. With ship. 2. 29 wasn't on target, but it was a splashdown.
I'm amazed that thing made it through at all.
That's still one of the most amazing things ever, that thing made it through. But anyways, they've only had 2 on-target splashdowns. With ship. Booster has been the star of the show. It has been the star. It is rock solid. I am really curious how Block 3 is going to work, because boy, is that a design change and a half, to say the least.
Do you think, dude, I don't mean to interrupt. Do you think that the Block 3 Block 3 design implements all the no-nos that they learned from Block 2? Do you think that's like, oh, okay, Block 2, maybe you're right, Ryan. Maybe they're like, okay, we got to change some things. We got to refactor a lot of things in the design. Okay, Block 3, right? Do you think that's going to be the solution to all of our problems here?
I think Block 3's got a redesigned drive section, or engine section, if you want to call it that.
Drive section. Your Trekkie is showing.
Yeah, I know. The Galaxy class drive section. Anyways,
This guy.
I think it's got a redesigned. It's got that section redesigned basically, as well as there's certain things here and there that are probably changed. The changes with the engine mounts, changes with, of course, they talked about the COPV changes that they're going to do. They got to beef up and figure out how to fix any of the issues that they've been having with the pressurization lines and stuff like that. But I think Block 3 will have a lot of those changes. Whether it works right off the bat is the question. The ship QD is extending. If we want to cut to a close up of that. So
Ryan. Other Ryan.
Yes.
Not Ryan. Other Ryan.
Yeah. There
Not
it
Ryan.
comes.
Or Ryan, but other Ryan. Yes, thank you, Ryan. You're the best. Your maps are amazing, my friend. Sorry.
And I want to put on the next SLS launch, I want to put Ryan and Ryan, because then we have Ryan and Ryan commenting on Orion.
You know what? I'm here for it, Adrian. We should do that. I like that idea.
Yep, locked in. There we go.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But there we go.
Ryan.
That is a very good sign here, EJ, because we've disconnected. I mean, they have 8 hours, 10 minutes. Clock is rolling. If this works, they are probably gonna go for it, at least for the moment, for today.
Like, I was also thinking about this for other vehicles, other programs. A leak like this and having to replace one of these hoses would truly be a multi-day, if not multi-week, stand down in operations, whether it would be Vulcan, SLS. It might be even something like that for Rocket Lab. We don't really know, but there's a lot of other rockets out there. I look and go, if they ran into the same problem, how long would it take them to fix it? Because we know SpaceX. It's YOLO. Is a lot of times their mentality. They do things the safe way. They make sure it gets done and everything like that. But they really are of, well, it leaked. Okay, let's just replace it. Can we launch today? It's like, you know what? Let's try. Why not? Let's try.
Yeah, there you go, man. Now, people aren't gonna like it. People aren't gonna like me bringing this up, but also, SLS had a leak on the tail service mast umbilical, the hydrogen tail service mast umbilical, and they straight up sent a bunch of guys out there with a tent to replace the thing. So that does, to SLS's credit, I'm just bringing that up anecdotally. There are other vehicles where stuff like this happens, where they're like, next month, all right. Now for Artemis 1,
very dramatic. Oh,
yeah. Is that the wild yak?
I think that's Jacathy Beyer.
In his wild here we are watching Jack setting up his cameras in his wild habitat.
The beautiful.
I was going to try to do like a David Attenborough. That failed.
Oh, I got you. The beautiful, majestic Jack Beyer. He is seen in his natural habitat, checking his phone to make sure that we're not talking about him. Observe as he sets up his camera to be able to image the wild starships. No? Good?
That's pretty good.
Yeah,
amazing.
all right, cool.
Amazing.
All right. Excellent.
I wonder if he knows that we are watching him.
Jack, turn around. Jack, if you can hear this, don't say anything.
I think he can hear us.
Oh.
If there are mosquitoes in the air, say nothing.
I think
if there are mosquitoes on your skin right now, say nothing.
I think the
oh, he's checking his phone. He's checking his phone. Act normal.
Hello.
Hey.
Oh my god, I'm so stupid. I'm not on camera and I just waved back.
Hey, it's early, man. You gotta let that energy drink stew, okay? You fast forward, all right?
I just waved back so enthusiastically to the camera.
Hey, you did a good job on the stream yesterday where you had the camera on you the whole time. You get into habits. When I'm explaining things to you guys, like right now, I'm moving my hands around, but you absolutely cannot see me. So it happens. It happens.
Yeah, you get like with commentating. You get it. I mean, you're probably the most expert on this, EJ here, but there's like a certain vibe and mindset that you always keep up, right? Because you're trying to like act always as the camera's on you, especially in like a late Starship launch where the camera is not always on me. I still pretend it is because I don't know when it will be.
That's it. If you're doing a live cast, always assume you are being watched. It doesn't matter if you're like, oh, I shut the camera off. Oh, I'm just Nope, because then you start thinking that, and they'll turn the camera on, and you'll be picking your nose. People will be like, "What are you doing?" I'll be like, "Oh, sorry, I just need to clean this out." We're professionals, I swear. Okay, all right.
Yep, it's a thing. It's a thing. We try.
Yep. All right, so I'm gonna go through the support queue. The support queue is building up, and I can't have that happen. I need to have a clean support queue here. So we got Noel Jacob with 5 red team memberships. Noel, thank you so much. We got Ryan England. Is that the producer? He's producing it. Gifted 5 red team memberships. Thank you. Appreciate it. LMO. We have the coffee fund. Oh yeah, no, we need that today. We need that today for sure. Thank you very much, LMO. Appreciate you, buddy. We got Luca Pabnik. What's going on, buddy? With the €20 super chat. Coffee's on you today. Oh, you guys are my savior. I'm gonna go get some dunks. Sorry, I'm from the Northeast. That's what I do. All right.
I got cheesecake. EJ.
You got cheesecake? Wait, you guys get cheesecake? Where's my cheesecake?
Yep. They did that on one Starship flight where they eat cheesecake at the Margaritaville. So now I'm like, okay, I have cheesecake on lunch days.
Last time I was down there, I had cheesecake. I had cheesecake once.
Back then.
I was crazy once. All right. Anyway, we don't talk about that. Glenn Word with a new membership, becoming a red team member. Glenn, thank you very much, buddy. Appreciate it. All right, we got Mac 1985 with a $10 super chat. Watching since SN4. Thank you all for what you do. While other outlets focus on setbacks, y'all keep it real and cover spaceflight with good humor and positive vibe. I hope NSF is around forever. Hey, you keep watching, we'll be here. That's just how it be.
Yes.
Absolutely. All right. I'm working through the support queue, but I see you guys building it up. I will not allow the support queue to be full. All right. Hey, rather be flying an X-Wing. What's up, man? How's the weather off the Wyoming coast?
Oh my God. One day people will forget.
Did I miss something? I missed this.
Oh yeah,
one.
there was with what state did I confuse it? I'm not even sure anymore because there was a short like a 2-letter short thing and I said, "Oh, that's referring to the Wyoming coast, right?" Oh, it's WA. And I said, "Oh yeah, it's Western Australia." Somebody posted like from the coast of Western Australia, and it was like he said WA, and I was like, "Oh, that's the coast of Wyoming, right?" Because
Oh dear. Now, and Long March.
Funnily enough, if you know US states, Wyoming doesn't have a coast.
It is a box. It is the square hole of states, along with Colorado.
Yep.
That's right.
So yes,
in the square hole state.
And 2 minutes later, EJ, the account Wyoming Coast posted a super chat. So somebody was really fast with that.
Oh yeah, chat's quick on the draw. Yep. That's a thing for sure. All right, we got I'm gonna keep going through the support queue. They're adding to it, and it's now I'm starting to get annoyed. They're doing it to spite me, I swear. All right, we got Chris Fields with a $5 super chat. Easy way to visualize mass. Typical swimming pool is 50 tons of liquid. Yeah, that's already the pumping conversation that we're having about commodity fueling on Starship, which is just 50 tons. Okay, no big deal, right? We got Shelby Z with the $10 super chat. Oh, here we go. Here's more. About 3,600 tons in an Olympic swimming pool. You did the math. Okay. All right. Cool.
That-
That's over 8 Olympic swimming pools per second if they're pushing 30,000 tons per second. I don't think they're pushing 30,000 tons per second, but appreciate the super chat. I might be wrong. It is early, and
pushing 30 tons per second.
Yeah.
About that. Like.
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. I think we might have a non-metric user here because I always get the decimal points wrong. But I can somehow be like, 12 inches to a foot, 5,280 feet to a mile. Yeah, no big deal. This system makes perfect sense.
And Alex in the back channel mentioning, are we talking about volume or mass? Because it depends.
Ooh, Alex flexing that nerd muscle right there. All right. We got Michelle Pierce becoming a Pad Rat member. Thank you very much, Michelle. All right. And on top of the Pad Rat member, we got a five-pound super chat right there.
Wow.
We need another little flap that could. Going to be a long night for us in the UK. Yeah, I do not envy people in Europe that are tank watchers. This schedule is a real humdinger. That doesn't sound like fun. Adrian, can you comment on this?
I disagree, but I was always I'm a bit of a nerd, and I always I play World of Warcraft now for 20 years, which means I always after work when I worked a normal scheduled job, I would always play World of Warcraft until 1 a.m. before I did work and stuff. So this is kind of like that, right? Like you just go late on you can work on 4 hours. It's not pleasant, but for 1 or 2 days it's possible.
How old?
And
are you?
yes, I see it in the chat. 40 Alliance. Yes. I'm 30.
Okay. All right. Yeah, you still got some time. When you're up at at 37 like me, the ability to do that just kind of stops. Yeah. I used to be able to get, 2 to 4 hours of sleep. You're good to go. Now it's 6. Now I have to get 6. If I don't get 6, I wake up the next day hungover. Either that or I just have too much beer. I mean, it's probably that, but whatever. It's fine.
I noticed it's getting less and less. Like I remember when I was 18, 19, 20, I could easily pull an all-nighter, go to work, and then just sleep after that. At this point, I always feel like at 3, 4 a.m. is kind of my hard limit. After that, it gets tough.
Yep. Yeah, no, that's a thing. I mean, you do it while you can. Do it while you can. That's all I'm saying. All right. So we have Active X here with 5 Red Team memberships. Thank you very much, Active. Appreciate you, dude. All right. We got File Systems of Coffee, $20 super chat. I like that name. That's awesome. All right. We got Peraza with a $5 super chat. Been watching since Apollo 8. Love what you guys do. Peraza, will you tell them that you can't get 4 hours of sleep once you get up there, man? Once you have more experience, right? Will you tell them? I mean, I would have stayed up for Apollo 8 for what it's worth. That seemed like a pretty cool thing. Rest in peace, Jim Lovell, man. I took that one pretty hard. I'm not going to lie. Why? What's up, man?
I mean, in general, I feel like for big rocket launches, I mean, how many chances do we have to watch them, right? How many chances do you have to watch to watch a Starship launch? I would stay up for it.
Yep, absolutely.
Not health advice, but do it.
Yep. Hey, make sure you take care of yourselves, guys. We need, there's going to be a lot of tank watching to do over the next couple of years. You got to take care of yourself. We got to be here for it,
Yeah.
Wyoming Coast has a $20 tip.
Oh my God.
The weather here is great. Thanks for asking. And Adrian technically does have a couple. It does have a couple coasts if you count the lakes. I mean,
true.
There's a lake of lava. Thanks. Does that still count as a coastline, or?
I guess. Thanks, Wyoming Coast. Glad to have you back.
Next thing you know, you're going to see Long March 5 start tipping the stream, dude. Believe me, out of all the dumb things that I've said on stream, that's the one that stuck. Everyone's like, yeah, now Long March 5. I'm like, I was just Googling Long March 5 and I typed it in chat by accident, just randomly. I'm sorry, I don't know anything about it. I know a lot about it now.
I cannot blame anybody for having to Google Chinese rockets. They are inherently confusing. The problem is also they are not in order from smaller to bigger. They are not in order from oldest to newest. they're
Yep.
just in a random order, and they are
Picking
very, between 5 and 6, huge difference. And for example, the moon rocket, the next one is 10. You know what the rocket that comes after that is even bigger is called? 9.
Yeah. Okay.
It's confusing.
Yep. It absolutely is. It absolutely is. The support.
Somebody in chat said Long
What?
March 5, now watch this drive.
Long March 5. Now watch this drive.
Trying to
We will not. What's up?
I'm trying to get set up stuff in the back channel here, so I haven't been talking much.
No, it's all good, man. The support queue is growing, and I'm determined to keep up with it. I will do it. So I'm gonna go. We're gonna go lightning round.
I think
Refro, Nugsy, with a 1 red team membership, I do appreciate it. EJ Spite, here's to your spite, sir. Also, the machine that builds the machine that builds the machine can build itself. What do you call it? Jeff. All right, cool. Evan Hubbard with a $20 super chat. It's your birthday today. Let's see a ship splashdown. Does NSF have a camera set up for booster splashdown? We're gonna Adrian? No.
We have people on the hotel. They have a higher elevation point, so they should be the best to be able to see the potential explosion. But I think there's also a camera in the dunes that will be directed that way.
Sweet. File Systems of Coffee, again, with a $10 super chat. Coffee's on Nest next time you're in LA. We've been following the program for years. Starship is an artistic engineering masterpiece. Can't wait to see it succeed. It's definitely a rocket of all time. Coffee, for sure. For sure. We got Bideford with a $50 super chat. Prayers for a successful launch and send prayers for my son in the hospital, please. Absolutely will. Bideford,
Yes.
we'll keep him in our thoughts.
Yes. Yeah, 100%.
Absolutely. All right. Chris Fields, would love to join in on the coverage of SLS. I've been working on it and its prior iterations in Orion since 06. Send us an email. Send us an email, Chris. We'd love to talk with you. Absolutely. All right. Rather be flying an X-Wing with a $5 super chat. Hey, Jay, what's up? Remember to always keep your yak dry. A wet yak is grumpy yak. Yes, as you can see on the screen, the yak is being kept dry. Save the humidity. Thank you very much.
Also, a very good example, by the way, how much work these people in the field have to do. Like, Jack has been working on this camera now for a significant amount of time because it's not like you can adjust it anymore, right? Like, once it's deployed, it needs to work. If it doesn't work, well, shucks.
I mean, Adrian, I was down there helping Jack and everybody down there get all the cameras in the hotel room set up. It's a lot of work. Time, I'm convinced that, time dilation exists in Boca Chica because before you know it, you're like, oh, I'll just go down there for a weekend. Before you know it, you're down there for like a half a month and you're like, that was, I came down here yesterday. What's that about? All right.
Also on the launch day itself, like the day flies by. I know it says like 7 hours and 53 minutes there in the top, but I can tell you the people in the field, they are not feeling 7 hours, 53 minutes right now. They have so much to do to set up a launch attempt today, and this time will fly by for them.
Mm-hmm. So I'm going to keep going with the support queue. You guys, I mean, I'm determined to get it clean. I'm sorry. We got some other stuff to talk about here in a moment, but Tobias with a £5 super chat. If you took all the hydrogen from your farts and put it in balloons, it would take 1.26 farts to pick up the wet full stack. 1.26 ton farts to pick up the full stack. Average balance 11-inch fart equals 79 millimeters.
Thanks.
My stomach hurts. My stomach hurts now, Tobias, for sure. I'm not gonna lie to you. I had a burrito last night, and maybe I could probably do that all by myself. I'm pretty sure. All right, cool. Richard Lemke became a Capcom member. Do appreciate you, Rich. File Systems of Coffee became a Pad Rat member. All right. Coffee, you are the man or woman, whatever you like. Long March 5 with a $10 tip. You summon me. There it is. Yep. Why am I not surprised?
Good old. At least it's not
trillion.
5B. At least not 5B.
What's the difference?
5B is the one that doesn't deorbit the center core.
Yeah, we don't like that.
Yeah, the 5B is the one that is basically just a single huge sustainer stage. And that's the one that leaves center core a bit in a bingo situation.
Yeah, that is not a very pro gamer move, to be honest with you.
No. Very L of them. Very L.
Yeah,
Very
I'm an L. All right. We got Ron Smith with $100 super chat. Sounds like Adrian needs to make a Long March launch vehicle overview. I mean, Adrian, you up for it?
Yeah, I would love to do it at some point. It's a matter of if there's enough interest to sustain that, and it also would be very render heavy. But yeah, it's a great topic. Honestly, I love diving deep into Chinese spaceflight because it's not super obvious all the time. So you really have to go digging through very, very weird parts of documentation to even find out something.
Definitely do. Ron, thank you for that $100, but we appreciate it. Thank you. All the guys. Oh, see, look at that beautiful waving yak right there. Sorry, it was a little bit of delay on my end there. But, you know, those $100 super chats go to support a yak in his natural habitat. You know, you too can support a wild yak buyer helping set up cameras. He's in the
gone.
arms of the buyer.
He vanished.
Oh, there he is.
You know, we don't want to get claimed here. But anyway, for just, you know, X amount, you too can support a wild jack. There will be many wild jack buyers that do not have homes to set up their places to set up their cameras. He's in the arms of the chopsticks.
Well,
Anyway.
let's say, where's this going?
Don't worry about
It's very poetic right now to see him like walk away over the dunes.
You're in
my
the
God.
arms of
Please don't
the
fall.
chopsticks. Please
I
fall.
had that in my head.
I'm sorry.
I had that in my head, but I didn't want to say it. You said it anyway.
Look at the amount of mosquitoes and everything flying around.
Dude,
That's disgusting.
I would swim in a pool of bug spray before going out there.
It doesn't help.
Really?
Like, yeah, these like the mosquitoes in Boca when I was there for flight 1, they just ignored it. You had like 2 layers and bug spray, like an unhealthy amount of bug spray on you, and they were like, "Yeah, don't care."
Life finds a way. All right, I'm cleaning up the rest of the support queue, and then we get back to questions, boys. So we got Noel J gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Thank you very much. Appreciate you, Noel. We got Michelle Pierce with another 5-pound super chat. The difference between Chinese rocket and starships are theirs don't randomly rud and take the test site out with it. I mean,
They sometimes do.
yeah, there's that whole iSpace thing where they did a static fire and then they didn't do a static fire. I'm fairly confident that broke something on the pad. You know,
Tianlong 3, they had a stand. They used the same stand then for Tianlong 2 because they were like, yeah, it's a bigger rocket, but it would probably work. Spoiler, didn't.
Yeah, no, I mean, they learned. I'm sure they learned something.
Yeah, the moment that rocket liberated during a static fire, they were like, yep, didn't work.
I mean, that was one of the wildest things I've seen. I mean, Ship 36
I can tell
popping
you
was pretty bad. Oh, what's up?
It was very funny because the people that work Chinese like information on spaceflight, we were all like excited for a static fire because it's a very upcoming rocket. Oh, we have sheriffs preparing roadblocks and clearings, so that's very good.
Oh boy, a Cybertruck.
Yeah, Cybertruck. There's like 4 driving around.
What?
Oh, they're everywhere down there.
And then
Yeah, and go ahead.
clearing out the beach as well. So I see a Cybertruck, I just think a trash can, but that's just me.
Yeah, they have
Amen.
a bit of the shape.
I like the underlying architecture, but yeah, it looks like a truck from like GoldenEye in 1996.
I like the idea. I like the concept and the idea of like making something basically cheaper by not forming and everything. But I mean, let's be real. I'm European.
Yeah.
I'm European. That thing doesn't fit on our roads.
No, that's fair. That's fair. But does an F-150 fit on your roads though?
It's noticeable. Like there's one guy in my town that drives an F-150.
Oh, awesome.
But it's very tough. Like you can like when you're next to him on a traffic light and everything.
Oh,
it's noticeable. He's fairly big car.
It's the stream of O's and oops and noticing things. They're packing up the aerial work platform next to the mount. So looks like they're packing up and cleaning up and clearing out.
Look at that. Look at that throwing out people there. They are throwing them out fast.
Yep, and
They
yep,
are,
there's the lift.
they're going for it. If it wasn't
No.
obvious at this point, with the clock running down, them clearing out, the ship QD is hooked in, and they're wanting to close the road, they are going for it today. If it wasn't already clear, so
Cool. All right. I'm going to get through the rest of the support queue, guys. Once again, thank you for all the support. You guys are the best. We appreciate you. I'm not going to lie to you. You guys take care of us and we appreciate it, but most of it goes to the equipment that you see running the streams. It is a great you guys are awesome, and there's a great amount of support here, and we appreciate it. You want to keep seeing these camera angles. I always say vote with your wallet, and you guys are making that very clear. I appreciate it. So we have Sean Block 3 with a $10 tip. I will be at the Intrepid tomorrow. Please ask SpaceX to launch today so I don't miss it. Watch it from the Intrepid is the 5-head move. Come
right,
on.
yeah,
You got to improvise.
Improvise, adapt, overcome.
That's right, just like SpaceX. We got Starship Troopers with a $20 super chat. We must give Yak a bacon supply for all of his work. I think we do. I can't prove it, but I think that's part of his payroll. I think he gets paid in bacon. He doesn't, but I'd like to believe that.
In honor of the name, the only good bug is a dead bug. When you talk about those mosquitoes,
Service guarantee citizenship.
Exactly.
We have Thumper Tom with the $10 tip. Been watching since Hopper. Always great coverage. Thanks. Thank you. Appreciate it, Thumper. And then we got Justin Vollenweider. I don't know. Did we say that right? You know what, Justin? I appreciate the $5 super chat. I'm not putting that up on screen. That's bad juju. We're not doing that. His message has the S word in it, and I'm not doing it.
Oh, no, we are not doing that.
We're not doing that. What we are doing is looking at a live shot of the OLM there. Actually, we're looking at this pad and that pad. I call them this pad and that pad. The one on the right is this pad. The one on the left is that pad. Now, in order to get this pad configured for a static fire, a lot of work needed to be done to this OLM. And guess what, guys? We got a video. We got a video for you. On that info. SpaceX has really quickly reconfigured this thing. We got a video for you to show you how it's done. Ryan, roll the music.
Starship's 10th flight isn't quite like the previous flights. You see, normally both booster and ship get tested before flight to make sure they're ready to go. Boosters fire up their engines at the launch mount and ships fire up at the Massey's outpost. But when SpaceX tried that for this flight, this happened. When Ship 36 blew up, we all theorised what they would have to do to repair the Massey test site and how long it would take until they could test another ship and get back on track. But every now and then, someone jokingly asked, what if they put the ship on the launch mount? Of course, that seemed preposterous and something that would never happen. The hardware is not compatible, too many things would need to be changed for that. This turned into less of a joke when just 10 days after Ship 36's explosion, SpaceX rolled an empty ship transport stand to the launch site. With no ship on the stand, nor any at the launch site, there was no reason to send one of these to the launch site, unless they were going to use one as an adapter to put a ship on the launch mount for testing. And that's exactly what happened. Of course, there needed to be modifications to be able to make all of this work. For starters, the transport stand does not have any way to connect to the launch mount, so SpaceX teams removed all 20 clamps from the hold-down arms and then bolted a metal plate to the end of each hold-down arm. By the way, each clamp is attached with 3 bolts to each of the arms, so that's 60 bolts in total to remove and then also install for the metal plates. Eventually, the stand would be welded to those plates, and in fact the bottom of the stand got reinforcements to provide a solid surface for it to be properly welded to said plates. That solves the whole putting the stand on the mount thing, but it doesn't quite solve the fact that this is a transport stand, and static fire stands have a few extra features. Things such as the supports for the Raptor vacuum bracing. Every time an RVAC is tested on the ground, SpaceX installs a special bracing ring around the end of the nozzle to keep them from being damaged due to flow separation. SpaceX quickly improvised and built 6 bracing posts that were welded to the inside of the stand in order to provide a location for all that bracing to be anchored to the stand. Crews also covered with steel plates the openings of the stand, likely to prevent any exhaust from escaping through those and damaging the interior of the launch mount. With the stand completed and installed on the launch mount, teams also added a few cameras to the stand to aid with the ship lifting process with the tower chopsticks. If you're wondering whether something special was needed to get ships to attach to the stand, well, not really, because it was already made for transporting ships, so it had the hold-down attachments just for that. It also just so happens that the static fire stand that was destroyed with Ship 36's explosion also had the same design and number of hold-down attachments, so no changes were needed. The last thing needed was a way to connect the ship to the ground systems. For that, SpaceX just bypassed the already existing booster connections. Holes were cut into the booster quick disconnect hood to access the existing booster lines, and new pipes were added to the exterior that would eventually be routed to connect to the ship. Additionally, a steel framework was built in pieces and welded to the booster quick disconnect hood that worked as support structure for many of these pipes. Lastly, SpaceX also attached the ship's engine chill lines to the existing booster engine chill reclaiming system on the launch mount, allowing them to safely prepare the engines before testing them. Ship 37 then went on to perform a single engine static fire test and a 6-engine static fire test on the orbital launch mount, the first time any ship had fired its engines on said mount. After that, we all thought they were done with testing, and in fact the ship was rolled back to the production site, the modifications started to be removed, and the ship adapter stand was removed as well. It made sense, it was time for launch. But then a few hours later, everything started to get put back together, and we spotted at least one engine swap inside Mega Bay 2. So yeah, Ship 37 wasn't quite done yet. It was sent back out to the launch mount and conducted a 6-engine spin prime test. This time though, for realsies, it was good to go. If you weren't around at the time, you might be wondering what SpaceX did to return the mount to launch configuration and how long that process took. Well, the ship was removed, the ship stand was then removed, they added the hold-down clamps back onto the arms, they tested the alignment of the clamps, the engine chill lines were removed, all the pipes were removed as well, and then the framework was cut off from the booster quick disconnect hood in just one big piece. This probably will make it a lot easier to prepare once again for testing with Ship 38 after Flight 10 launches. Although all of this work shows how quickly SpaceX can move when things get tough, let's just hope Ship 38 is the last ship to have to go through this entire process once again.
It's a pretty good comprehensive video from map enthusiast Ryan Caton there. I'm wondering now, Ryan Caton is actually producing this cast, and I'm kind of curious how he feels about segueing to a video of himself. I'm not trying to say that something might be a little weird there, but that something's a little hinky about that. But it was a good video and it was very informative.
It was written by Jake.
Oh,
who's a new article writer for us too. So yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
It's
Knows a lot about Starship and whatnot. So yeah.
I still found it so impressive how they did that. Like, yes, it's a possible process, and we always talked about it, but I feel like SpaceX always has a very, very eager mentality, which is not easy to always have. Like, everybody that ever worked in a big team can totally imagine this feeling of, okay, let's step back a moment and think what we do next. Like, that's a very common thing that big teams tend to fall into, because especially after big events, you try to gather yourself, find a new plan. They don't do that. And I found that so impressive that they are always full steam ahead, even in crisis mode. And that is a skill that I have learned to value at them more and more. There's this constant ability to never get complacent or never take a step back and think about it for a moment. Just push.
I mean, the other part to that is not only the modifications to the ships to the mount in order to static fire ship, just the repairs that they literally just did overnight to get back into a launch status a day later. But you also add in the capability of what they're doing over at Massey's right now, the complete and utter redesign of that tank farm that they're doing, and the repairs. It's still going to be a little bit before that's operational, probably into October, November. But like they just went, okay, well, let's just redesign it while we're at it too. Why not?
I mean, might as well. You're there. It disassembled itself for you, right?
Right.
You don't need to worry about that. It's fine.
Kind of like,
easier.
we could have done this a little bit better. Let's do it this way now. Kind of like.
hey, that's how you learn, dude. That's the iterative process. It's what we're saying, man. The factory, the test stands, that's all part of the deal here. It's all part of the deal. They're not just iterating on Starship. All the test stands, everything gets iterated on, even the transport stools. And I you know what? I'm here for it. I'm here for it. It's great. I don't know about you guys. GSE is some of my favorite parts. I like the machine that builds and launches the machine. That is very, very cool. Oh my goodness.
Ooh. Okay, so up to at least ship 49. I will say that. From what I can tell, I think we're at least up to ship 49 with nose cone parts that I saw in there. Booster wise, we're probably into the low 20s. I think 21. I wouldn't be surprised if 2021, booster 20 to booster 21, I should say. Because there was definitely an unsleeve booster forward in there that I definitely saw. There were ring sections in there with hatch cutouts, hatch doublers that look like they were be for a test tank or stuff like that. So there's definitely a lot of you can pick that video apart. And I will just say this: that's only like half the factory. When he shows his camera and looks down the two aisles, and you see some of the ring sections, you see the nose cone aisle. If you look down that, and then you were to walk down that way and then turn and walk the other way, there's still like maybe 600,000 square feet of factory that they're not showing. Or more.
How many football fields is that? American football fields, Brian?
I don't know. Not off the top of my head.
No, doing math in public.
1 million square feet, and that's only a fraction of it. Like they have a backlog of vehicles. They're trying to get testing done there on their new booster, the Test Tank 17 over at Massey's. They're waiting for that. It looks like they're actually trying to test the aft section before they fully build it and then integrate it, which is definitely a change of pace for SpaceX, because in the past they've built it, integrated it, tested it, and then retrofitted it after the fact. I think they've decided, let's maybe do a little bit differently this time around. I don't know. Maybe the change is that enough that they were like, let's test it first this time. Let's test it first before we integrate it and stack it. Let's test it. So we're still waiting on that aft, and I didn't see it in there, so it's somewhere tucked back in the corner somewhere. We're in the other part of the factory.
Cool. I'm going to bust out a little bit of support here, guys, if you don't mind. Bacon Warrior 750, $5 super chat to the Jack Bacon Payroll Fund. Mm-hmm.
Speaking of the video there.
Oh, there it is.
Look at that new nose cone. So that's that area there is we of course only see the nose cones that are visible from the street, right? Like there's an aisle that is very visible to us, but you can see how much more then is there. Like that is the window where we always are able to peek through. But now if you look to the right there, that's like a booster worth of barrels. And it's quite a lot. QD disconnected.
I think they did a retraction test.
Yeah, they retracted it.
Which is good. Like this is not don't doom about this. This is a good thing.
I'm gonna doom, Adrian.
No,
I'm gonna do it.
They did a full speed retraction test.
Don't doom.
Okay. All right.
They did a full speed retraction test, which I actually expected them to do, because they installed a new hose, and you need to make sure that when you go ahead and you launch this thing, that hose doesn't bind, and then all of a sudden the ship or booster slams into the ship QD and rips it off. You need to make sure that doesn't happen. So this was to verify it doesn't bind, which doesn't look like it did, at least not that I can tell. So they'll likely hook it, they'll extend it back up, hooked it up again, and everything will be fine. So don't doom and gloom. It was a full speed retraction test, and I kind of expected them to do that.
Cool. I mean, do you think there's a quick disconnect that's attached to the quick disconnect in case, Starship does a thing like where, those videos of people that leave the gas station with the pump still connected and it just kind of quick disconnects?
I think there's just valves that would shut off and it would just rip the hose out.
Yeah, Ryan, you're the technical expert here. That would be bad. Yeah.
Yeah, that would not be good. You don't want to rip your hose apart.
Yep.
That is no bueno.
Okay.
Um,
All right. Good safety
uh,
tip there. Yeah. Good. All right.
yes.
Cool.
Yeah.
Excellent. Hey, where do these stairs go? They go up.
It goes in the square hole.
Goes in the square hole. Oh my goodness. All right. We got Golden Child here with the $5 super chat. Whatever happened to the SpaceX greatest of all time, John Innsbrucker? I really enjoyed his commentary during the early Starship flights. I think he's busy. So John works on the Falcon side of things, if I'm remembering correctly, and a lot of Falcon 9's launch. So
I think he is retired though at this point. I think Innsbrucker.
Don't do that. Don't say that. That makes me feel bad.
I think Innsbrucker has yes. Wasn't there a thing that he like partially retired and is only on commentary anymore? I'm trying to remember it. I will gather info. Alex is saying we're still working, so maybe I am wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, EJ.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I agree with you. Golden Child, John has some of the best commentary around. I learn something new every time that guy talks on a SpaceX cast. And that's not to disparage the other commentators. We love Jesse, Kate, Dan, Ronnie, and all the rest that do that shit, but they're all really good. But John, John's been around in this for a long time. Not a lot of people know that he was a colonel in the Air Force, and he ran he was close. He was in the EELV program. So he's been around rockets for a long time. And then before that, he worked in the Titan program, which is like Titan 3. So like the Air Force Titan 3s launching, because that once upon a time, that was the national security launch vehicle is Titan. Any Titan appreciators out there? My dog's name is Titan, for what it's worth.
Just,
that's
go
cool.
back and that is cool. If anyone wants to look back into one of the coolest portions in spaceflight history, just look back to all the Titan programs. Those are some fun rockets, to say the least.
You guys,
it is a fun program.
Exactly. They were like, we have this missile. It's pretty good. Let's put SRBs on it. All right, cool. All right, let's put a third stage on it. All right, cool. No, never mind. Let's put a Centaur on it. All right, cool. Let's put a Centaur and a third stage on. Yeah. All right, sure, that'll work.
Yep,
we're fine.
Yeah.
Bigger fairing? Yeah, no problem.
Hey, we need a way to get this capsule into orbit to try to push ahead the Apollo program. What do we got? Oh, Titan 2. Okay.
Yeah, just use that. I mean, Titan is a beefy rocket for what it is. I mean, the Titan 2 missile had the biggest retaliatory ICBM that the U.S. has ever fielded, ever. They phased the Titan 2 program out in the 80s because of the strategic arms limitation treaties with the Soviet Union. Because I for one do not like being turned to glass. That sounds painful. I don't want that, and I'm pretty sure nobody else here does either. Anyway, more super chats. All right, so Mister with a $5 super chat. Hello from Finland, watching with your Uncle Toivo. It's his first launch. Thank you, NSF. F5. Terve, my friend. All right, cool. Next one. Yeah, you're not throwing that curveball by me, pal. Anyway, all right. We have Justin Vollenweeder. Sorry, wanted to scare y'all. Good looking, Godspeed. Perfectly pronounced. All right. Cool. Thank you very much, Justin. Appreciate you, buddy. And then we have Nikki D with the Red Team membership. Tipping before and now a Red Team member. Nikki, thank you very much. All right. Cool. We ready for some questions, or what next? What do you guys want to eat? We got a nice plethora of things to consume today, including a Starship launch.
I feel like before you're doing questions, I will actually step back here, EJ, because you're getting another person that is very knowledgeable about Starship on.
Oh, is it your time, Adrian?
It is my time, but we are doing an European swap.
Oh. You were talking about Falcon, so I was thinking, I can just casually drop by and see what's up.
Okay, Adrian, thank you very much for coming on. We appreciate you guys. That's Adrian. He's awesome, and we're swapping him out for the Sultan of spreadsheets, the King of chopsticks. Mr. Alex, how are you?
King of chopsticks?
The king of King of chopsticks, the Sultan of SWAT, the King of Crash, the Colossus of Clout.
Okay.
What's
well,
going on,
yeah,
man? How are
I
you?
guess. About to drink a coffee because we were late tonight, yesterday night, for a thing called launch attempt number 1. But yeah, hello. How's it going? Like, what's happened in the last hour and a half or so that we've been live?
Well, we saw them replace a hose, and then we saw them move the quick disconnect forward, and then right after that, we saw it move it right back. And also street sweepers. Those are good.
Yeah.
I like those.
Not gonna make the joke.
No, why not?
Yeah, I was gonna say except if you're in Chicago. Anyways,
Damn.
but yeah, I was thinking, do they have any chance to launch today? Like, do we think they still have the time to do all those checkouts and everything? Because we know that at least it takes a while to do those. Do you think that they may try to speed those up? SpaceX, after all.
I think they're gonna go for it. Everything's trending positive here, dude. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, clock is still counting, right? But that's always the big question. It's still counting until it's not counting. So we'll see what happens.
Hope that's running. They're probably doing.
There's
some
still
leak
trucks.
checks. Yeah,
Delivery. Look at that.
topping them off.
Yeah.
Anyone who thinks that the Pope vent running right now means they're chilling down, no. They are probably doing some kind of probably just checks in the tank farm as well. They're probably doing some gas checks on the QD that they just spent all night replacing a hose on and making sure everything's good. So
yeah, I was gonna say, wouldn't they need to run it a little bit if they want to do like some pressure checks up there? Like maybe we see some purges and things like that. What do you think?
yeah, that's what I'm thinking. We'll probably see. I wouldn't be surprised if we see the bunker vent also turn on as well. Do some purges, leak checks, and then they'll reconnect the QD again. I think they wanted to. The reason why they connected to begin with is they wanted to make sure it connected, everything was good, do a full retraction test, make sure the hose didn't bind. Then they'll go through, leak check it, purge it while they go run through the rest of their countdown, rehook up the QD, and they should still have more than enough time to chill down the tank farm and get ready for launch. So that's kind of what I'm expecting them to do at this point.
So you're saying they might be doing a quick test on the quick disconnect. A QT on the QD.
Yeah, yeah. You could say that. That's fine.
There we go.
All right, I'm looking through the question queue here, guys. But yeah, is the Pope vent on? Wait a minute.
That's what Ryan just told about.
We just talked about that, EJ.
Dude, I am doing 1,000 things in the background, and I'm still nursing this coffee right here. Okay, cool.
Yeah,
I apologize.
We were just mentioning that it was on because they're likely performing some checkouts of the QD they just spent a bunch of time messing with and had issues with. So.
Yeah, no, I assure you, my head is only partially up my rear end. Okay, I'm working on pulling it out. Okay, I'm working on it. I'm getting there. Okay. So, Alex, how you feeling? You think they're gonna go? Do you think they're gonna try it today?
Let's see what happens, right? I'm in sort of that mode right now because that was quite the quick repair, if you will, that quick repair job that they did overnight and over the morning. And now they did that quick retraction test, and they seem to maybe starting to prepare for some kind of purge test and whatnot. But yeah, and we're still seeing some deliveries there at the tech farm. It's always hilarious because we see these pretty much until the last minute. It's always super fun to see this. But yeah, the cops are out there, of course, clearing the areas, clearing the beach. And we also saw some of those also at Richardson earlier in the stream, right? If I'm not mistaken. So, yeah. Getting some of that preparation.
And looking at... Is there I think there's a cop on the highway site. I think we're getting closed. Closing it down. Yep.
There we go. Still letting some cars pass, but that's, preparing for the rollout. Not the rollout, excuse me. For the roadblock.
Yeah.
Wrong word with the R at the beginning. But yeah, that's essentially what we're hoping to see. Speaking of roadblocks, there we can see a graphic with the different roadblocks. There's the soft roadblock at the beginning of Highway 4 after you get out of Brownsville. We've got also the one at the LBJ cross with Highway 4. That's the standard closure point as we put there. That one will be vacated once they get into the thickest part of the countdown with, propellant load and whatnot. But then there's the one at Richardson Avenue there that will stay. So yeah. You can see how far back that first roadblock is. It's I believe it's Oklahoma Avenue, the road that is in that intersection with Highway 4. So yeah, that's way far back, essentially at the end of Brownsville. So yep, there we can see already some of those cars setting up for the roadblock at LBJ.
Are they getting turned around or what's going on? Yeah, I think people are getting turned around, so they're actually closing it. At least that's what it looks like.
Some folks saying in chat they got the text for road closed.
Looks like it.
Mm-hmm.
And
so
beach
there
closed.
we go.
All right, we're trending in the right direction here. Trending in the right direction. Speaking of that, I got a question from over in Twitch chat. We're streaming over on Twitch on my channel, EJ_SA. If you guys want to pop over there, if not, that's cool. I like YouTube just as much as the next guy. Ryan, what are the objectives for this flight test? That's Yenzuko over in Twitch chat. What do you think the objectives for this one are? We kind of talked about that a little bit earlier, but do you think there's a specific one? Like, which one do you think is the biggest?
Biggest objective is get ship on a stable reentry. That is the biggest thing ever. If there are things that prevent you from doing the in-space burn and the payload deploy, I mean, it would stink if you didn't get those done. You can try again on 38, but they have not been able to test the new flap design in reentry yet, at least not in a controlled manner. And getting a ship through, and then if you can get it through reentry with the missing tiles, that's your bonus. And then the even bonus to that is the flip, burn, and land on target. That would be a massive bonus for the program. Then they can try to replicate that again on 38, and move forward and hopefully try to catch 40 between somewhere in the 40s would be my expectation for a ship catch. After they've flown Block 3 once or twice at least. I mean, we talked about that with Block 2. They were going to fly it once or twice to try to catch it, and here we are. So it's one of those things you just kind of hope things go right. But the biggest objective is stable coast phase and stable reentry.
Yeah, Ryan, I'm kind of with you. That tile team is jonesing for data, that's for sure.
Right.
Yeah. All right. If you guys have seen the last couple of flights, they really have not gotten through that phase of the mission called EDL, entry, descent, and landing. They really haven't gotten through that well since Ship 31, right? Ship 31 would have been the last one to go. Everything else is spun out in uncontrolled reentry.
The peak of the Starship program so far is Flight 5. The booster gets caught, and the ship had a beautiful reentry and did a flip and burn and landed on target. Both vehicles landed on target in their LZs. One was even caught, and that is the peak of the program so far, right there. I hope they replicate it here, where both vehicles land in their respective LZs that they need to land into. They're not catching the booster, unfortunately. Because it's easier to dump the booster in the Gulf than it is to catch it and scrap it. And they're gonna perform. What they're trying to do with Booster 16 is gonna look really, really cool if we catch it. They're basically gonna hover. I would expect at like 500 meters above the Gulf, and then they're gonna just cut the engines and drop the booster into the water, which is like that's gonna look so cool.
I really, a viewer asked a second ago, will we have a good image of it? We got our cameras on top of the Margaritaville Hotel. That should be tall enough. Margaritaville on South Padre Island. That should be tall enough to see that happen, and I really hope we get a good shot of it.
It's like the ship QD is gonna hook right back up.
Yep, there it is.
Maybe they did a purge. We don't really know. Sometimes it's really hard to see, especially with like a white background and stuff. I kind of expect that they did a quick gas purge and leak check, and now they're going to hook it back up and proceed in the count.
But yeah, EJ, we have DAS up there at the hotel. We also have another camera. It's up also on a pole, I think, or something like that. I don't know. It's at the North Beach site that we have, and it's also set up in the direction of the booster. I guess boom down. It's not a splashdown because it's not gonna become, like as Ryan was saying, it's gonna stop the landing burn higher up, right? So once it drops into the water, it's gonna go boom probably.
Yeah, I kind of expect the transfer once it drops down, the transfer tube will snap, and whatever is left with methane in that transfer tube and liquid oxygen in the main tanks will mix, and the entire thing will explode. That's my expectation, and I think that's what they want to happen. They want to try to do is blow apart the aft and the tanks so they don't have to go out there and grab anything. I think they want it in as many pieces as possible, but they also want to try to get it on an on-target landing just because why not? So,
yeah, those waters are not like, we're not talking about going all the way out, right? This is very close to shore, so the waters are not very deep, and that means that, something that is 50 meters tall, like the booster, 70, excuse me, 70 meters tall like the booster, even if it breaks apart in half, you're still having 35, right? Like, that's a lot of, that water is not really that deep in that area, right? And even the aft section still, it's probably quite a big thing to remain there. We saw them picking up the remains of booster 11s and booster 13s engine section out there. So very likely that they want that thing to just break apart and self-clean itself, I guess, by turning into little pieces and not having to deal with any of that trash.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that seems right, because we did see them go fish out a booster recently with the the lift boat Jill, which is like a barge that it's like if a barge and an oil rig had a baby together. It's a barge that goes out there and it has jacks that are like probably got to be like 100 meters tall, and it plants the jacks in the seafloor, and then there's a bunch of cranes on it, and it pulls stuff out. It fished out the engine section, which is just, I still think that's super cool. That lift boat is really neat. I kind of want one, but I don't really have a need for that, nor I think I can afford it. But I can dream. We can all dream. Okay, you guys ready for some questions?
Sure.
All right. Let's see. All right, this is a good one. This is from Sean Plays Too Much. Block 3. If this flight goes swimmingly, do they scrap 38? Alex, send it.
No, I think it's gonna fly. Even SpaceX themselves have indicated that they already have a plan for that, for our other flight. Part of their updates before this flight, it said something along the lines of like they have already plans for the last two. Hang on, I'm gonna look it up here. 2 flights remain with the current generation, each with test objectives designed to expand the envelope on vehicle capabilities as we iterate towards fully and rapidly reusable, reliable rockets. So they have a plan. That sentence to me already makes me think that, already tells me that they have some plan for Ship 38, right? So they probably want to have some other stuff tested, and that's probably what they might do, even if this flight goes swimmingly. And that's probably a pun, because we hope Ship 37 ends up swimming.
Dude, I have a follow-up question that I'm actually going to send over to Ryan here. So if this flight goes perfectly, then what are they going to do? I mean, Alex, you said they had stuff set up. Ryan, do you think they're just going to repeat the next one, test a bunch of new things? What do we got?
I think what they do with 38 is they test the heat shield with, if they do get data on, regenerative cooled tiles, the metallic tiles, I think what they do with 38 is they put more on. Maybe they do like a patch of actively cooled tiles or a patch or a large patch of metallic tiles, and they try to, or put them in different locations on the vehicle to see how it works on reentry. Maybe take tiles off on other locations, or try it with a fully completed heat shield, but with all those other test tiles and everything like that. I think that's what they'll do with ship. With booster, I am kind of curious what they'll do with 15. It's it'll be its second flight. I don't know if they'll repeat with 14. They might try to do something like that again. But I think they figured out pretty quickly that Block 2 booster can't actually do that higher AOA. Block 3 will be able to, because it's got much better structural integrity with that almost Falcon 9 size transfer tube that it's got in it, or down tuber, or however you want to call it. Where's Jack?
Jack isn't here. You can call it whatever you want.
But I kind of expect them to test little things here and there with that next flight. But I would love to see a reentry with 37, and then they put like a big patch of like actively cooled tiles and a big patch of metallic tiles on the ship. That would look cool. And it would be really cool to see something like that tested, because I don't think anyone's ever tested like a large patch of like actively cooled heat shield tiles on a vehicle before. At least not that I know of.
Would that be like the Starship equivalent, like the car equivalent of like putting racing stripes on your car? Like if we just have like stripes of metallic tiles, will that add horsepower?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah?
Yes.
All right, cool. All right, I was asking for a friend. That was one of my questions. All right, so we're talking about Ship 38. We're talking about where they're going to go with this. And that I kind of, linked all these questions together. So Steve Palmer has a question that says, I noticed a 3-barrel section going into Mega Bay 2 last night at 2211 and lifted at 2345. Are they stacking Ship 39, which presumably, guys, would be the first Block 3 ship, right?
They are
They're
not.
No.
They're not stacking 39. Yeah, no,
Jinx.
they're not. Yeah, Jinx.
Let me go.
It is likely a test tank. It could be 39.1. They need to test the new ship aft. That's one thing. There's a lot, as we know. I'm going to keep calling it the drive section because it just sounds cooler that way. Let's be honest here. Come on, it does. It sounds cooler.
Dude, you know what? I'm here for it. I'm here for the trekkiness. That's fine.
It's a ship that's in space. It's a spaceship. It's a starship. Let's call it the drive section. Let's normalize something that's cool. Anywho,
I'm okay with this. That's fine.
Yeah. Anywho, they need to test that. And my guess is they're going to make a test tank for that, or they're going to make a test tank to test the new common dome style, or maybe even the nose cone, or the new payload bay stuff if they're changing things with that. There's also the booster forward they have to test as well. That amazing hot stage N1 style hot stage setup that they've got. Yes, it's N1 basically. It's N1 Reborn. So that's what it is. It's the test tank.
Yeah. So yeah, that makes sense that they're going to make it into a test tank before they actually, get the ship up and running. I mean, Ron, you were talking about it called the drive section. If that's the drive section, where's the saucer section?
The forward flaps of the nose cone. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I think you're onto something, man. They call it Starship, and it's a Starship Enterprise. Just saying.
And then the neck is the tank.
Am I the only one of us three that doesn't get any of this?
Me and EJ get it, but
you're telling me you don't know about dilithium crystals, mate.
That's the next thing SpaceX needs to do is they need to figure out dilithium crystals with a matter-antimatter warp reaction chamber, develop the warp coils so that they can open up, the drive section of the ship and deploy the warp coils kind of like Zephyr and Cochrane did, and then go to warp. Right? Aren't we all agreed?
Yep,
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
That's fair. Yep.
And we're
You're
going to
need
get
plasma
turbo.
manifolds.
Yes, EPS manifolds,
Yep.
impulse engines. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yep.
Well, we already have the impulse engines. I mean, the Raptors are arguably the impulse engines.
I don't know. Are they accelerated driver cores powered by fusion plasma?
We're not there yet, but we'll just say we got the impulse engines, and we'll call
How
it
is
a
this
day.
not even nerdier than talking about rockets? Somebody explain to me how this is not even nerdier than that.
Hey,
They call me a nerd, and yet these two are talking about Star Wars or Star Trek or whatever they're talking about. I have no idea. I've not watched any of those Star movies or anything, or series or whatever.
You are missing out. First of all, you're missing out. That's all I'm going to say. And then I'm going to say, live long and use the Force. Okay.
Oh man, that was a.
I'm just saying. That's what you need. You need to use the Force and live long and prosper. Okay.
Yeah, chat, Star, whatever. I have no idea.
Or activate some kind of hyperdrive or something.
Yeah, well, we need tubular vampers and hydrospanners if we're going to get the hyperdrive motivator working correctly.
We do, don't we? Yep.
Yep.
This sounds like the Turbo Cavalier thing.
Inertial dampeners with Heisenberg compensators as well, so you can bypass the Heisenberg uncertainty principle when you're beaming people from location to location.
I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah,
it makes sense.
Yep.
How about the hydrocoptic Marcel vanes of the pentametric fan?
Well, those are fitted to the amplification lunar wane shaft to prevent side fumbling. Don't you know this? Jeez. Do I have to explain everything? I thought you're the subject matter expert, Alex. Jeez. Okay. All right. I'm going to reel us in.
Starship.
I'm going to reel us back in. All right. All right. We're reeled back in. So what you guys see is a live shot here looking out towards Boca Chica Beach. You can see the commodity filling area. That's what all those trucks are on the right-hand side of your screen. And you can see the car with the truck with the flashing lights. That's sheriff. They're clearing out people for the beach. We are trending positively for a launch here. Now, I say trending positively, and, we just keep the positive vibes and we go from there. But clearing out the beach is a first step to basically getting the roadblock up and running. And then once nobody's in the area, all the wild yaks in the dunes have cleared and have gone back to their sanctuary, the bunkhouse, or wherever yaks roam to and graze. Then SpaceX will start. They'll start moving into launch operations. Alex, when do we think they're going to turn on this tank farm, dude?
It's much closer to launch. It's usually around T-3 hours or so, T-4. Yeah, at least the very early stages. Then the pop vent should come out around T-3, T-2.5, I think was yesterday, for example. It sort of depends as well a little bit on the conditions of the day, because it's chill down, right? Like chilling down, it's just down to what the conditions of the day are. Like sometimes it takes a little bit longer, sometimes it takes a little bit shorter, just depending on what the condition of those lines are and the tank farm and whatnot. So sometimes it's a little bit earlier, sometimes it's a little bit later, but it's usually around that time. So we still have a few more hours to go. But that's why they're doing all of this testing, all of these checkouts now, why they're now clearing the beach. You don't want to clear the beach when all of that chill down is taking place, right? Like you wouldn't have any time at all, because once things start picking up, they really pick up rather quickly. And so they do that now. They do it well ahead of time so that they can have plenty of time later down the line to work on any issues. For example, yesterday, as soon as they started the tank farm, we saw cars driving to the pad, right? Everything was cleared, and then cars drove to the pad. And then within a few minutes later, we started seeing the bunker vent and everything. Like there are all of these things going on at the tank farm that we started to see become very active. So they probably fixed something and then they went on with a countdown. So this is why they usually do these things a little bit earlier. And for the record, I'm seeing chat, okay, and they're grilling me because I did not watch Star Wars or Star Trek. I do watch other shows. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not like Because I saw somebody mention that I was like Trevor because he didn't see, he didn't watch all of these, no. I'm rewatching Alien, for example, the Alien series. I'm doing that right now.
Ooh.
Yeah, because I watched it when I was younger. As if I'm not young right now. I watched it when I was younger, but it was dubbed in Spanish because here in Spain, well, they dub things in Spanish. But now I'm watching it in original voice because it was like, yeah, I want to enjoy this. But anyways, back to Starship. Yeah, they'll do all of the tank farm stuff later down the line.
I mean, guys, anybody that's going to sit here and say Alex isn't a nerd might be by a river in Egypt. They might be in denial. All right.
Yeah, right.
I do think if you guys are more interested in timelines, I could show you a timelines video here if you want. I think we have one teed up. Ryan, can you get the timelines up for the pad just in case anybody's wondering?
On the day of a Starship launch, many events need to happen for the flight to take place successfully. One of the first events is the clearing of ground hazard areas, which will result in the closing of Highway 4 and Boca Chica Beach several hours before the launch. During this clearing, law enforcement officials from Cameron County, in coordination with SpaceX security, will perform sweeps of the beach to evacuate members of the public and keep them safe during launch operations. 3 roadblocks will be set up on Highway 4 to control access to the beach. The first one, nicknamed the Soft Checkpoint, will be located about 15 miles from the pad at the intersection of Highway 4 and Oklahoma Avenue. Beyond this roadblock, only those with property there and law enforcement officials can pass. This also includes SpaceX employees. The second roadblock, nicknamed the Hard Checkpoint, will be located at the intersection of Highway 4 and Richardson Avenue. Beyond this location, only essential SpaceX personnel and law enforcement officials can pass. A third roadblock will be located on Highway 4 right after its intersection with Lyndon B. Johnson Boulevard, which is at the end of Boca Chica Village. This intersection is the last one on Highway 4 before arriving at Boca Chica Beach, so it's used to control direct access to the beach. Once closer to liftoff, the roadblock is vacated as it's too close to safely remain there during a launch. Along with ground hazard zones, SpaceX will also work in conjunction with the U.S. Coast Guard to clear the nearby waters around the launch site. Once the ground hazard areas have been cleared, SpaceX will proceed with tank farm conditioning, a process that starts roughly 3 to 4 hours prior to launch. During tank farm conditioning, the subcoolers on the tank farm will slowly be filled with liquid nitrogen, and the liquid oxygen and liquid methane propellants will flow through the transfer lines from the ground tanks to the subcoolers. During tank farm conditioning, you'll probably see venting every now and then, including the now famous Pope vent. This is completely normal and expected. Although the timing can vary, especially if the launch is delayed into the window, this conditioning should last until about 1.5 hours prior to launch. This is when the conditioning goes from the tank farm to the propellant lines that go to the launch area. This conditioning will see the flow of propellants from the subcoolers out to the launch mount and launch tower. This process will be noticeable because a vent will appear on both the OLM and the tower while it's happening. The vent on the launch mount will start off weak at first, but will progressively grow in intensity as we get closer to the start of propellant load on the booster. As for the tower vent, it'll start at a normal intensity and will stay active for a few minutes before weakening or completely disappearing. Then, it'll come back again and with significantly more power as we get close to the start of propellant load on the ship. At around this point in the countdown, we should also see venting from the booster chines closer to the launch tower. This is a sign that carbon dioxide is being loaded into the tanks, which will feed the vehicle's fire suppression system during flight. While this conditioning is happening, the SpaceX flight director will conduct a poll with operators to decide whether or not to proceed with propellant load. Here's hoping that later today, everything is go for Starship.
So, to be very clear, guys, though, all the tanking stuff that Elysia was talking about in that video, that's happening a little bit later in the day. We're still a little ways out, but we do enjoy hanging around with you guys and enjoy your company. And honestly, if you look up at that T0 time, no earlier than in the top left corner of your screen there, it says 6 hours, 58 minutes. Did it say?
Gonna fly by.
It's gonna go by real fast. Fast.
That's shorter than one of my flights when I've gone to the US. In those, when you're in an airplane, time slows down quite rapidly. It's the opposite of this.
Right? Yeah, exactly. Yep. It's weird like that. And then you get into the time singularity that is Boca Chica when you're here now. So we are just observing it. So those 7 hours are going to go by real quick. It's going to go fast. But yeah, that was a good video on the timelines. You can check out those videos. We have them posted on the NSF channel. Like if you want a clarification on the timelines, I mean, you could always just ask tag at NASA Spaceflight if you have a question. I'll try my best to get to it. You're best. No, I will get to them as best as I can. And yeah, we'll go from there. I'm going to plug through some support, though, right now. The support queue is getting long, and I don't like it. I don't like it. All right, so we got Mr. Coffee here. Swear jar. Oh, hey, we appreciate the $2 super chat. Yeah, keep it classy in the chat. Keep it classy. Keep it classy. Unlike me, all right? Do as I say, not as I do. Wait. No, it's got to be your bowl. Anyway, cool. We got Miss Daisy here with a $50 super chat. No bad juju allowed. Delprevent said, Juju, we should be treated to the hype video. The hype video comes when it's time to get hype. We're still 7 hours out. Even though that 7 hours is going to go by quick, Miss Daisy, you got to employ hype videos at the same time. We don't want to build everybody up and then say, no, it's 6 hours away. Can't do that. The hype video will come. It will come.
You're going to wait 6 hours. It's usually around T minus 1 hour. Oops, I said the secret.
Oops.
Oh, dude, you're giving away all of our best tricks.
Oh no.
Oh no. All right. We got Robert Anderson with 100 Swedish krona there. That's $10.49 super chat in America units that I can understand. All right, let's see. Want to say thank you for randomly appearing on your YouTube feed a couple of years ago. You really ignited a passion in me. Cheers from Sweden and well done. Hey, yeah. Thanks, buddy. Yeah, dude, thank you for the tip and our pleasure. I don't know about you guys. That's what makes me happy. Like, I love this stuff and I want to show people how cool it is. I want to show you guys how awesome this stuff is, and I want to have a good time doing it. So, it gives you a good thrill when you teach somebody something. So I appreciate it. Hedge. All right. We got Andrew Keller here becoming a Red Team member. Thank you very much. We got Ricky Two Wires. Hey, Ricky Two Wires, you got a Red Team membership there. Good for you. Good for you. You're a made Red Team member now. Good at that. Ricky Two Wires. Gotcha. All right. We have Graphite Check becoming a Pad Rat member. I like that. That's pretty good. And then we got Starship Troopers. We've got me to Plaid. He's gone to Plaid. He must have secret hyperjets on that super chat.
Yeah.
Appreciate the War Games reference. Dude, I got you.
Such a good movie.
Mr. Potato Head, back doors are not secrets. All right, anyway.
I want you to comb the desert. Hear me? Comb
that. We ain't found nothing, man. All right. Anyway, we got Grusu 19,840 with a €5 super chat. Here's to the Make Alex Watch All the Star Things fund.
Yeah.
Okay.
What do we got? Star Wars, Star Trek, Stargate, Babylon 5, Battlestar Galactica, Farscape. Man, I could go down the list. But yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, you should start with TOS. TOS is a good place to start.
Mm-hmm.
And then we got Ananta Dongri there with the $2.28 super chat. If you think about it, current rocket engines and ships are basically the equivalent of horse-drawn carts for the space exploration age. I would say sailboats. Yeah, pretty much. You know, in all seriousness, we do need those dilithium crystals. That would be pretty sweet.
I would love an NX class right now, you know.
Oh, that would be great.
Even just an NX class. Yeah.
That'd be fun. I'll take the Titan II with Zephram Cochrane on it. That's fine.
Right?
Yeah, that would be totally cool. That'd be totally cool. Okay. Let's see.
Galaxy Quest. That's a good one.
Never give up, never surrender. You're not going to beat me on sci-fi, guys. I've seen all of them. How many? All of them.
Yeah. All
right. So I got a question queued up here from Matt Walker. This is for you, Alex. If we donate, 1,000 pounds sterling to the fund, will you watch everything, Alex?
You don't need to. No, you don't need to do any of that. It's okay. I can do it for free. I can have fun already without. No, it's okay. Don't even. No.
I
But
mean,
yeah,
it's entirely up to you guys. We, you know,
yeah.
we appreciate all tips. They are not expected; they are earned in my mind. So anything you want to contribute, we appreciate it. If you don't think we've earned that money, you know, that's fine. But if you do, it's appreciated, not expected.
I'm getting some DMs, and I think I have already a person that's gonna force me to watch these. So yeah, no need at all.
Oh, chat's gonna quiz me now. I done goofed. That's not good. I really walked into that one. Did I watch Blake 7? No, I've not seen that. Yep, nope, yep. I you know, it's that internet theory. This is a rule of live streaming. You know, if you don't know something, you know, if believe me, like if you don't know how to do something, you haven't seen something, you just say it, you know, people will tell you, you know, like I say, like, oh, you're not going to throw one by me. Someone's like, okay, challenge accepted. And then you throw one by me. So that's on me. I played myself. That's totally on me. Totally on me. I messed up. All right. Okay, we got Papa Hawkeye here with a $10 super chat. A kid in my school did a project on the history of rocket science. It was a blast to the past. Sawyer isn't even here, man. Sawyer ain't even here, right? There's no need to pun. You don't need to lie to these people, okay? Okay? All right, we don't need to do that. I mean, you can if you want. Tim Tulowitzki upgraded to a red team member. Thank you very much. And then we got Andrew Maskell here becoming a Capcom member. Andrew, thank you very much. All right. Oh, geez. Here we go. Yeah. Lady May, $5 super chat. You said you've seen all the sci-fi movie shows. Does this include the Babylon 5 spin-off Crusade? I have not seen Crusade. All right.
Ooh,
so this is the part where you do to me what you did to Alex, and it's fine. It's fine. But you guys got to remember, I do my homework. Okay. I do my homework. Just saying. All right. Let's see. All right, let's keep going. So once again, we're at about 6 hours, 50 minutes out. We're still a little ways out, but we're sitting here enjoying the company, watching the world go by in front of that beautiful starship in front of us from the Danger Dune. I like the Orville, Elijah, for what it's worth. Or the Orville's great. But I'll tell you what, shameless plug, Strange New Worlds, like Prime Star Trek, very good. Very good. If you haven't watched Strange New Worlds, watch it.
Orville, Strange New Worlds. Oh yeah. I love the first two seasons of Orville were fun. When they got that budget and all the time to do the VFX for Hulu for season 3, ooh, that was good stuff.
Really came into its own commercially and artistically.
I wish there was a 4th season. I wish.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. All right. Let's go back to the questions. Let's go back to getting technical stuff here. Alex, I got something for you. This is from Schnuffle. Why do the sea level Raptors on the ship fire longer than the RVACs?
Well, there's a couple of reasons there. The first one is when you want to get into orbit, you need a bit of a good precision there, especially with this kind of ship where it needs to get to the right trajectory there. So you want to sort of stagger the shutdown of the engines, right? And given that the RVACs don't have any gimbal capability, they cannot move or anything, then you want to shut down those first so that you can at least get some control with the remaining engines that are still lit up, and those are the center engines. But also, there's the matter that, excuse me, I think the plumbing is also different on how it goes to because for Block 2, if you remember, they have now the dedicated transfer lines for the RVAC engines, and then you've got one single transfer line for the center, which sort of goes into a manifold and then spreads to the other sort of to the all of the 3 center engines. So just because of that, for example, just like on the booster, when they do booster engine cutoff, or most engines cut off, I guess, they also do this thing of like staggering it. And so you want to do it that way so that you decrease the loads on the vehicle smoothly. So you first do the RVACs, finalize the burn with the center engines. Again, those are the ones that have gimbaling, so you can do that and still control the ship, right? And so that way you can keep. You don't do any sort of like Ship 33 or Ship 34 where they lost engines all over the place and then they start spinning and all that. You don't want that. So yeah, that's essentially it.
So it's about loads. I mean, guys, you'd be surprised how easy it is to pop one of these things. And you know what definitely pops it? Leaks on the ship quick disconnect, eh, Ryan?
Yeah, so there you can see the venting from, well, at this time we figured out it popped, so they broke it. And then during the night, they go ahead and remove it here using, there's a winch at the top of the tower. I forgot they had those things installed, so I had a winch at the top of the tower, take that thing out. It looks like it decided to spin all the way down. And then they took it off the ship after setting it up, put the new one in. Took a little bit of adjustment here and there, but they got the new one installed because they had to kind of adjust it there. So got it over the thing, got it installed, and, here we are. Did all that over the course of a night.
Just another day at Starbase, dude.
Yeah, that. It looks like there's liquid going out from that QD arm. That's not good. That's not good.
Yeah, you said that crossing the LOX and methane streams was bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the other part is when that LOX leak happened, the entire tank farm and everything just shut off. It just auto shut down due to the leak, it's an impressive system to be able to detect that leak, it probably detected the drop in pressure in the line and then went, and then the tank farm control system went, that's not supposed to happen. Let's shut everything off to make sure, nothing breaks or anything like that. Is probably how it worked.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to the SpaceX control systems engineers. That's pretty well coded stuff, well written software there. No, I mean, detecting a leak, yeah, that's not good. All right, shut it all off. Shut it down. Did it automatically. That's pretty good. Control systems engineers are a very unsung hero in the aerospace engineering field, in my opinion. Control systems engineers are why Butch and Sonny got to the space station because of Starliner, right? The poppet seal and the valve. The control systems on Starliner shut it off because they knew it was because the computers knew it was overheating, which is pretty good. That would have been bad if that failed completely. Yep, that would have been very bad. Control systems engineers make the world go round. Good stuff. Good stuff. I got another question here from ActiveX here. Okay. How do we see them reducing the reliance on all the trucks as the launch cadence increases? Alex, I feel like this is right up your alley.
Well, they're building now an air separation unit. So they can take the air, literally, and take the nitrogen for the tank farm because they do all of this stuff essentially about the load of the subcoolers with the liquid nitrogen. They do the chill downs and everything, and then the liquid oxygen they can take that also from the atmosphere because it's like 20-something%, right? So they can take that, and then on the other hand, they have the methane. They have essentially this pipeline that they're going to be using in the future from Brownsville, at least here at Starbase. At the Kennedy Space Center, there's going to be a natural gas pretreatment facility where they're going to be taking out all of the impurities and just purify and put it into just into the what's it called? Into just the methane. Jeez. And so that's what they want to do. They want to be able to. They're not going to create the methane. They're just going to take the natural gas and turn it into, purify it and take the methane out of it, and then turn it into a liquid and be able to be used as a fuel for the rocket. But yeah.
It's like some of those tankers are finishing up here, and slowly but surely I'm watching cars leave away from Pad A and whatnot. So they're slowly clearing out. Still on track.
And Mike, no, they're not going to get trucks for the natural gas at Brownsville here at Starbase. They want to run the pipeline, and they're also going to get a pipeline for the Kennedy Space Center. They will end. It's not going to be the end of reliance on trucks, but it's going to drop significantly. Just with the air separation unit, they will not be needing to truck as many of these, liquid oxygen and liquid nitrogen trucks into the facility. I think there was one study that was thinking about potentially 75% drop in the number of trucks that they're going to be needing. So that's quite a drop in the trucks.
Highway 4 will be happy.
Yeah.
I mean, they still need to repave it, man. It's ridiculous going down there.
Speaking of that, they also have now a project to expand it to 4 lanes instead of 2 lanes, 1 each way. So there's gonna be 2 each way, and then there's also gonna be potentially I think it's gonna be concrete instead of just normal asphalt.
Yeah, it's right next to the Port Connector Road. They just made a concrete mixing, batch mixing plant, basically. So it's got the aggregates and everything. It's got the wet. It's got water as well. So basically, they bring it in, they mix it there, they put it in the trucks right then and there, and they might even add additives right then and there. And that's what's helping supply the pores for the Gigabay. And very likely, it seems like a more permanent kind of mixing plant, so I would kind of expect it to be used for Highway 4 as well. So they just kind of have it and can mix it on site, which makes it a lot easier rather than having to truck it all over the place.
It still will take time. We were seeing before some of that work sort of to the left of this view is right now that air separation unit that they're building on site. It's still very early. They're just now drilling the piles and things like that. It's going to take a while until all of that goes up, and even more time for Kennedy Space Center in Florida. And from there, they have even more launches planned than here from Starbase, because here from Starbase, they currently only have 25 launches a year. From Florida alone, it's over 100 launches per year that they will be allowed once they finish all of the reviews and everything, which should probably be in the next couple of months.
Cool. I mean, yeah, there's definitely going to be a lot less trucks going up and down that road, like that one right there. Look at that. What's he hauling? Oh, I don't think we could see the placard. Is it yellow? Yellow placard, yellow load indicator. That's LOX. What's the indicator for it, guys? I think it's 1077. I think you can always tell what it's hauling by the numbers and the diamond plate.
So it's been a minute.
Yeah, I also forgot. I used to know this when it was a lot. Like nowadays, it's like we just never point these cameras to the trucks because it's like, yeah, another truck. It's just another day.
1077 is flammable gas.
Okay.
I know that 1977 is liquid nitrogen. 1202 is diesel. 1203 is gasoline.
I thought 1202 was an Apollo alarm.
I mean, two meanings. I don't know why a truck would need to load indicate an Apollo alarm, but
1005 is nitrogen. I think it was 1977 is O2.
1977 is nitrogen, dude.
Nitrogen? Because I think is there a couple for nitrogen?
I think LOX is 1073.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. 1201, 1202. Anyway, sorry. Anyway, guys, the producers are getting mad at me for not doing a merch plug. No, seriously though. If you're interested in supporting us in other ways than doing a super chat or becoming a red team member, we do have a merch store. We do have patches. The patches rising from the ashes, Flight 10 patches. We've sold a good amount of these. They are for a limited time. If you want one, do it. If you want to complete the set, Starship patches, collect the whole set. No, we do have those. If you want to support us in other ways, go over there. If you want to get metal prints, the metal prints support the photographers that take the pictures. We got all kinds of photographers out there in the field. Jack's out there doing his thing, and I'll be honest with you, this is how he affords bacon. Okay, I'm not gonna lie to you. And you want Jack to have bacon. When Jack has bacon, you get better pictures. I'm just putting it out there. I mean, I think that's a pretty good deal.
Yeah, I think it's a good deal.
I think it's a pretty darn good deal. I mean,
by the way,
what's up?
These are recent prints. Like, if you guys were around yesterday and we talked about prints and things like that, I think these two were not there yesterday. So these are.
Do we have new ones?
I think so. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Here we go.
Max took
These are
that one.
brand new.
Oh, brand new, hot off the metal printing press from Max and Tyler there. That's fantastic. Yep. I actually really like that picture. That's a really good
a nice one.
The
real
launch,
golden hour stuff.
If they
it's like background
launched,
of Zoom kind of print. You will
I'm
put
gonna
back
say
for,
I'm gonna
for
go
Zoom.
out on the right. I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say that I think Max, touched that picture up to make it look like it's on Mars. I'm just putting it out there.
It does. It's orange.
It's orange. Oh geez. That one isn't though. The other ones are not orange.
The sunset photo, I'm pretty sure that was after the scrub, if I remember, because that was the sticks closing back in on the ship. That was, Max is saying not a ton of editing in the back. Like when you get storms around and you get a sunset, sometimes you get this really, really cool orange sky. And I not gonna lie, it would have been really cool if they had launched in that. It would have been a really cool backdrop, like really cool. But
you can get even more orange when there's like, the desert, the sand and everything in the air. We get that a lot here because I'm near the Sahara Desert. So it's like this really, really orange. It looks like you're on Mars kind of thing. Yeah. So it's really, really cool.
Man, all I get is hazy sky from the wildfires. That sounds a lot better.
Max is just that good.
This is from Ryan.
I was saying that the sunset picture, because that's from Ryan Caton.
Yeah, Ryan's the collage. 36, 37 rising from 36, the ashes. Or wait, did I not read that right? No, I'm just kidding. That's pretty cool. I like that. I like that collage. That's awesome. Very good stuff. And then Tyler also had a print he calls "Providing Power and a Window into Our Future."
That's from Tyler?
Yeah. That's awesome.
Super cool.
Once again, guys, if you've super chatted enough, you become a red team member, become a fat team member, you want to support us in other ways, we do appreciate it. We're just a bunch of regular dudes. Like, I'm telling you, we don't drive like Bentleys around or Mercedes or something. Jack has his Land Rover, and I have my truck from 1997. Like, most of this support goes right into supporting cameras that are giving you the shot that you see on the screen. No joke. We do this because we like it. It is very much a labor of love, and if you want to support us, appreciate it. If not, if you just want to enjoy the cast on the down low, that's cool too.
I should also say they do get paid, but photographers have this unhealthy habit of buying more things to produce even more amazing pictures. So this is why we sort of do this thing where part of the profit from that goes to them, so they can work on more stuff to get more awesome pictures and more shots like that, right? Like that's the whole deal.
Max is telling me in the back channel every morning, he looks in the mirror and says, "You will not buy another camera lens today. You will not." And then he does.
Max is in the back channel saying, "We're masochists." Yeah.
Oh, man.
Can we get another episode of Jack in the Wild? I think he's gone, Matthew.
Shuttle tanker.
Oh, that's the best one.
Shuttle.
Yep,
huh.
Yep.
If only there was a horse. Maybe we could, I don't know, summon Crispy.
I'm early. The perfect person to jump after.
Dude, the shuttle tanker summoned Chris.
What?
Oh my goodness.
I saw shuttle and I thought, well, I don't start until the top of the hour, but I'm going to barge in and just say, shuttle tanker. Ah.
But wait a minute. Why is it showing Enterprise in space, Chris? What's that about?
Yeah, it's a bit weird, isn't it?
Yeah, it's
a bit off, a bit wrong.
It's where Enterprise should have gone.
I agree. But they did, Challenger. Yeah. we don't talk about that. Anyway, with Chris B coming in here, he's going to take the helm of this stream. Chris, you have the controls, and I bid you guys adieu. I am EJ. I stream over on Twitch. I do weird stuff over there and teach people about spaceflight. But that is going to do it for my tenure here. Chris, like I said, you have the controls.
Great
See you
work,
later, everybody.
EJ. I'm going to spam chat with EJ's command. Because the way I do that is it means anybody can do it. You've got a command, yeah? Here's his
that's
Twitch
awesome.
channel. Yeah, you've had that for months, EJ. Come on. We're ahead of the
people
game
tell
on
me
the
these
commands. Right? So the good thing about commands is I could spam your URL for the Twitch channel into chat 5 times, and then it just scrolls off the end of the screen. With this way, look what chat's doing now. Chat is joining in with the command. So randomly, even when we're not even talking, someone could mention you and go, oh, EJ's got a command to do the command, EJ, and then there's your Twitch channel. That's the way we do it. That's the way we roll here. That's the way we roll.
I don't hate this.
No, you shouldn't, because it's good.
No, that helps me a lot personally. But I don't like plugging myself here when I'm at the helm. So if
That's
you
fine.
do it, that's fine.
Yeah,
All
that's fine. We'll plug on your behalf then. That's fine. No, I'm the same,
All right.
EJ. I don't like saying.
Yeah, we don't.
Hey, it's
we
me.
don't roll
Hello,
like that.
me.
Yeah, look at me.
Me.
Look at me and my Twitch stream. You know. Yeah, it's not my style, man. Anyway, I'll see you guys later. Chris, you're up.
Thank you, EJ. Right, so where are we with this interesting day so far? Because we had the hold, didn't we? And I think this is beneficial for people just logging in right now going, oh, so they are going for it. Well, it looked a bit iffy earlier because they held the countdown to the point it didn't come out of the T-minus 12-minute hold on the SpaceX website. We're all thinking, oh, what's going on here then? As we watch a shuttle tanker go by. Hang on a minute. Sorry, shuttle tanker. We all have to bow and wave at the shuttle tanker. Everyone in chat, wave at the shuttle tanker. I don't know why I said that. I don't know where that came from. Like, I'm now imagining 8,793 people waving at the screen, which would be quite funny. Everyone in chat is literally waving. I've gone mad with power. I'm like informing people to when they should wave or not. Right. Anyway, so yeah, we had the issue with the scrub yesterday where they had to replace a hose, and they were still replacing the hose as they were coming. What we expected to be the 12-hour hold come out of that. So we're thinking, oh, are they going to go for it today? But we heard nothing. SpaceX said nothing, and then suddenly they came out the hold. So I'm assuming we are on. But they can still stop this if they run out of times on the checkout. Ryan, where are we with this? Because I want to catch up myself.
As another tanker goes out, looks like, to fill up. They're still clearing stuff out. Their pad's not entirely clear. They're still, of course, offloading as we saw another tanker go down. The ship quick disconnect did a retraction test. I do not know if they did a purge or not. Currently the work platform is up on the ship, so they're still in and around the pad. Normally by now they've usually cleared out at this time around, so this is going to be more of a condensed countdown, which is a little bit different than what SpaceX has done in the past with Starship as a whole. As we see what caused the leak and the issue yesterday, they went and replaced the hose overnight. But it'll be interesting to see if they can condense their countdown, which their countdown is 12 hours, and we're right now at net 6.5. And they really only got the QD, the ship QD hooked up. I think it was around had it been like 8.5, 8. So we're still kind of waiting to see. I wouldn't say that they're definite. They are going to try. They're definitely trying. That's absolutely for certain at this point. But we'll have to wait and see if they can actually pull off the countdown in time. That's still to be seen. Because SpaceX hasn't said anything other than the fact that the road is closed and their countdown is running on their website.
Very good. Alex, based on what we're watching right now, on the live view on the right-hand side, of course, because on the left-hand side is not the live view, that's a replay, but what we're looking at right now, are you confident they can get through into what they need to do, which is, I assume, the next big milestone will be clearing the area and then getting the tank farm prepared?
Well, as Ryan was saying, it's going to take a little bit to figure out whether it's going to be on for today. We see this with Falcon 9 all the time, right, Chris? We were covering the CRS launch the other day. That they always try, even if they are very tight in time, they always try and see if they can achieve it, right? Think about it this way. If they do go through the countdown now because they are still counting down, right? And for some reason they don't have the time to prepare. Well, at least they are ready, right? And they could do it tomorrow in another way, right? So hopefully we see that going through today. Obviously, I'm gonna be selfish here. If they figure out that they cannot do anything today in terms of launch, please the earliest possible, so that we can then get ready for tomorrow and all that. Because I assume that if they don't go today, they will retry tomorrow, right? They have another window at the same time tomorrow. But again, it's too early to tell. 6 hours and a half to go, so they could try to squeeze all of those different events that they have to do until launch in just a shorter timeline.
See, bless Alex. We've got a back room where we can talk about things going on while we're doing the talkie. And Alex says, "Don't come to me for a minute." And I literally went, "And Alex, what do you think?"
Yeah.
So, Alex, go away for a minute. I'm not going to come back to you until you ping
I'm
me.
now good. I'm now good.
I feel
tried
so
to do
bad
what
about that.
Yeah, I tried to do what I was doing a little bit quickly. I'm gonna tell you a secret. I was finishing my sandwich, but anyways,
Oh,
that's what I was doing. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. I did it.
And it takes me a few minutes to warm up to the routine that we have, where I've got 3 screens in front of me because I've got 3 monitors. How fancy! One on the left hand side is literally what everyone in chat is watching right now, which is a YouTube channel. It's YouTube chat, live chat. I can watch everything coming through. The middle one is the panel where you do that NASA space flight. The question goes into a panel queue, and the things I can click on, and it goes on the screen. On the right hand side is our back room area where we can just discuss how we're doing the programming and stuff like that. And of course, it is far too much effort for Chris to move his head to the right to read what Alex was saying.
Yeah, it was just the last bite, and you know how what happens with the last bite, that it's like it takes a little bit more time, and so I was like, "Don't come for me for a minute, just in case." And well, I tried still to the answer as best as I
Deary
could.
me. That's my fault. I'm a numpty. Right, so I want to thank some people because I like thanking people. I think it's deserved as well. So I'm going to quickly do some thanks here because, again, this is the second attempt as well. I can't believe the support we got yesterday. So you really don't expect it to happen again on the second attempt, and it has happened again. We've got Wayne Mobsbley. Sorry, I'm butchering your name, but I put it on screen with no message and just a big super chat. Trevor Flynn. Add Starship Troopers to the list. I did hear you discussing sci-fi movies. I'm going to come back to that one. I'm going to come back to it. I'm going to do some more thanks. I'll come back to it because I want to discuss that movie. Alexander saw Kevin behind the scenes yesterday. So impressed. Oh, yeah, we do on the actual launch stream proper, which comes after the Stakeout. We have both the member multi-screen for all member levels, by the way. So you have to be a certain member. All member levels get to see like the production screens of all our cameras. We have like over 30 cameras involved in the launch, which is bonkers. And it scrolls through the cameras in like 9 boxes and things like that. But we also have a behind-the-scenes production. So you can see all our team behind the scenes, who are a big team, and you don't get to hear them all that often, working the production. Yes, Alex?
I was going to say, yesterday after the scrub, we stuck around a little bit longer after the stream to talk a little bit with members on the behind-the-scenes stream. So just saying, that's the kind of extra sort of perks that you get by watching that one.
Indeed, absolutely. Matthew, can we get another episode of Jack in the Wild? I think we did earlier, didn't we? Because we had a camera pointing at camera while he was setting one of the cameras, the remote cameras, because SpaceX put out a message to us in the media saying you've got like a 2-hour window where you want to recycle your batteries or whatever. I don't understand cameras, so it was worded better than that. But that's what we saw Jack doing. That's what Jack was doing. And now we're seeing, obviously, the area is being cleared. The sheriff is there. They're still getting tankers in. So, obviously, they're still not yet anywhere close to pad clear, but that's the next big milestone I'm hoping we're going to get. Shelby, using 30 instead of 30,000, I heard the rate wrong. Haha. It's one of the Olympic South. Well, you're talking about swimming pools. There we go. Every 2 minutes, which is very fast. Was that about a propellant loading speed, I assume, from earlier in the stream? Ryan?
It might have been, yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
We were talking.
But it's true. I mean, it's absolutely fascinating because I'm so used to, because we cover them every single time and there's so many of them, the Falcon 9 launches. You'd assume that prop loading this absolutely massive vehicle in comparison to Falcon 9. Falcon 9 is no small vehicle, but Starship is huge. I would have assumed a good 2 hours or so to fuel the thing, but How does it work, Ryan? Have they got like better pumps or something? How can they propel this vehicle in under an hour?
You set up the you basically set up the system to where your lines are big enough to have the correct flow rate. You have enough subcooling capacity to where you can subcool enough propellant in the time allotted. And then the other part of that is well, actually, there's two other parts. The next step, I guess we're kind of working backwards on this one. You have large enough size pumps with a high enough flow rate to actually be pushed through those large propellant lines as well as the subcoolers and to the vehicle. And then the other part of that, so that you don't destroy your propellant tanks, your storage tanks, is you need a lot of gas. And basically, like, you need either LOX, or I should say gaseous O2 and gaseous methane. Basically, you need that because you have to backfill the tanks. Because as you empty the tank out, you create a void in the top of the tank. And if you pull it too quickly without having enough backfill gas, you'll create a void and a negative pressure zone. And if the tank was in any way damaged, you could do a wham and like crunch the tank and basically like crunch the tank. If anyone has seen the Mythbusters episode where they do that to the train car tanker, if it was damaged and in the right circumstances, they could do that to one of them if they weren't careful enough. But basically, they need to make sure that, you know, they have enough backfill pressure. So it's a combination of things that allows you to do that. Now, I will kind of say this for Pad B as well. For Pad B, they're going to up the stakes. They're going to up the stakes. So larger lines, more subcooling capacity, more pressure for backfill, and larger pumps. So you'll be able to fill it even faster, which the expectation is 30 minutes or less for the full stack on Pad B, rather than in just under an hour, which is nuts, but that's kind of what it is.
Yeah. Space Perp. We need some Space Perp soundboard music. If I had a soundboard, I could have done it for you, Space Perp, but I'm yet to acquire a soundboard, much to my dismay. Although I think there's a good reason why I've not got one yet, because I know that on a launch day stream, which is what we're on right now, the last thing you want is me pressing buttons and just having crazy sound effects going through the stream. But Space Perp has done $100 tip. Forgot to tip Chris P. Thanks, friend. You don't have to tip me, and it isn't tipping me. It's supporting what we're doing. It goes into what we're providing you. And Space Perp, you have done so much of that. I mean, it is absolutely bonkers, the amount of support you've done. So thank you on my behalf. I will take it as directed as me, but as in helping NSF. So that's very much appreciated. Absolutely amazing support, Space Perp. Seriously. Alicia, thank you for all your hard work. So, I said this yesterday. It's like people walking into a furniture store, purchasing one of these chairs, going to the checkout, handing over the money for the chair, and then walking out, before you walk out of the furniture store, going back to the checkout and saying, by the way, I love your work, I love your chairs, thank you for everything you do. It's just like that. It sounds bonkers, but that is what it is. People are literally supporting us and then saying thank you as well, which is, you know, I'll never get bored of that. It's absolutely amazing. Chris W., one of our teams, gifted a Red Team membership. You bonkers Scotsman. And has become a Padrock member as well. So welcome, Ad, to the membership. You'll get access to those member streams I was talking about as well, which is really cool. I did say, Ryan, I was going to go back to Starship Troopers. I think that movie, yes, it's a bit silly, but it's also extremely clever. It's one of dystopian kind of like, it's got political elements to it. It's got like, how would you describe it, Ryan? I've watched it several times, and I'll never get bored of it. I just think it's so cleverly done in a very dark way.
So yeah, citizenship or what is it? Oh man, now I even forgot the quote.
Service guarantees citizenship.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah. But it's it's always a great movie to watch. I think they're trying to get some more high pressure tanks backed in here. He's having kind of fun backing it in at the moment though.
I'll tell you what, have we got any truck? Have we got any...
EJ is getting mad at me that I forgot that quote in the back channel. Yeah, I know. All right, EJ.
I was going to say, hang on, Ryan, have we got any truck drivers in chat? Because I find it's fascinating how you reverse one of these trailers. Obviously they go through, they don't just put them in a truck cab and say all the best. there's training involved, but I would struggle with this left, right, and centre. I would not be good at this. And I'm sure we've got a lot of truck drivers in chat at some point. So, credit to how this is done, because this looks
backing
not
up with that thing. I always I play American Truck Simulator, and whenever you have to do any of this, I always skip it because it's a mess. It is a mess, and that's in a game. Imagine in real life. I cannot imagine me doing any of this. I will probably break the thing.
Yeah, because look, it's like at a right angle. I mean,
Yeah.
you're reversing, but you're going. Oh. Yeah, I would not get my head around this. So all props to truck drivers. I think it's a nice little shout out to truck drivers who might be in chat and go, we never get mentioned for anything. And there's lots. I'm seeing them in chat. There's lots of truck drivers, which is really cool. So amazing. Really cool. Again, it's a sidebar. It's Stakeout stream. This is where we're not exactly T-minus 10 minutes to launch and we're talking about truck reversing.
We got a lot of truck drivers.
We have, haven't we?
Yeah.
Which is really cool. But yeah, we're 6 hours to launch. That's why we're just nattering, as we say over in Yorkshire. We're just nattering with you all in chat, watching the preparations for hopefully a launch today of Flight 10, Booster 16, Ship 37. Everything looks attached there as far as the ship quick disconnect, and that hose hopefully behaves itself. Now it's being replaced. So it's a completely different hose, so it doesn't have to behave itself. It just needs to work better than the previous hose they'd taken down and replaced. There we go. I've got lots of questions here. If you say shuttle 3 times in a mirror, rumour is Chris B will appear behind you. That sounds a bit sinister almost. I'm not Beetlejuice. Dear me. Eric asks, how many Raptor 3 engines have we seen? Curious if they're mass producing them yet for V3. Well, we've got McGregor Live where we can see them being tested. I can't remember, Ryan, what we're up to on serial numbers on the Raptor 3s we've seen passing our camera at McGregor Live.
We're into the 30s somewhere, like low 30s, I think is the last we've seen. So yeah, they're still making them. I'm kind of curious if they're in production now because of that. The Raptor 3 that we see in the office building really looks more like a flight, close to a flight, what a flight engine would likely look like for a Raptor 3. But I don't know at this point.
And we are keeping a very close eye on keeping a close eye on this. Of course, we're keeping a close eye on it, but there's extra emphasis on us hoping that this Block 2 ship has some redemption after there have been some issues this year. I say some issues, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. There's been some bad issues with the V2, or the Block 2, depends what you would call it, before they move on to the V3, which is not this mission and not the next mission, but the one after that, Flight 12. But of course, the question I've got here now is, and I think it's a good question, because we've seen the booster perform very well. The booster's been great during these recent missions, but they will be upgrading that as well. And the question from Ijar is, do you think the next booster will be successful right off the bat, or will it need some trial and error like the ship? Ryan, what do you think? Do you think the next iteration of the booster should be pretty much good because of what we're seeing with this current version of the booster, or do you think that might potentially suffer the same issues they've had when they've upgraded to the V2 on the ship?
As with all things new and kind of clean sheet designs is what Block 3 booster is. I don't know. They might have teething pains with it. It might work right away. It's one of those things is the engineers who designed it, how well you tested it, and then you just got to flight test it and see how it works. It's one of those things that sometimes you just don't know until you fly it. And it might work right off the bat, it might not. So
very good. We did see on a wide shot while we were watching the tankers earlier before I came on. I noticed we showed a wide shot where we could see that. I don't even know what the thing's called. I know the company's called call it Malcolm. I'm going to put the Malcolm thing in chat right now because it's got a silly little Nightbot command, but it's basically digging massive holes for this air separation plant that they're building opposite the launch site. And I've got a question relating to that, Alex, if you can take it, which is Eric asking, any paperwork filed to show underground pipelines from the air separation they're building to the tank farm?
I think they have not done that yet. They have only done the air separation unit itself, the paperwork for that. But maybe Orion might be better suited for that because he's been following that closer than me.
I haven't seen any underground pipelines, but
Yeah.
that'd be the only thing I think they could do. Because I don't think they would route cryogenic pipelines over Highway 4. I don't think they would do that. I think it would go under it. And then basically, they would just hook. What you could basically do is you run them right under and go right to the fill lines, basically there, and just hook into the primary LN2 and LOX pipes, and you just flow it in, and it'll flow and you can flow it into the tanks. It's actually relatively simple. You can either do it by pressure or pump it over, basically.
Very good. Kevin Bradford asks, is there a chance that those on the ISS could see today's launch or re-entry? Now, that's a tough one. Do we know, based on the launch time, and again, we've got a window, so it doesn't necessarily mean we've got a T0 yet, because it could push into the window. We'd have to find a way of tracking if the ISS would pass in that inclination during that 1 hour. Is there any way we can work that out? I don't want to give Alex or Ryan the question, because I don't know how they could answer it, but... we did see the trail of a Starship launch from once, didn't we? I think from the ISS. Alex?
Every now and then they try if the orbits align correctly. I remember when Don Pettit was up there, he tried at least for flights 5 and 6, if I'm not mistaken. And he got the sort of the plume of 6 because he had already launched. And so... he was not able to actually see the launch, but there was the plume from the launch in the air, so he caught that. From the ISS, he was able to catch that.
I had to make a double take with Kevin Johnson in chat saying this topic is boring. He was talking about the Malcolm. It took me a second to get that one. You nearly got me, Kevin. I was like, "What? That's a bit rude." No, it's not. He's talking about the Malcolm. The Malcolm device that's boring holes into the beach end. Oh,
that's the picture that I referenced. So you can see there the ground and everything, and then we've got also the when it goes through max Q and all that it sort of creates these clouds of condensation, and that is right after Flight 6 happened.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, it's stunning, really, when we think about it. And I've actually, I can mention shuttle. I will find out what mission it was, but I tweeted it a few years ago. I was going through RL2 depository of shuttle missions, and one of them is from a shuttle mission of this view going over Boca Chica, and it's got the whole area, and there's not one sign of SpaceX there. I mean, this is obviously the shuttle era. There was nothing close to that. But it is kind of amazing to compare it. I'm kind of hoping that we do get one where we can compare that photograph's angle from the shuttle mission. I'll find it. I'll find it during this stream and compare it with one they get from the ISS maybe during, say like this, and try and compare, because they've built the area up. But ironically, I don't think they've made much of a footprint. I think, to their credit, it's still very much like a beachfront, and it's got lots of its dunes and grass. It's not like they've completely concreted it over the place. They've got 2 large areas, production site and the launch site, but they are in a wider shot, not that big of a footprint. I always make that point because people think, they've concreted the entire area. It was a beautiful nature reserve, and it's all concrete now. It's not. It really isn't. It's quite surprising. Ryan, I've got a question for you here. This is definitely a Ryan question. Stephen Lewis asks, can they put braces on the RVACs for static fires to prevent damage? Can RVACs injure themselves during firing at the hot stage altitude?
At hot stage altitude, you're in rarefied air at that point. There's not much atmosphere at that altitude. It's not going to matter that much. At that, for the reason why they do it at sea level is because they're optimized for vacuum, optimized when there's not a lot of air up there, so they can damage the nozzles. And not only that, if they vibrate too much, they can bang against the ship as well, the ship skirt, which will damage not only the nozzle but the ship as well. So you don't want to do that. So that's why they put braces on them and whatnot. They even put braces on them if they fire them at McGregor as well. So.
Very good. You know what? My mind has wandered back to the boring thing, because the fun thing is, I think a lot of people appreciate this, but some people don't. I've said this a few times, and people have been kind of like, "Oh yeah, it's true." if you think about Elon Musk's companies, you've got the likes of the Boring Company. And yes, that's about building underground roads so you can avoid traffic jams and what have you, and put, roll your Cybertrucks and your Teslas through this underground thing. But if you think about it, and especially take into account the recent presentation that Elon did, and there's a segue to this as well, you can see that a lot of the infrastructure will be below ground level. So I can imagine some of the Boring Company technology will be utilized on Mars. A lot of things that Elon's companies do have that focus on Mars. Look at the Optimus robots. Oh. Hello, Alex.
Looks like we've got people up on the quick disconnect.
I say I'm saying just because I want the pad clear, but that could be nothing. Could that technically be part of the process they do? Literally, once they've reattached the plate of the ship quick disconnect back to the vehicle, that they then do another final check with a human on the end of the arm.
No idea. They have at least 2 people up there. They're looking at the umbilicals, it seems like.
Give me a vibe check, Alex. What's your vibe telling you?
I think they're doing some last checkouts, is what I think they're doing at least.
Yeah.
That'll work. Again,
Some
6
say,
hours.
Look at the. Like, you can see how tiny they are compared to the rocket.
Yeah. But yeah, 6 hours.
Queue, I would say, Chris, sorry.
Yes.
The biggest queue will be once they're done checking this stuff, if they go back into the arm and then they retract the work stand and then they all leave the launch site. That'll be the biggest queue, is if we're good to go and the ship QD is good and they can proceed with final checkouts with the ship, and would be tank farm chill down within the next 3 hours or so. So that's what I think they're doing at this point. I think they can make it, but we'll see.
Right. The segue I was going to make was about Elon's previous presentation inside the Star Factory, where we got quite a long duration roadmap for SpaceX to their city on Mars, a self-sustaining city on Mars, which is an amazing thing. Let's face it, it's hard to be against that goal because it is a key part of Elon's philosophy of making life multiplanetary. But my primary thought is we're going to get a base on Mars. That's my kind of like motivation to wanting to see that happen. And Varys asks, is the Elon talk happening today? Because Elon did say they were going to do a technical update yesterday. They put out a Spaces feed, so it was going to be audio only. And that's something we could have fed into our stream, by the way. So if Elon does do a talk today, which we don't yet know he will do, then we will feed it into our live stream, so you won't miss a thing. But yes, we've heard nothing so far, unless, Alex, you've heard something different, but I've not seen any notification of a potential talk today.
I haven't seen anything, and I want to say what I said yesterday, that given some of the comments that we saw from other employees at SpaceX, it didn't seem like it was at least just an Elon talk, right? It seemed like at least 2 other officials were going to be on that talk. One of them was the vice president of Starship Engineering at SpaceX, and the other one was the vice president of launch at SpaceX. So I think that was going to be a proper technical discussion. I don't know if they did it in the end and sort of recorded it and they're going to be putting it out, or if they just reschedule it. I know a lot of people said, well, maybe it was because Elon, it's true that he was still getting to Starbase at the time that talk was supposed to happen. We also saw some lights overnight at the rocket garden. They were like shining some lights on the ships there, on the booster and everything at the rocket garden. So I don't know, maybe it happened there, for example, and they recorded it, and maybe they'll put it out after the launch. We'll see, but definitely not today. There's at least no confirmation that it's going to be today. But if there is, you know the drill. We're going to be covering it here, and also the socials and everything. I know Elisa will probably be happy that I mentioned the socials.
You know what? It is worth mentioning the socials because people, I primarily post on X, and that's because I'm just used to it and that's my kind of responsibility. But we have an entire team behind the scenes who look after the other feeds like Facebook, Instagram, even TikTok, which I've never used in my life, and Instagram and Threads. So the reason why we did that was because, as you know, I don't need to go into depth about it. A lot of people prefer different media on their social feeds. They don't all necessarily have X accounts. They don't all necessarily go on Facebook. And that way it covers all the bases. But also, the good thing I think is very important as well is there's no copy and pasting. It's not like I post on X and then they just basically mirror it on Facebook and mirror it on the other accounts as well. They do their own work. And I find the Facebook feed even better than the X feed. And I say that as someone who does the X feed. I think that the Facebook page, I've always found is much better. So yeah, that's why we do all different social medias. That guy is definitely on the end of that umbilical. He will have a safety line, by the way. Don't worry, guys. He's not balancing act.
He's standing on the hoses, basically, is what it is.
Well, don't cause another leak.
Or at least he's trying to climb around him. I'll put it that way. Now he's getting down.
Yeah.
It might
By
be
the way,
hooking up the final parts of this. So.
Producer extraordinaire Kevin Michael Reed is informing me that Spaces now also has video. So it could be, if they, again, as Alex mentioned, they've not got one planned yet now, but if they do replan this Spaces, it might also be video. That will not affect us providing you it anyway, because we can put that into our feed as well.
Yeah, we mentioned that yesterday as well, that, yeah, sure, Spaces, they do have video. But then again, why not just do a proper live stream, right? That's what they wanted to do on the May presentation, right? The May presentation. You can go to SpaceX's X feed and whatever, and there's a tab that says highlights. You scroll down, you can find still the tweet that they put out for that live stream that they never did it in the end, right? They just recorded it and then put it out as a video after the fact. But yeah, I mean. Maybe it was going to be with video, maybe it was just going to be audio only. We saw that, for example, with Polaris Dawn last year, where they have a bunch of officials at SpaceX with the crew and, talking about all of the technical stuff about the mission and doing a Q&A. So we'll see.
I know chat sometimes likes to troll and what have you. And I don't think this is a troll. I think it's quite funny, actually. No Good God says, standing down, he's done a fake SpaceX post saying, standing down today's launch attempt just to waste NASA space flight's time. Laughing my own. I won't say the full explanation of what that acronym is. I nearly did. Nearly got me there. But I tell you one thing, if they did, it's not wasting our time. We can't beat this. This is LiveViews, the world's largest rocket. It doesn't matter if it launches or not today. We still get to cover it. And I think it's fun, and we get to talk about it, and we get all these great camera views. So there'd be no wasting of time. I guarantee you that straight away. So I really enjoy it. I just thought I'd pick that one out because it's quite funny. Ryan, is there going to be a Block 4 Starship?
Eventually. It'll be an extended ship, an extended booster. They cannot stretch the booster right now because, well, Mega Bay 1 can't fit it. So they have to wait for Giga Bay to be completed in order to stretch the booster anymore.
And when do you think we're going to see that? Because, again, we're all getting excited about what version 3 will bring to the table. And my thought process was, once they get into that version, that will be pretty much a workhorse for a couple of years, at the very least, to get the launch cadence up, to get the flight experience up, to get some operational missions going and what have you. When will they need V4?
When will they need it?
Oh, Alex, yeah. What's the point? I mean, what would be the point in time that Block 4 or V4 would be required in SpaceX's roadmap?
Well, I mean, one of the things about V4 is that it just gives them more capability. So in terms of needing, they might need it now, right? In terms of when they can, yeah, because it's a larger vehicle, right? It's a larger ship, larger booster. The big problem right now that they have is that they cannot build it because the booster, I think it goes something to like 80 meters tall and things like that, or at least close to 80 meters. It cannot fit in the mega base, right? They need the gigabay for that. And so for the time being, they will have Block 3. It's still more capable than Blocks 1 and 2. But to go to the much even more capable Block 4, they will need the gigabay to be able to fly that one. Unless they do some kind of Block 3.5 where, they don't stretch the booster, but they still stretch the ship even more. Right? Then I can see maybe some kind of 3.5 version or something like that, where the ship gets stretched to the same height as the one for Block 4. and then they stretch the booster. Just like they did with this, like they stretched the ship first, right? And now they're about to stretch the booster with the Block 3 version. So maybe they'll do the same when they move to Block 4, because the ship doesn't have any height limitations. They can go up to 70 meters if they want to, and it still fits in the mega bay. But with a booster, they already are pretty much at the limit. So they're gonna need the gigabay for the taller boosters.
Yeah, Borkley Pork, what a great username. Asks, and Ryan, I'll give you this one because I know we've got some information. Have there been any reports from SpaceX about the changes in the Block 2 ships that causes their loss? So we can go through what the failure modes were on these recent missions with Block 2, maybe.
Well, you had the harmonic vibrations on Ship 33. That could have been an issue with the change to the transfer tubes. And they might have put accumulators on the ends of the transfer tubes. It's kind of hard to tell. We were looking to see if they had that with the exploded remains of Ship 36. At least I didn't see anything off the top of my head, but I'd have to go ask like Nick or Ring Watchers or whatever to figure that one out again. And then so they solved that in like a month, which is pretty impressive. Then they had a preloading issue with the Raptor mounts, which, for those who don't know, preloading basically means they didn't torque it down enough, or they didn't think the torque on it was enough, which is kind of odd to discover this at this point in the program. But considering how many ships they've actually flown, if you include like all the way back to even like SN5, SN6, it is kind of odd to run into something like that at this point. And then with Ship 35, they had an issue with the canister and diffuser that basically spreads out the gas at the top of the methane tank that goes through the forward dome. That had failed, which allowed autogen gas to go into the payload bay, which caused pressurization issues in the payload bay, caused pressurization issues in the methane tank, so they had RCS problems. And then on top of that, they couldn't open the door because there was literally air pressure pushing against the door. So that's just a combination of the problems they had with there. And then, of course, 36, well, COPV blew up and took the ship with it when it ruptured some header tank transfer lines. They have made changes and fixes, as they've talked about in their updates over time, to put into newer V2 ships, as well as trying to update like the drive section and other places of Block 3 of ship, so that these issues don't happen on that vehicle. And the hope is that when they transition to Block 3, it's somewhat more of a clean slate. They've gone back and maybe changed things here and there, and it'll actually work. That's the hope, anyways.
Yep. And it's something we keep a very close eye on during this launch, which we all hope goes well. I mean, it's not a bad thing to say we hope it goes well. Some people go, that's just being fanboyish and that's not being objective. We cover rockets. We want rockets to do well. Simple as that. So I think it's completely fine for me to go on a stream and say that as managing editor, which is the one thing I'm good at. Everything else I'm rubbish at. I don't know about cameras and things like that. It's amazing the team we've got behind the scenes who make this all work, because I wouldn't have a clue on my own. I do like this shot, by the way, Ryan. I like this shot. This shows a really good perspective of the differences between the orbital launch mounts on Tower 1 and Pad 1 and Pad 2. I'm feeling very confident about Pad 2. Maybe just from a visual standpoint, it just looks like how it probably should have been from the start. Maybe, Ryan, is that a fair comment for me to say?
I would just say this: when they went to design McGregor, okay, when they designed that and they went to test original Falcon 9s, and of course Alex can jump in here if he wants to. They started when they originally tested Falcon 9s. They did it on the tripod stand, which of course then was turned into Raptors, and now it's not used anymore. When they went to the more powerful version of Falcon 9, they then built a flame trench with a bucket and a diverter. Okay, they did that. And then, well, when they decided to go to Starship, which just the ship alone with 6 engines has like, what is it? It's multiple times the thrust of a Falcon 9. It's got a significant amount more thrust than even a single stick Falcon 9. They decided to fire it like 8 meters above the ground at a flat face of concrete. And then they did that for the OLM, where it was only like 15, 20 meters up. I say only, but yeah, only when you're firing 33 engines at max power for 33 Raptor engines. That was never going to work in the long term. I'm sorry, it was never going to work in the long term. They went to a design that has worked for rockets and engine testing forever, and that's a flame trench design with a diverter and a flame bucket. And I think it'll work great. It'll be awesome. What is he gonna?
Yeah.
I can see it in the background.
Because I haven't actually.
Actually, go on, Alex.
Yeah, so you mentioned the Falcon 9. It is true that they built the bigger flame trench and everything for Falcon, because he mentioned Falcon 9, so I thought, hey, I'm gonna correct him. It is true that they built that, but it was built for two reasons. The first one is it was not that the tripod was not enough. It was just more about the noise, because being up there on the tripod, you don't have any sound suppression or anything like that. And it got too powerful, and people were complaining, right? They still complain with all of the Raptor work and everything, but now that they're going with proper flame trenches and water deluges and everything out there at McGregor, things are probably going to be a little bit more calm for the locals. But yeah, that's one of the things they did. And also, because they originally thought, let's build this big, huge flame trench, because this is where we're going to test all 3 cores of Falcon Heavy together. That was the original idea. So the test stand is sized for 3 Falcon 9 cores firing together. And there we can see when they used to fire those Falcon 9s on the tripod stand, then that was converted to fire Raptors, by the way. We have it on our recent Raptor video where we talk a little bit about the brief history of this stand there.
And before we go, I just want to say they're firing into a flame bucket on that. I truly don't. This is just the SpaceX. I don't know why they thought the suborbital stands were good for those vehicles, or that mount, the way it's designed, would have worked in the long term. I don't know why they were thinking that. Every rocket in the past has used a trench, pretty much every single one. Like I know they were trying something new, but it clearly didn't work, and it works for the basic stuff that it needs to, but beyond that, it doesn't really work that well. It doesn't.
Tripod stand, my beloved. That is no longer being used now. That's why we moved our cameras in McGregor Live, by the way. We moved it to the new test stands, which has worked out very well, because a new position means we now get the VRD, where they actually have the Raptors on trailers passing by our cameras, which allows us to track the engine numbers we were talking about in earlier questions. So that's worked out rather nicely, although I do miss the tripod stand. I thought it was visually wonderful to watch the firings on there, especially with the thrust level changes, which you could see in the Mac Diamonds, and the relights and things like that, and the occasional booms, which you get at test sites. That's a normal thing. That's completely fine. But yeah, it's amazing to watch. I want to thank some more people again, because it's so important. I do thank these people. Sasha's become a PadRap member. Lord Redfern's become a PadRap member. And Aaron's become a PadRap member. 3 members have joined in just recent time there. Yes?
Did you forget about something?
Yes, probably. I'm just going to check the back room, which I've got to move my head to the right again. Oh, you're asking.
I know.
It's like a workout.
The producer. It's
Yeah, your producer is yeah.
Mr. Ryan Caton is absolutely beside himself with me right now. Yes. Who are we swapping out and who are we joining?
I don't know. There's
me and Ryan are going out.
Yeah.
And I think there's another 2 amazing persons as well joining here.
Well, first of all, let me thank Alex for being on stream. Thank you, Alex.
Always a pleasure, and see you all on the launch stream.
Indeed. And thank you, Mr. Ryan Weber. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, it's a pleasure as always. I don't know which stream I'll be on next. I'm not on the launch stream, but I'll see you guys at some point. So have fun, though, and let's hope it goes and it works.
And you lucky people, we have 2 Americanos joining us, starting with Max Evans. Max, are you joining us?
Good afternoon, everybody. I should be joining you, Chris. How do you have me?
I have you 5x5. People go, what 5x5? It's like a radio term. It means good communications coming through. We're also joined by Cody. Hello, Cody.
Hello. I hope there's more 5x5s in chat for me. How do you hear me? Hello, hello.
You sound very good in my ears, so that's a good sign. There we go.
Awesome.
So yes, we're watching Starship preparing now under 6 hours, hopefully, to the opening of the window for Flight 10. We are still seeing them working on the vehicle. The pad's not yet clear, so we're keeping a close eye on things, but it's still on as far as anything on the official side is concerned. I was just thanking some people for joining as members. I want to make this point. I've gone mad with power here. I'm going mad with power. Chat, help me out here. I've gone mad with power. You don't have to support us financially. I know that disposable income is something that most people don't have to go buying memberships on YouTube channels. One thing you can do, it takes you half a second, it's for free, is to press the like button. Because we go through 6 figures in an audience over the course of a live stream, and I guarantee you about 2% like the video. Now, the reason why I say that is not because we get any money from that, but I'm going to say it because if you search for Starship streams and things like that, you'll find the top 5 videos are usually something like a scam channel where they've got Elon doing a speech and some QR code, and it's for crypto scams. That's what they do. They use automatic likes, bot likes. They buy them, literally buy bot likes to pump their stream higher up in the rankings. So, and I'm going to say this on behalf of all the legitimate streams. So I'm going to say this on behalf of Everyday Astronaut Tim Dodd. You go on his stream as well, like the stream. Legitimate streams, Marcus House, people like that. Legitimate streams. Like the video. It takes you half a second and it helps us, the people who provide you original content, to get higher than these scam channels. That is why I go on about likes. So thank you for this. 700 people just like the video. I mean, that is awesome. Again, it helps us, all of us, people who are legitimately into rockets, because the dread I've got in the back of my mind is some young kid has probably seen a Starship on an X feed or something like that and gone, that's a cool rocket, I'm going to search on YouTube for it, and they end up watching an old Elon speech with some crypto scam going on. That's my fear. So that's what we're fighting against. So thank you for liking the streams, and again, like your favorite creator that does provide original legitimate content. Okay, sorry, I went a bit long there, Max, but it's an important point to make because the internet is quite a weird place, isn't it?
It's never not going to be, Chris, honestly. But honestly, at the same time, it is quite the wonderful place because you get views like this in Starbase, Texas, and to pull the Alex like actually, and also on the Space Coast of Florida too, and also McGregor Live. We can't forget about that as well. So weird, but also wonderful. Weird and wonderful. I think that's probably the best way to put it. Probably, I don't know.
It is. No, it is, Max. Well said. Thank you. I'm going to try and get my head around this username. Because Turtle Disestablishmentarianism Sanctuary. I think I've got it right. Hang on. Yes, I just babysit my steering wheel in my Tupperware torpedo. I think that's related to the truck drivers we were mentioning earlier. Because I was basically, Max, early in the stream, we were watching one of the reversing trucks at the tank farm. And I was like, I could never pull that off with the steering wheel. He's doing a right angle here to bring his trailer into the back to steer it in level with the tank farm. And I thought it was quite amazing. And I asked who was in a truck driver in chat. And about 15 people said, yes, I'm a truck driver.
Yeah, I don't envy any. Yeah, I don't envy anybody who has to tow a big old tank like that with a big old rig. Honestly, I don't. I love driving. I love vehicles. I love driving anything with 4 or more wheels. But trucks and trailers honestly kind of scare me, and it sketches me out way too much to even try. Honestly.
This is a guess, Cody, for you. A question here from Hazelbank, which asks, what time do you think we need to see the pad clear of all humans? Because it's a tough question because they can switch around their kind of like timelines to the point that they can still do things, even if it's later than we usually watch it. But based on what we've seen on previous streams, maybe it's a tough question for you. I know, Cody, but what do you think? Chat, join in. When do you want to see pad clear?
Well, ideally, we're going to see pad clear in the next, I'd say, hour and a half. They need enough time to start spooling up the tank farm, getting all the cryogenics flowing on that pad, getting all conditioned. And you don't really want to do that with people around. And so an actual pad clear is necessary in the next couple hours to ensure that we're on track for full fueling and stuff like that. We can still see a couple people up there on the quick disconnect arm doing some final work. Still some vehicles down there. So once we see a full pad clear, that means we're getting more on track for this launch coming up today in just over 5 hours, 24 minutes, or 42 minutes, sorry.
Max, I've got a camera question. You're perfect for this. Do you ever think you'll need a thermal camera to see people around the rocket or maybe something else, like maybe tanking, I would assume? But how much do thermal cameras cost? I don't think they're cheap.
A lot. I think that's the easiest way to put it is it's a lot. I'm sure it's well into the 5-figure territory. I'm sure there may be some lower tier ones that are in the 4 figures, but that's minimum, as are most cameras. But 5 figures easily for a good one, but I'm sure they go way higher than that. I haven't actually looked up any specific thermal cameras, although they have been piquing the interest of myself, Indy, and Jack, and everyone else who runs cameras here at NSF a lot. And it has been one of the things we have been like kind of pseudo begging DOS for like a couple of years now. It's like, DOS, we need a thermal camera. It'd be so cool on the live stream. Honestly, it would be to see just how just the how I can't talk anymore. I'm getting warmed up, folks. The temperature differential between the cryo in the tanks and then when the Raptors light and how hot the exhaust is. It's quite the contrast, and it would be amazing to see on whether it be on stream or just on your screen. A thermal camera can give you so much useful and just wickedly cool imagery and information, but I don't know if that's going to happen for us anytime soon, although we can always try. We're just scour eBay and see what you can find, Chris, okay?
You know what? That looked like an Elon motorcade. It was very Cybertrucky. Very Cybertrucky. So that suggests it. Can we we're gonna get there we go, we've got the other view of them going past the other side of a highway spot. But that did look suspiciously like it could have been an Elon motorcade. Just the way that it was security Cybertruck. That to me screams Elon Musk. What do we think, chat? What do we think about the Cybertruck? Because when I first saw it, I thought that's horrendous. It looks like a steel box, and now I want one. Max, what do you think of the Cybertruck? Would you like one?
I would like one, actually. You know, I don't want to be one of those who's just constantly hopping on the Tesla hype train, but I do genuinely love the Cybertruck. Yes, Teslas do and can have questionable build quality at times, but overall, just underneath the skin, in terms of the 24 volt, or is it, I can't remember if it's 24 volt or 48 volt system that the Cybertruck has. Either way, it's a first, and that no other EV builder has had yet. And just underneath the skin, the Cybertruck is a brilliant piece of engineering, whether or not you like the way it looks. I would love one. I really would love one. I'm on the same boat as you, Chris. But they are kind of expensive, honestly.
Yeah. Cody, would you like one?
I'm gonna get a little bit of hate for this one, a little bit of heat. But if I want to get a truck, I want a truck with a lot of bed space. I have a truck right now, and it's smaller, right? I don't need a ton of cab room. I just want something that I can haul my high power rockets with. So, not the Cybertruck is not really something up my alley, but I would love an electric truck. Right now, I actually have a Chevy S10, which earlier there were a couple of production runs of the Chevy S10 that were electric. So I would love a version of that truck that would be electric. That would just be perfect for me because I like smaller trucks. I'm a big fan of like K trucks and stuff like that, where the bed to cab ratio is much larger. So yeah. Cybertruck's not really for me. Maybe if Tesla came up with maybe a more affordable, smaller pickup truck that's very, very utility rated, and instead of maybe having a larger cab and stuff like that.
Cody, you're so American. You're like a youngster, especially in my eyes, especially because I'm older.
Yes.
You're like a young pup, and you've already got your own truck. That is very Back to the Future. That's Back to the Future with Marty, where he's got his first truck.
It's not like a lifted truck. Don't worry. It's not like the lifted truck with the big LEDs. No, it's nice and small. I'm fine with that. I like that.
My first car was a Mini Metro, a little tiny thing, and it didn't have a stereo, so I got my Ghetto Blaster. This is how old I am. I got my Ghetto Blaster on the passenger seat, and I went through batteries within an hour of it, just blasting out nonsense.
That's amazing.
By the way, CJ Bomber for the win has done a massive super chat towards the Thermal Cam Fund. So I need to make sure that sees that we've got a thermal cam fund started, because they're not cheap. And my first thought was, how often would we use it? But there we go. The community has spoken, so we're definitely going to put towards that thermal camera. I promise you, that's something we'll do. We did see a chopper land earlier as well. That could be the range chopper that we've seen refueling at our highway site. They had several choppers, different choppers as well, refueling at that site. So that's a good sign. That's a good sign of looking to clear the area, Max.
It is indeed. And if just for the sake of example, if that was Elon heading to the pad, maybe we should expect a photo on his page, and maybe in the next 15, 20 minutes or so, maybe even sooner. And I presume once he or whoever is at the pad right now is out of there, that range chopper will move back into its usual position by our highway camera spot. But yeah, they are part of what keeps the range clear and personnel away from where they shouldn't be, because the last place you want to be really is near a Starship super heavy launch vehicle when it's full of propellant, because that is just a lot of potential energy and you would be instantly vaporized.
Yep. I hope we actually do get a photograph from Elon. It was very good to provide that little video from inside Star Factory last night, which was fascinating, because we've all wanted to see more views from inside Star Factory, just seen all those nose cones and those barrel sections. And I did actually do a quote RT saying they must be up to the ship 50s by now, and Elon liked that post from me, so I assume that's a confirmation they are into the 50s. Which shows you the cadence they can hit once they hit the ground running with their launches. Because I don't think the one thing they're lacking is vehicles. They've got vehicles to launch. It's just a case of the turnaround and hopefully the success of, say, this flight, for example, which is a little segue into Syed's question. If this flight goes well, will you guys do a celebration stream? I think the celebration stream will automatically default from the end of our launch stream, where we're doing a post-flight analysis of what hopefully will be a successful mission, and that will calibrate towards being a celebration stream, I would say. But we'll have highlighted videos. We'll have all our cameras. We'll have our live views, but all our cameras... Max, this is a question for you, because you know about cameras and I don't. We have all our cameras recording, so you can then take the SD cards out of them and then put those videos together in like a post-flight edit, maybe? Max?
Yes, hello?
Yes, so I was talking about cameras. I was talking about footage. Yeah, I was talking about pulling SD cards. And I was talking about a celebration reel, as such, of the footage that we've acquired. Not necessarily what we've been showing live, because we pick and choose which cameras we're showing during a live stream, but we'll have all the raw footage from the cameras we have filming, and then we could make a video and put it together from pulling those SD cards. I'm trying to get my terminology correct, Max, so I was coming to you for a camera question, whether or not it's a case of pulling the SD cards, or if you literally are recording externally on a cloud or something. I don't know how it works.
Well, I mean, on a lot of our live cameras, we do just pull the footage remotely, and it goes up onto the cloud and the server and wherever else we store it. But a lot of the cameras that we have in the field now that are not ones that are normally there for at either of our permanent sites, those we do tend to pull either footage or photos off of those SD cards, and then we process them and then send them off to wherever they want to go. So yeah, it wouldn't be too much of an ask, and I'm sure that would be something that our editors would be happy to arrange if such the occasion was called for. But yeah, a lot of our footage is just accessed remotely through our cloud and through our server, which is actually really cool, because it makes for really, really quick turnaround time. So that's why we are able to bring all of these live views to you directly from both of our beach sites and, of course, the highway spot, which is where we see the choppers going back and forth a lot.
Very good. Mission Control. Right. David asks, where is Mission Control? At a production office building? Where do they have their Mission Control? We've seen on the highlight videos that they put out, Max, on SpaceX. We've seen the rumbling building where they're doing the shake with the camera. Where is that located?
That is at the Ad Astra facility right off of Highway 4. So if you are heading down toward the launch site on Highway 4 going east, you will pass it on your left-hand side, maybe 5 to 7 minutes before you get to the opening that sends you right off to the production site and the launch site. There's no official sign that says here is Ad Astra SpaceX Mission Control. That would just be a huge risk for security, as there's always that around the gates as well. And of course, obviously, you need you have to be an employee or a VVVIP to enter the facility, because not anyone, of course, can just go there. That is strictly SpaceX property and SpaceX only property. So that is where we see all of the monitors, the flight controllers, everyone else who is on console, monitoring all the things, all the data, all the screens, everything else coming in from either ground systems and the launch vehicle, to make sure that all is good to go. And I'm sure they are also monitoring those people who are currently and will hopefully soon be off of the ship QD arm, so we can proceed with the launch today. But we still have about 5.5 hours left, so there's still plenty of time.
Very good. Yes, Cody, I'm gonna not pick on you, but I'm going to reference your young age. No, it's a good question. Trust me, because I mentioned how it's funny how young Americans all have trucks, but you are a young American.
Yeah.
Right. So we have this vehicle here called Starship. It's projecting to be the vehicle that will provide the potential to make life multiplanetary by having bases on Mars and the Moon, but mainly Mars. Mars is the big focus for Elon. How would you calibrate it to people who maybe your age but have not yet appreciated what this rocket can do as far as humanity's future? What would you say to somebody who said, "Oh, so you work with NSF and you cover that big rocket? Why? What's the big rocket about? Why is it a big deal that this thing can go to Mars? Why are we not focusing on Earth?" Things like that. How would you calibrate your answer? Never mind. Never mind.
Called it.
Yeah, so we see a picture of the pad there. Yeah, we just saw a tweet from Elon here saying Starship is ready for launch, which is a good indicator that they're going ahead for the count. And we got a nice shot here just down there at the base of the pad, looking up at the OLM and the complete vehicle there. It's a pretty cool view there.
That is awesome. That is a view from that was obviously an Elon motorcade going to the pad, because there is proof via the camera on Elon, and he's now put that on X. So I'll be retweeting that very shortly. I am just waiting to see if Sawyer is ready to take over. Yes, he is. So Sawyer, I do believe we have you on now. So basically, you can take over hosting duties, and I can get my RT finger out for that Elon post.
Retweet away. We are ready to go over here. Sorry, repost, re-X, whatever you choose to call it.
Awesome. Thank you, Sawyer. Thank you, chat. Thank you for all your support. And let's have a good launch, shall we?
Yes. Let's have a good launch. Keyword, let's have a launch. So thank you, Chris. Thank you, everyone in chat, for hanging out with us. Seeing everyone's hype has been absolutely awesome today. And take a look at this. Another image just posted by Elon, checking out the business end of the booster. Look at all of those Raptor engines. Oh, man. I'm Max, what is your first reaction seeing this shot here?
For anyone who watches Top Gear, you would get this reference. It gives me the fizz.
Nice reference.
I'm a big Top Gear watcher as well.
Cody, your thoughts? I mean, just look at that.
Oh my gosh, this I love every time we see the 33 Raptor engines there. It's always a great shot looking at the booster here. But yeah, I wish we could see the injectors on there, but no, ITAR, sir, ITAR. ITAR. Luckily you can't see all the way in there too far. It's a little too dark. But yeah, it's just imagining this type of shot right before launch. Like, imagine if they had like some high-speed camera that was transmitting to the cloud. That would be a shot I would really love to see. And I know they have those cameras that are up on the OLM legs there for shot on ignition. But something like this, seeing the ignition sequence, like just for a couple milliseconds, if they had to throw away a camera, I think that would totally be worth it there.
Trying to see if we can see any of the numbers. Obviously, we see the location parts. That's the E and then the number. But I'm trying to see if we see any numbers there. The other thing I've noticed, Cody, I'm sure you kind of can see this too. The that orbital launch mount looks very rusty. It's definitely starting to show its age, even though it's not really
Yes.
that old.
Right. In things around rocketry, rocket exhaust is not exactly kind to metal objects, right? And especially with this being right next to the Gulf. The Gulf is right there, and that's good for rocket launches and trajectories. But that also comes with the issue of you have a lot of corrosion, and so. Dealing with this long term, I believe this is one of the reasons they actually paint over it to kind of help with corrosion. But also, this is one of the things they're going to have to deal with in the future. We'll have to go and see how orbital pad B, handles the sort of corrosion in the future. But for now, they're probably just going to have to deal with the corrosion here, just making sure everything's okay and it's not affecting any sort of the pad operations before launch there.
And speaking of pad operations for launch, you could see those trucks quickly coming in to refuel, quickly heading out right at one of the roadblocks there. So hopefully everything's going to plan. Again, from the post that we saw from Elon, they're going for that launch today. Now, in regards to that photo, also, we've seen them painting the orbital launch mount before. I wonder if maybe that was some kind of anti-corrosive when we've seen that done in the past, or some kind of coating to try and aid in, keeping the OLM functional. I mean, Max, this thing takes quite a beating both from nature and from the rocket, and it's something we've seen quite often over at the Cape.
Yeah, that's just kind of one of the downsides of living near a body of water that contains any bit of salt. And of course, the Gulf, which is just east of the launch site, it certainly has a lot of salt water, which means the air around it is also very salty, which is corrosive to a lot of metals. And we see that a lot in Florida, and there are extensive measures taken by a lot of the tenants over at the KSC and the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station to make sure that their launch and support infrastructure stay in good shape. Although I don't think any of them take as much of a beating as Pad A does during liftoff with all 33 Raptors firing in unison. Although I think we haven't really seen them painted as much recently because Pad 1 only really has one more launch to support after this. There isn't a ton of life left in it beyond the static fire for Ship 38. And then booster, rather 15 or 17, probably 15, for Flight 11. So it has a very limited life. Its days are numbered, and we will probably see it decommissioned by the end of the year. But because of that, they probably don't see a need to protect it. But I guess that is if we have the opportunity. Otherwise, people would just have to make assumptions.
And you know what happens when you make assumptions? You get YouTube videos out of it. That's the saying, right?
That's a way to put it.
Oh, boy. But anyway, yes, the hype continues as the countdown is on under 5.5 hours to the opening of the window for Starship Flight 10. Teams clearing the beach, Highway 4, starting to see roadblock things get set up and ready. This is absolutely amazing. Obviously, a lot of the eyes have been on the quick disconnect following the ground support issue for yesterday's attempt and all the work we saw them going on overnight. I did see a question here from Suknor asking, does the SQD look to be cleared right now as we have our cameras on that? Cody, I think it looks clear right now.
There's one person I can still see moving on that ship quick disconnect, I believe. Kind of in the more cagey bit. I think they were on the railing earlier. Or I might just be seeing things. But I'm pretty sure there's still one person up there working around. You can kind of see a little bit of movement up there. So I believe there's still one more person up there. But once that person's cleared, it looks like we're the ship quick disconnect is good to go.
Say that 5 times fast.
Yeah.
But Max, obviously we've had our cameras on it all night. You guys have been working with being able to reset remote cameras and out there and been watching the activity. What kind of stuff have you been seeing them do up there?
I'll be completely honest. I haven't been super fixated on the SQD today. I had 5 cameras to reset and make sure that they were happy. You know, John, Paul, George, Ringo, and Pete, as as I call them. But the fact that we are seeing people, I guess, now beginning to evacuate the ship QD is a good sign that they are beginning to clear the pad and that all is a-okay on that LOX connection and whatever data ports need to be hooked up for launch and liftoff. So it looks to be trending in the right direction. And for those who are still worrying, we still have over 5 hours left until the opening of the 1 hour launch window. So still plenty of time. No need to panic yet. There is still a lot of time before even the tank farm wakes up. Hey, look, the helicopter's about to fly over the highway site. Look at that.
Oh, that is so cool. Also, by the way, just saying, you went with Pete Best, but you didn't go with like Brian Epstein, who was the fifth Beatle there.
No, I only have 5 cameras.
Right. So John, Paul, George, Ringo. Why not go for like Brian Epstein or George Martin?
Because
Pete Best, is that your best camera?
What?
Did you named the fifth one Pete after the Beatles' original drummer, right?
Was he the original drummer, or was he the one that came on? No, he was the original. You're right. He was the original. Yeah. And then George came on after him. That's right. Okay.
Or Ringo.
No, Ringo.
Yeah. Anyway,
Ringo.
Here comes the Cybertruck Brigade coming along as we move from Beatles to trucks to Cybertrucks. I wish there was like a cooler name that could kind of go with that. But they are heading out, and now we know for sure that was the Elon Brigade. So we'll see them make their way out, just as we saw those fuel trucks heading out a short time ago. I love how you're calling this old people talk in chat, someone just said. Yeah.
I mean...
Oh, Cody, come on. Just because you're young.
Chris flat out told Cody he's the young American here. So what does that make me?
What does that make me? I'm the oldest of the 3 of us here right now.
Well, you are easily the senior citizen by default, Sawyer, but I'm still in my 20s, man.
Oh, whatever.
Whatever is right. Yeah, thanks for making me feel old just because I'm in my 30s.
Look, in internet years.
And even Ryan is producing. Even he's the young. I really am the oldest one here right now. Gosh. Well, as we see them head out, getting to have my midstream crisis here, it seems like. So, anyway, out with the old, in with the new, I guess. I mean, that's kind of what SpaceX has been saying as they continue with the progress of their last couple of flights. So let's hear from an extremely handsome young man, not old, definitely not old, to take us through the history so far of flights 1 through 9 and now about to be 10. SpaceX has had a long journey to get to the 10th flight test of Starship. They've had explosions, amazing re-entries, catches of boosters, and even a reuse of a booster. But with 3 straight flight failures for Block 2 of Ship, all eyes are on Ship 37 to break the curse and complete all objectives. Let's start at the beginning. After many tests, Booster 7 and Ship 24 lifted off on April 20th, 2023, and the flight did not go well. However, expectations were merely to clear the tower. Booster 7 instantly had 3 engines out and would lose more during ascent. With these lost engines and a fire in the engine bay, the full stack would only reach 40 kilometers before it ripped itself apart. Also during the launch process, a hole under the launch mount was formed because the water deluge system had not yet been installed. The lessons learned from this flight paved the way for Ship 25 and Booster 9. This set of vehicles would require significantly less testing due to the data already gathered from Flight 1. Following the hole in the ground, SpaceX beefed up the foundation of Pad A and installed a deluge plate to help dampen sound and protect the launch pad. Another new addition was the hot stage ring on top of the booster. Before even testing their original stage separation idea, SpaceX switched to hot staging. Flight 2 fared far better than Flight 1. The full stack lifted off November 18th, 2023, and Booster 9 had all 33 engines running for the entire ascent. The hot staging worked perfectly, and Ship 25 started towards space. Unfortunately, Booster 9 was lost during boostback burn due to ice in the tanks, and Ship 25 was lost due to a fire in the aft section just before second stage cutoff, or SECO. This wouldn't be the last time a ship was lost due to fires in the aft section. Flight 3, which launched on March 14, 2024, would improve on Flight 2, with Booster 10 getting past the boostback burn and getting all the way to the landing burn. However, the booster was lost shortly after landing due to possible ice ingestion into the liquid oxygen turbopump inlets, just like Booster 9's boostback burn. Ship 28 then made it all the way to SECO, but lost attitude control and performed an uncontrolled re-entry. Flight 4, which launched on June 6, 2024, was once again an improvement, where Booster 11 completed its entire mission profile and performed a soft splashdown in the water. Ship 29 completed its ascent burn, its coast phase, and a full control re-entry. The only blemish for Ship 29 was that it had a decent amount of burn through on its heat shield, even almost losing a forward flap. Despite this, it provided uninterrupted live views of re-entry, which is something no one had ever seen before. Next up was Flight 5, and with Booster 11 having completed its soft splashdown, SpaceX decided to catch the booster. This flight also had an upgraded heat shield for Ship 30 to better survive re-entry by introducing an ablative layer under the tiles. This flight would launch October 13, 2024, and to date is still the most successful flight in the Starship program. Booster 12 completed its entire mission profile and was caught back on the launch tower, and the booster is currently in Mega Bay 1 getting prepped for display. Ship 30 completed all of its objectives and performed a perfect re-entry and landed right on target in the Indian Ocean. Then came Flight 6 November 19, 2024, which was the last flight of Block 1 of Starship. Booster 13 completed ascent, however due to a tower issue, it couldn't perform a catch. Ship 31 completed all of its objectives and performed an on-target splashdown in the Indian Ocean. SpaceX has yet to have a ship since Ship 31 perform an on-target landing or controlled re-entry. After the success of Block 1, things took a few steps back for Block 2 of the ship. Flight 7, which launched January 16, 2025, had Booster 14 repeat a catch like Booster 12 and complete all aspects of its mission. Ship 33, however, was lost before SECO due to harmonic vibrations in the engine section. These vibrations caused leaks, which led to fires in the aft section of the ship, which led to it exploding on ascent. Next up was Flight 8 on March 6, 2025, featuring Booster 15 and Ship 34. Booster 15 completed a nearly perfect flight and was caught, making 3 caught boosters for SpaceX. Ship 34, however, had an issue with a center raptor that led to leaks and another fire in the engine section, and the ship was lost before SECO. After losing 2 ships back-to-back before getting to SECO, a lot was riding on Ship 35 on Flight 9. With a pairing of Ship 35 and Booster 14-2, yes, a reflown booster, Flight 9 lifted off May 27, 2025. Booster 14-2 completed almost all of its objectives, but was lost on landing burn startup because SpaceX was trying to push the limits of the booster and it didn't survive. Ship 35 got past SECO, but it lost control during the coast phase due to a methane gas leak into the payload bay and was lost during an uncontrolled re-entry. Well, here we are at Flight 10. SpaceX is using Ship 37 and Booster 16 on this flight, which we all hope will be successful. Yes, we do hope. Thank you, Sawyer, for that great commentary. You're welcome. Anyway.
Jeez.
It was great commentary,
Oh,
Sawyer.
Jesus.
I wasn't expecting to have to toss to my own video there, but it was that was something. So, already getting texts from people talking about how I spoke about myself. But let's continue along here. A reminder, if you have questions, you can tag us at NASA Spaceflight or at NSF, and we will do our best to answer as many of your questions as we can as we go throughout this Stakeout stream here today. Skies appear to be looking much better. Max, how is the weather looking today?
So, better than yesterday overall. The weather this morning was a lot less questionable. It had rained in the morning prior to us getting to the launch site for all of our camera sets and everything, so that was good, of course, but the sun is out now. It is very hot, and there's a little bit of a breeze coming in. But overall, we're just happy to see a lot of blue skies right now and a lot of high-altitude clouds and none of that low-altitude rainstorm-threatening threatening stuff. So forecast is looking a bit better through the afternoon. It has been kind of all over the place, going back and forth from storms and rain and sun and clouds and a combination of all four of those. But overall, so far today, and from what the forecast is currently telling us, weather is currently looking better this afternoon. So Starship, assuming there are no technical gremlins to grapple with, it looks like Starship will have a good window to get off the ground, hopefully at the opening of the window at 6:30.
That is what we are hoping for. Hoping at least we can get some clear-ish skies, so we also get some great views on the way uphill. But so far, the fact that all the roadblocks are kind of getting set up, we got the pictures there from Elon. Things appear to be progressing, which is what we like to see. Also, there's a question here from Matrix. Who is that super young commentator in the video?
Nobody.
I don't know, but I like him. He's pretty
Nobody.
cool.
No, sir, you are cool.
No, thank you.
sorry, Max. Sorry. Whoops.
Oh, it's all right. Max finds a way to give me flack, but we love it. It's all good. But we
if
also
I don't give you flack, that means that means I don't like you or I don't know you.
Right. You got to keep me humble because I need it sometimes. No, I'm joking. Let's take some support here for a moment. People who are kind enough to help support us here at NSF monetarily, which of course you could do in many other ways, just by liking and subscribing and chatting with us here and checking us out on all the social channels. All of that are different ways. But Ben Creasy coming in saying, water deluge doesn't work on Mars. That's my theory for why Flight 1 went like it did. Well, I mean, Mars already has some craters in it, so why not add some more, right? Happy Cappy with the $10 super saying, I just leased a Cybertruck and love it and love the full self-drive feature. I'm not sure many people understand its capability. I mean, I understand its cool capability, but I don't mean to be rude about it, but someone pointed out to me that, you know those garbage cans in the bathrooms where it's like the triangular top that swings back and forth? To me, that's all I can see after someone pointed that out to me. I can't unsee it, and I hate it because I want to like it, but now that's what I see, and I apologize if I ruined it for anybody. Bill coming in here with the $5 tip at tips.nsaspaceflight.com, saying here is 500 pennies for Cody's small electric truck fund, Amazon Slate.
Yes, I shall get the small electric truck with a large bed to cab ratio.
There we go. Summers Moon's also saying Cody is so right about the truck. #possum.
Awesome. I know Summers, so thank you so much.
And then here, Eric, thank you for becoming a launch director, one of the highest levels of support, where you get all of the amazing perks. You get the Discord access, you get your name at the end of NSF Lives and Flame Trenches, you get all of the regular perks that the other members get as well, again, and our gratitude for that. And Marianne with a $50 super chat saying NSF is the best. Thank you very much for that. We appreciate it. And Summers did have another question for you, Cody. Are the rocket boosters kind of like the paws of the rocket?
I don't know how to interpret that one. Yes? I don't know. It gets it going. It like moves, right? So, sure.
All right, we'll go with it. But anyway, as we look there, one of the signs that we look for as well for them getting closer to launching on time is the chopsticks. And Nathan Store wants to know, when will the chopsticks open?
Well, we saw yesterday the chopsticks opened around the 4-hour mark, but it does vary launch to launch. And so with the work they've been doing on the ship quick disconnect, I'm not so sure of exactly when they're going to open those chopsticks. Again, it changes launch to launch. But like I said, last time we saw it at around the 4-hour mark. So as soon as we see people start to clear from the pad, they should start to open up those chopstick arms.
Yeah, and again, it's kind of different throughout the different flights, but during this Stakeout stream, we should see those open. So keep your eyes peeled, and of course, if you see it happening, you can always let us know in chat. We will definitely address it when it does happen too. Let's see. Kat Joni saying, what are the many tiles on the back of the aft flaps on ship 37 for? I know we've seen this a lot when it was rolling out. We were discussing it during the rollout stream, and we've been keeping an eye on it and all of the updates. But they've added some extra tiles on those flaps, haven't they?
Yeah, I believe those are part of a lot of the tile experiments they've been doing for they want to do for these blocks of ships. I forgot the exact function of them, but they are part of that tile testing campaign where they have some missing tiles. They have regeneratively cooled metallic tile. They have some other metallic tiles. They have some removed tiles. So this is part of just characterizing the ship and understanding, like, hey, where do we need to increase heat resistance, and how do we make sure that this ship is fully reusable, rapidly reusable through reentry, because they don't want to spend a ton of time replacing a heat shield, right?
Yeah, it's one of those things, again, trying to do what the shuttle couldn't. There you go, there's a space shuttle reference from me early on of rapid reusability. And if you look in this view right here, you see those little black squares on the flaps facing us. That's what they were talking about in the question. Those are those additionally added tiles that will be used, as you pointed out, likely for experimentation in flight. So I believe the previous flight they were on a single flap, and now they're on both for this one. Elijah asking, I know it was hard to tell with that picture, as more of these propellant trucks continue to do their thing here. Let's see, is this one backing in or heading out?
Backing in, now that it's stopped here.
That's wild. 5 hours to go.
Yeah, maybe.
That's wild. 5 hours to go. They're still backing in and still loading up. I mean, Max, have we seen them fueling this close to launch before?
I can't speak to any specific example because I honestly don't know, but the fact that we are still outside of pad clear and the pad is still safe enough to approach in this manner, I would say obviously it is safe to do so, as is evident from what we're looking at. But Starship needs a lot of fuel. I think it requires about 4,600 metric tons of both LOX and liquid methane on both stages combined. It is a very thirsty rocket, and it needs a lot of LOX, which is what we're seeing here with these LOX trucks. So it goes through a lot, and they have to keep that tank farm full as often as they can, especially when these launch attempts are stacked so close to each other. They used to not be able to do this. Remember, back before, I think it was pre-flight 3 or flight 4, for the first 3 or 4 flights. If they went into prop load operations and they got beyond a certain point, they would have to abort, and they had to abort. They would not be able to turn around in time for 24 hours because they would need a lot of tanker trucks to come in and refill the tank farm. So it would be a minimum 48-hour turnaround. My goodness. But obviously, as we can see now, they have the ability to store more, and the tanks coming in and out, or the tanker trucks coming in and out, are able to keep the tank farm topped off as much as they can to support launch attempt turnarounds in 24 hours. So,
yeah. Also, it's worth noting in the testing that we saw yesterday, they did get into propellant load. We saw the vehicle getting frosty. We saw it starting to get cold. So they obviously had to use some propellant, and they can't reclaim all of it. So maybe this is just topping off the tanks from yesterday, which is something that is usually helpful before the launch. The other question I was going to ask Elijah, Elijah was wondering, are there any reflown engines that we know of on this flight, Max?
I don't know. SpaceX hasn't said anything specifically about Booster 16, so I think it's probably going to be a clean sheet design, it looks like, in terms of engines being new or used. I mean, there really is no useful... I mean, it's not going to be overly useful reflying Raptor 2s at this point, beyond reflying an entire booster like they did with Booster 14 and then Booster 13 before that with a flight-proven engine on that one, being Raptor 314, rest in pieces. So they have not said anything about Booster 16 specifically, so I think it'll be an entirely brand new launch vehicle, from the engines to the plumbing and most of the... I would presume most of the hardware on board, if not all the hardware, is brand new and bespoke for Booster 16. Alex, correct me if I'm wrong. Okay. We're good. So I think Booster 16 is all brand new, and it's a shame that they're tossing it back out into the Gulf, being a brand new booster. But there really is no life ahead of these boosters for the Block 2 variant. Going to be moving on to the Block 3 variant after Flight 11, which is, of course, the next flight after this one. So time is running out for Block 2.
And we'll see if they go fishing for the booster again after this one, if it does do the soft splashdown. If they decide to, as we saw recently, what was that one? Booster 13s that they just picked up? So, yes. And yes, I know it's not a soft splashdown. It's a hard splashdown. It's to hover, and then they shut the engines off, and then it's expected to go kersplat. But you know what I mean.
It goes what?
Kersplat.
I just want to hear you say it again.
Well, yeah. Hopefully, as Alex points out, it will save them from having to go fishing for engine sections again. Do you have booster remaining? Go fish. No. Anyway, we see another tanker there.
No.
Coming in at the roadblock, it looks like. So they're continuing to load things up here before flight. While we're talking about the booster, Juna is asking, Cody, is the booster's descent angle of attack more or less aggressive than Flight 9? Are we kind of going back to the regular descent profile after the extremely steep attempt that they tried last time?
Yeah, so what they're doing for this flight is they're still going to go at it at a pretty... They're going to tilt the booster at a pretty severe angle, but not quite as severe as the previous flight. They know where the limit of... they know what the absolute limit of this is because, they have to... It exploded previously. And so what they're going to do is they're trying to make sure that they're able to get to that landing burn, right? What they're really trying to test is both the structural limits, which is what we saw last time with it exploding, but then also that off engine, the bad engine in the middle there for different landing configurations and emergencies. So to get that data for engine emergencies, they're not going to push it again. They're going to still go at a pretty steep angle, but not quite as steep as the previous one.
Yeah, they're still, continuing to... They did a lot of testing last time on the booster to see what it could handle. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a little bit of extra testing that they can still get, some data that they can still get from these. And you can see that part highlighted right there. My Discord preview makes it impossible to read, but yeah, you can see for the remaining test flights using this version of Super Heavy Booster, the angle of attack for booster descent will be lowered to decrease aerodynamic forces and minimize the likelihood of structural failure. So there you go, straight from the SpaceX's website. I would say horse's mouth, but Chris Bergen would get upset.
Which, that does make me think, I wonder for Block 3 booster if they do plan on trying to do that severe angle. Because that is a very cool capability to be able to glide in the booster, have that cross-range capability, and be able to save a lot more fuel.
That's interesting. I'm sure that was part of why they tested it on the last flight. So we'll see what they decide to do with Block 3's profile. If they end up changing it, a lot of questions still to come. What do you think, by the way, then? What do you think they're going to do with the profile for Block 3? Would they basically try and replicate Block 2, or start with replicating Block 2 and then go steeper? What do you think?
Well, I think that they found kind of the structural limits of Block 2's booster, right? They found when it explodes. And since then, they've upgraded the transfer tube. But I would imagine that they tried to get as much of an angle of attack as possible out of there. So I think they might have been able to actually increase that angle from where it previously was, or decrease depending on where you think the angle starts. It's weird. But because they're trying to get as much cross-range capability out of this booster, it wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility for them to have increased that capability when designing around Block 3 from the stuff they've learned from Block 2. And it just helps overall with efficiency. You're able to maintain more fuel, so it just seems like a no-brainer at that point.
It really does. And of course, everyone in chat pointing out the additional transfer tube downcomer.
Yes.
That they're adding in as well, which is basically the size of a Falcon 9, so it's quite the downcomer.
Sorry.
No, I'm just the whole debate can continue. What is it? The tribalism over
Yes.
downcomer, transfer tube, down tuber. Anyway. Let me take a second. Thank some people here. VDiv with a $50 super chat saying, thank you, team, for the excellent coverage, especially the prepared summary videos. Well, thank you. Glad you enjoyed it. A lot of work goes into all of that behind the scenes before launch. We spend a long time trying to get as much ready as we can for these flights, so thank you. Another one for you from Summer, Cody. How is Flight 10 different from Flight 9? This rocket stuff is complicated but pawsome.
I don't know what that's about. But
what is this pawsome?
I don't know. I think she's trying to mess with me right now.
By the way, that is the down tuber, I'll say, that they're going to be using for Block 3, and just how, look at the size of that. Again, we're talking about the size of a Falcon 9.
Mm-hmm. They've really beefed that thing up. It's definitely not crumpling this time.
Fingers crossed. Yeah, famous last word.
Fingers crossed. Yeah, you're right. Differences between Flight 9 and Flight 10 are kind of the major goals, really. It's how far you can get. On Flight 9, we had that failure after SECO, which was very detrimental to the Block 2 Starship program. Trying to get past that point is kind of the major goal of Block 2 right now. It's making sure that this thing can actually make SECO can actually test that heat shielding, because that heat shielding has not been tested in a very long time, with good data at least. They did make it to reentry, but they never were able to get, I'd say, good data with good attitude control. So the main thing is like try and maintain attitude control so you can get that heat shield data through reentry there.
There you go. And of course, when asked on X about the major objectives for the flight today, Elon said the first one is to actually get it to launch. So there we go. We'll see if we get to that point today. That is what we're hoping for. This starts off terrible, but just stick with it. Papa Hawkeye saying, I caught my neighbor attaching a rocket engine to a deer, so I immediately reported him to the authorities. Shame on him for trying to make a quick buck.
Jeez.
I didn't come up with that one, but I love that one. Sorry. Let's continue. Connor asking, by the way, as the transfer tube is wider, does this mean that the fuel tank will be smaller? Cody, logistically, how does that work with rockets?
Overall, the volume is the same, right? The tank diameter is not changed, and the transfer tube will actually hold a lot of fuel, right? It will have fuel inside of it, so the overall volume has not changed, but the internal geometry has. I guess you could say like, oh, the wall thickness has increased ever so slightly, so there might be ever so slightly less fuel in there, but there's basically the same volume, if not more, inside of this one. Just because, the actual transfer tube is not reducing the amount of space, available space for fuel in there.
Yeah, again, just the scale of all of that. Gotta love it. Oh boy. Sorry, I my head is still just on that pun. That was very good. Here's a question from Jason. And I'll throw this one to you, Max. They're asking, will the suborbital firing of the Raptor apply for Block 3 as well? Or will that have to be done again before it's allowed to go for full orbit? So will we see suborbital Block 3 before orbital Block 3, or just straight to orbit?
That's a really good question. And I'm almost certain that they will have to do something similar for maybe 1 to 2 flights for Block 3, assuming all goes well, in order to make sure that the Raptor 3 engine can relight in space in an in-flight scenario. I'm certain, and certainly the Raptor 2s that are going to be flying on Booster 16 and those that are going to be flying on the next flight, and also on ship 37 and 38, are among the last Raptor 2 engines around, because they're not needed. They are not needed beyond Block 2, and there's only 2 more Block 2 flights left of both booster and ship. So I'm sure Raptor 3 is going to have to go through an entire program and test sequences to verify its use and reliability, because Raptor 2 to this point, especially on recent flights, has proven to be a very reliable engine, at least on the booster. So almost certainly, and then once they verify that it is, of course, then they will have the confidence to send ship into a fully orbital trajectory. It's worth noting that they are purposely doing that and setting Starship into a suborbital trajectory, because in the event that they lose control of the ship or something goes wrong, like they have for the last 3, they know where the ship is going to be coming down and where debris could be going. So that is specifically why they have done that. But they have had the propellant on board to go orbital if they wanted to keep the engines lit just a little bit longer. So, but yes, I'm sure Raptor 3 will have to go through an entire test campaign on its own, because it is still very, very early on in its lifespan.
Yeah, there's still plenty of questions that will be answered, but we still have a Block 2 flight to go here, and 2 more of them, actually. But for this one right now, it looks like the tankers are no longer at the unloading station there. So potentially they are done filling up the tank farm with the propellants that they will need for today. So, as kind of a reminder, Max, what exactly does the tank farm need to do to get prepared for flight? So obviously they'll start fueling it, but what do they need to do with the tank farm before the fueling begins?
Well, it needs to wake up first and foremost, and the first sign of that will be the pope vent that we see and so have it lovingly called. So essentially, the recondensers need to wake up, and the condensers as well have to wake up and make sure that the methane and the LOX are conditioned and down to their proper cryogenic temperatures. And then we will see various lines along the way starting to get white and frosty, courtesy of our cameras right over there at the danger lot, kind of by Starhopper. So those will all happen in sequence. I don't know the exact sequence off of the top of my head, because that's one of the details that I'm kind of lacking on these Starbase streams, unfortunately. I mean, and it's very shameful, I know. But we will see a lot more vapor and a lot more frost along the plumbing leading up to and around the orbital launch mount. And then among the final preparations we will see is that the lines around the orbital launch mount, both on the LOX, on the LOX side, will get very white and very frosty. And then, of course, the big sign that we are in main shelldown and in prep for LOX loading on the booster is the famous orbital launch mount vent, which is that big cloud of vapor that flushes from the bottom of the mount. But of course, That happens well around the T-minus 1 hour and 30-ish minute time frame. I think it starts. I'm not entirely sure on exact timings, but we will see a lot more frost. We will also hear a lot more noise as the tank farm wakes up overall.
I think we're hearing that noise right now, in fact.
Indeedy.
Yeah, I was just being quiet there. Let some of the sounds play. That is definitely the
I'm
tank
sorry.
farm doing its thing. No, it's fine. Otherwise, people yell, "Wait, there's no commentary, 0 by 0." So no, it's all right. So tank farm right on cue, joining the chat. So thank you, tank farm, for your insightful commentary as well as Max. Here's one from Dan that I'm going to read it as it was written first because it's funny, but we will legit answer the actual question after that. Dan asking, how many dumplings are on this flight? I know they meant dumblinks, but now I want to see dumplings launched into space. How many soup dumplings could fit inside starships? Quick, someone asked ChatGPT. But Cody, for this flight, how many of the Starlink mass simulators are there?
There are 8 Starlink V3 mass simulators that are going to be ejected from Starship. After SECO, it will coast for a little bit for about 10 minutes. They will then attempt to open that door that has had them stumped for a little bit, right? Previously, we saw there could have been a pressure issue with the methane leaking from Flight 9, but hopefully they get that door open, and then they're able to eject these test Starlinks just to prove that, like, hey, Starship's able to deliver payload. And that will give them kind of their first set of payloads, I'd imagine, there. And after that, they go ahead and they close the door, and then they go ahead and go along with the mission. We're hoping to see, we haven't seen any FAA or FTC filings for this, but we're hoping that there's some sort of third-person camera, because I believe that would be one of the best shots of a spacecraft we've seen ever, I would say.
I mean, that's up there, that's for sure. There's a couple, obviously, Apollo 11 and for all the Apollo missions, the lunar module right after undocking from the command module prior to landing, the shuttle with the rendezvous pitch maneuver, the 360 turn underneath the ISS with some of those really beautiful close-up shots where you could see the people inside the windows and then like the leading edge of the wing, shots of Hubble floating. To be able to see just the Starship hanging out there is going to be a cool sight when we finally do see it. Jero with an interesting question. I'm not sure which of you wants to answer this one, but they're asking, does Super Heavy need pressurization to hold the ship? Who wants to take that one?
I can take it. Oh,
yeah,
cool.
go ahead,
Okay,
Max.
Cody? No.
Okay. I'm not getting off the hook here. I'm not getting off the hook here. So Super Heavy does not require pressurization at this time to remain kind of structurally sound, right? They added internal stringers inside of Super Heavy to allow it to be structurally sound without the need for that pressurization inside of it. I would imagine it's not a great time having to always have something pressurized, especially when you might have to do internal work inside of it, right? So the ability for Super Heavy to just remain standing, no need for a crane, no need for external supports, is a capability that SpaceX has worked out.
It's impressive to have the structural integrity of something this tall with the extra mass on top of it. And then don't forget, once you actually do kind of get it pressurized and fueled up and loaded, this thing is massive. And in fact, it actually changes size once the propellants start loading in, right, Max?
It does a little bit, and it's a bit of a combination between just the sheer weight pressing down on the overall structure because of how much it weighs. Starship overall, once it's fully fueled, weighs about 5,000 or just over 5,000 metric tons, which is a lot. It is the largest, heaviest, and most powerful launch vehicle to ever fly. But it is in combination of the weight of that, and then also when things get really, really, really cold, they tend to shrink. And I think the best example that we have seen in terms of rockets is that I talked about this yesterday. There was a great back-to-back feed that somebody pulled from before prop load and after prop load on SLS on one of its launch attempts in 2022. Before prop load, one of the mounting struts that connects one of the solid rocket boosters to the core stage was at kind of an angle. I can't remember if it was at an angle or if it was level. But once SLS had a whole bunch of liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen inside of it, that strut had visibly moved down as the entire structure shrank and pressed down. So, and that's just on SLS. With a core stage that has a whole bunch of SOFI or spray-on foam insulation. Starship doesn't have that. It's just a blank stainless steel tank structure. So I'm sure that there has to be some way of seeing just how much Starship has shrunk in like AB, or go back and forth, or AB the footage from before and after to see how much. I said yesterday on stream that for Flight 11, I will make that a priority to see how much it had shifted, and I will be sure to do that as well. Obviously then as well. But I tried this morning, but I didn't have a whole lot of time, and I had to keep cameras where they were. But it is. I'm not quite sure how much it is, but it is. I'm sure it's a lot. I'm sure the onboard cameras that SpaceX has on the vehicle and also on the tower itself can show that better. But unfortunately, we do not have access to those feeds. I wish we did, but we don't.
Oh, that would be so cool to see a time lapse from one of those cameras mounted on there. I'd love to see that, the process through loading and fueling and everything. Just constant timeline of how we got to where we are. Let me take a moment, thank some people here really quick. Name, thank you for becoming a PadRat member and for the support. Deplora, thank you for becoming a PadRat member. Roy Tyson saying, apparently there was an incorrect statement, said bigger tube would not decrease volume of the tank. A bigger downcomer tube makes a smaller LOX tank.
Right, because you are going through the actual LOX tank there, so you are decreasing the volume slightly whenever you do have the downcomer there.
There we go. Damien, thank you for becoming a PadRat member. Doug Ramsey, thank you for gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Very much appreciated. I see people asking, will there be a members multi-view coming up again today? Yes, there absolutely will. So, if you are a member at any level, you will get access to the members multi-view. And then, of course, there's the behind the scenes as well. If you watched yesterday's, if you were a member, getting to see the team working behind the scenes, rotating through all of their cameras, the voice of God, Kevin Michael Reed himself, and everyone getting everything set up, all the commentators. It's really cool. And in fact, I believe that Members Multiview is indeed live, as I get a YouTube notification on my phone for it this very second. So definitely go check that out. Again, you can do that at any level of membership. UK Hudson, I wore my NSF Reentry Club t-shirt for yesterday's not launch, let's say. I don't want to jinx it. So trying my Seco t-shirt today in order to invert the outcome. I like it.
That's the spirit.
Let's hope we get to Seco. And Papa Hawkeye back at it again. It's a good thing for Musk he didn't go to r/jokes for rocket advice. 90% of the stuff you people come up with never lands.
That's a good one.
That one actually is very good. I approve of that. What I don't approve of are those yellow and red dots that we see popping up on the radar. So if you kind of ignore the green itself, you see those storms really starting to pop up. Basically, smack dab in the middle of the screen is where Starbase is located. So it looks like they may be on their way over. Max, how is the weather looking around that way?
So, looking directly east out toward the launch site from here at the Rocket Ranch outpost, I'm only seeing a lot of high altitude clouds, which are non-threatening, and a bunch of blue sky. However, I just looked in my mirrors and I'm seeing a bunch of high contrast, low altitude, darker colored clouds, which of course are indicative of storms firing up. But I think the one potential saving grace here, so long as others don't develop more south of the launch site here, is we are many miles direct east of Brownsville. So, and the storms, from what I can tell, are wanting to move directly north. So as they stand now, we are not directly in the path of those storms. However, based on convection and the wind coming off of the Gulf, that could lead to some others developing directly south of the launch site, hypothetically. Not yet, and hopefully they won't. But the forecast is not calling for any major development of storms. That being said, that is the forecast for Brownsville. The weather around Starbase itself, since it's right on the Gulf, and Jack has also gone on about this as well, is its own little microclimate. Whereas it can be storming in Brownsville and it can be perfectly fine over here, as is literally the case right this second, as those storms are hitting Brownsville. So hopefully those storms stay west of us, and nothing else south of us develops in the next 4 and a bit hours. But they do have a 1 hour launch window to work with, again, should they need it. But hopefully they will not, for either weather or anything on the GSE or vehicles. So still looking good over the launch site, and hopefully that weather behind us will keep going north and stay away.
Exactly. We need chat to blow the storms away. Everyone turn on all of your ceiling fans, your house fans, your air conditioner units, and blow it away from Starbase. That's how weather works, right?
Yes.
Good. Okay, just making sure. Let's see here. Get into some more interesting questions. Here's one from MSAF, and I'll throw this to you, Cody. Do you think SpaceX could reuse offshore diverted Raptor engines?
The really tough part of that is salt water, right? It depends on a couple things. One, salt water. Two, how fast can they grab those engines? With other companies like Rocket Lab, we've actually seen them reuse saltwater ingested engines, or at least refire them with the I forgot the name of the exact motor, but it's the electric powered Rutherford. Thank you, it was on the tip of my tongue. The Rutherford engines. They've been able to refire those successfully, even with saltwater ingestion, but they picked them up right after landing. And so in a situation like this, especially where they're not doing a soft touchdown, but dropping the booster from a very high altitude, it's not exactly seeming like they'd be able to reuse these engines, especially because, as we've seen in the past, it takes a while for them to actually get out there and recover those engines, if it is recoverable at all. It might be in a section of the Gulf that's too deep. There might be other factors that just mean they can't recover these, and even if they do, they might be too far gone and corroded.
Yeah, I mean, you may remember going back to Rocket Lab, their original plan for reuse was to catch the booster mid-air with a helicopter, which they kinda sorta did, and then had to cut it loose, so they decided instead to try just landing it in the water, scooping it out of the water within 30 minutes of landing, and trying to fly that again. So far, in terms of reused engines, I believe Rocket Lab has reflown one singular engine from that. So
Yes.
It's definitely not easy. So it's one of those things where, plus, as we've seen from McGregor, which we do have our McGregor Live 24/7 cameras, and if you watch those, you see how many different tests they do in a day, how many Raptors, in addition to all of the Falcon 9 engines and the Merlins, how many Raptors they test there regularly. You can see that on the left side of your screen. They're pumping out enough engines that I think they're doing pretty good not having to worry about reusing them just yet. And that honestly brings us to another good question here. Irvin asking, will Starship end up landing on a drone ship or only return to landing site? Cody, what do we think?
originally the idea with actually, if you think back to here at Starbase, there were 2 oil drilling platforms that SpaceX had purchased, Phobos and Deimos. And those were originally, the idea was, oh, you put some towers on there and you land the rocket on those things with a big tower. But quite a while ago, they decided to sell those. And so the idea of doing offshore catches has kind of faded for now. But the idea still remains as in terms of point-to-point, right? The idea is you build these giant floating platforms out in the bays of large cities, and you launch from there where it's safe. So in the future, possibly when flight rates start to get higher and higher and higher, and we can't just rely on the Cape or Brownsville or anywhere else for Starship launches, we need to start moving stuff offshore. So potentially in the future, but in the near term, it's not really foreseeable. And just for catches, it's not really worth it in the infrastructure that SpaceX has built up. It makes more sense to catch it and then put it back on the pad for immediate reflight.
Exactly. Plus, that would have to be one big barge.
Yes.
And you've seen, even with Falcon, the occasional tip over, things like that. So I don't think we would see that. But what we do see right now, it looks like, is all the cars heading away from the pad now, finally. Looks like we may finally be getting to pad clear.
It kind of looks like it now. I don't see any more vehicles around it.
Exciting.
Yes. That again, with all the worry of the fixes that they had to do yesterday, with the ground side locks issue that they had that caused the launch to be postponed, trying to be careful not to use the S word. They did a lot of repairs overnight, and they did some testing earlier today. We saw them testing just a couple hours ago, the quick disconnect, removing it and then reattaching it. So things are proceeding. That's what we like to see. Here's a question. I'll throw this one to you, Max. Juna is asking, what do you think about flying ships or boosters from Starbase to Florida or the other way around?
Well, that would not work for boosters because that is a long way for a booster to go to cover ground, and that is essentially a lot of work for a booster to do with a finite level of fuel that it has. It really doesn't even go that far offshore. It is only there to boost ship off to the orientation and speed that it needs to get to make sure it's firing most efficient. So I don't want to say it's impossible. I think is the wrong word to use with booster, but it's just, it doesn't seem feasible or honestly desirable. I think at that point you may as well just either build them in Florida, which, spoiler alert, they're going to. Same with ships. Spoiler alert, they're also going to build ships in Florida. However, when it comes to ship, that is a much more realistically, you are much more able to approach that scenario realistically, because ship does travel that far, if not, or actually much farther, but it can travel to Florida if it needed to. The problem there is ship needs to fly over populated areas to get to the Kennedy Space Center, at least from here in Starbase. And that is a very risky trajectory, especially for a vehicle that may or may not be proven in reliability at that point that this could theoretically be possible in. So SpaceX is never going to do that. I think I will go on record and say that's not going to happen. And that is why they are building Starships now, or they're going to in Florida, to avoid that point-to-point transfer. But I think not even that. I'm thinking in real time, so sorry if this is all over the place. But the most realistic and likely scenario is a ship transfer from Starbase to Florida, but that would involve flying over populated areas, which is very risky, and they don't want to do that. So technically possible, but probably not desirable.
And the other thing to note is that when they originally were planning the launches out of Florida, they made it a point to say that Starbase would essentially continue to be the testing and proving grounds. So not a regular, oh, we're going to launch all of our super important missions from Starbase. The plan was to do a lot of the testing, those kind of missions from there, with the primary flights being out of Florida, where you will have the pad at LC-39A. You will have 2 launch pads and 2 catch towers at Launch Complex 37. There's always still the potential for additional ones. We'll see what ends up happening out at Vandenberg, potentially. So it feels like they will have enough production going on at the Cape, especially on their own, that there really wouldn't be a need, and that way Starbase can kind of take a back seat and be more of that construction proving ground versus the rapid flight cadence that they can get from the Cape and the Eastern Range over there.
Exactly.
Continue on with some questions. Steve Pryor is asking, I'm not sure if this may be more of an Alex question, but Cody, I'll throw it to you as a rocket guy here. On the booster, when only 3 Raptors are firing during landing, do all 13 of the center engines still need to gimbal together?
Interesting. Well, I believe if you remember, there was a GIF. I don't know where else to reference it from. That SpaceX posted near the holidays, where they showed the engines gimbaling individually. And so I don't believe that they all need to gimbal for the full range of motion. I believe those 3 centers can just gimbal on their own for that landing burn as they get closer.
Yeah, it's quite the sight. And again, if you think back to even the booster landings, you can kind of see the gimbaling as it makes its way in and then adjusts itself for the catch right at the chopsticks.
Right.
NSF has
Yep.
some amazing footage of that too. So one of the things to look out for at the base of the rocket. Let me throw this one out here. Thinking a little bit about future crewed missions on this. Obviously, we're not at that point yet, but do we think a crewed version of the ship will ever have large windows like the initial depictions? Cody, that sounds like a rocket design kind of question from Run David Run.
The main concern around large windows is, one, micrometeoroid debris, right? In space, there's not a lot of stuff, but when you're in low Earth orbit, there can be chips of paint, there can be small micrometeoroids, there can be a whole host of things. And so one thing you'll see is on the ISS, where on the cupola, where the largest windows are, they have these massive window covers that go and cover the windows when not in use, just because of the risk there. And for Starship to have massive windows, a massive surface area where it could be more fragile than the actual airframe, it would be a heightened risk. And so it's all about that risk kind of balance, right? If you're going somewhere that maybe has less micrometeoroid debris, you could perhaps get away with it. Somewhere deeper in space, perhaps around Mars or the moon. And of course, it would be great for tourism. Right? Having amazing views out of huge windows would be amazing. But there are, the main reasons of not having massive windows in space is one of those micrometeoroids. And also, it takes a lot of force to be able to keep those windows as a pressure vessel, right? They have to hold the internal pressure of that. Now, there could be the potential for window covers in the future. And I could totally foresee that, where you get window covers that cover the windows when not in use, but when you're in space in a nice environment and you want whoever, the astronauts or the tourists or whoever, to look out the window at amazing views of Mars or the moon, they can then open those up for a shorter amount of time, reducing that risk.
Yeah, if you look even now at the cupola windows and see some of the videos that are posted from it, you can tell how dinged up they are from all the micrometeoroids. There's a lot of little dots and pings in them. Kind of a silly question, but I think it's important to talk about the regulatory side of things with all of this, and even just the profile, the flight trajectory. So Max, Kingdom of Red Italy is asking, what would happen if they accidentally went to orbit on this suborbital flight?
Oh, yikes.
No, oh my God.
Oh yeah. Oh, pause. My God. That would be bad for one thing, especially if they lack any sort of control over the vehicle. I don't know precisely the order that. I don't know the order of events that would happen, but the FAA would be very unhappy. But I think the first things first is they would want to gather as much data as possible on the ship's trajectory to calculate the most likely point of reentry, and then wherever that could be and when that could be, they will then issue alerts to anyone who may be vulnerable to debris on the ground. But that is worst case scenario. I know SpaceX is intentionally not going to orbit because of that possibility, especially with the Block 2's lack of success beyond SECO at this point. So it would be a very bad day for many people involved. And the FAA would certainly be among those leading the investigation as to why their guidelines were breached, and of course why many people would potentially be in great danger to falling debris from a hypersonic spacecraft re-entering the atmosphere uncontrollably. So it would be a very bad day for a lot of people.
And Max, that's also a really good point, just, keeping with the FAA guidelines that they have to, but if something goes wrong, the suborbital trajectory is specifically designed to account for that and kind of basically keep it out of the way of populated areas and let it burn up, right?
Correct. And then, for those who are among those saying, "Oh, but Starship's never gone to orbit," yeah, that's been intentionally done to prevent and mitigate the risk of a ship coming down where it isn't supposed to, should they lose control in orbit. Because it's one thing if a tiny little spacecraft goes where it's not supposed to go and it's in orbit and it comes down, that is most likely going to burn up, and these subsequent debris is likely not going to cause a greater impact on a number of people. Starship is a big girl. The ship is a very, very big vehicle. It's larger than any of the actual shuttle orbiters. It is a very big spacecraft, so there is a lot of debris potentially, and large debris. So a lot of it could make it to the ground at very high speed and do some very nasty damage to people and property alike. And of course, the FAA's job is to do their part in ensuring that does not happen, and that is why SpaceX currently is still abiding by their purposefully suborbital trajectory. They could go to orbit if they wanted to. They have more than enough propellant on board and performance to do it, but they are intentionally not doing it so that they have a rough idea of where ship is going to come down, whether it makes SECO or not.
Yeah, see flights 3 and 9 for reference. Oh boy. Yeah, last flight when they kind of lost control and it started spinning, and then it didn't enter heat shield down, but yet it's still actually kept within the safety keep out zones that they have. They have a safety corridor, essentially. That's why you see all of the notice to mariners, the notice to airmen, formerly air missions, all of those different warnings all the way across the flight trajectory, so that if something happens and it does end up going kersplat early, then it doesn't harm any people below.
He said that thing again, kersplat.
I like the word, okay? It's onomatopoeia in a way.
I'm not digging you for it. I dig kersplat too. I think it's just kind of funny.
You know what else I dig? The amount of people supporting us here during the stream. Gigi, thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. Gary Ellis becoming a Pad Rat member. Pinpin becoming a Red Team member. All of you go check out the members multi-view on the side tab as well, so you can hear the commentary and see the main views on this one, and see it flip through all of the other views on the members multi-view, and that's available all the way through launch on this. Knowing Brit saying, after missing 3 launches by mere days, I'm finally in South Padre to see my first rocket launch. Here's hoping the weather holds up. That has got to be so awesome, being there for that as your first launch. And I know we've said this before, but if Starship is your first launch, it's going to kind of spoil it for the rest, so I've been told, because it's one of the few rockets I haven't seen launch. But
yeah, cause one of us here, one of us here's first ever rocket launch was Flight 5.
Yeah,
and
I
we all
was
know
on the
how that
roof
went,
with
and
Max.
how just peak that was, and how everything else by comparison is downhill.
Yeah, I mean, that was probably the perfect flight to see as the first flight. That was it all went downhill from there. So I'm glad at least I got to see that one, you know. But it has kind of ruined other launches. But I still want to see them in person, you know. Not going to turn down the opportunity.
And Cody, I believe you viewed it from this, which is the hotel that we have, or the camera that we have. We don't have a hotel. The camera that we have on top of the Margaritaville Hotel on South Padre Island, ! Hotel for more info. Right? Is that where you saw it from?
Yeah, so this is the Margaritaville, as you said. Later on, when we actually get down to the actual launch stream.
Ooh,
some
Holy
venting
tank
noises
farm.
there. It's
And
coming
there's
live.
venting. That looks like booster. Was that booster venting there?
I think it was.
Totally normal. Expected. Sorry, Cody, you were saying before you were so rudely interrupted by Booster 16.
Wow, Booster 16, thanks. No, but when we get to the actual launch live stream, we'll actually see people up there controlling cameras, tracking the booster from the roof of the Margaritaville there, and it provides a great view. It's one of the tallest structures around there in Brownsville that we're able to get access to, and it is truly an amazing viewing location. So yeah, I can't wait to see the views from there. It's gonna be awesome.
And Max, you and I quite veterans with a bunch of flights under our belt. I always think it's important, especially for people that are there at their first launch, to remind people, watch with your eyes. Sure, it's cool to have a shot on your phone or on your camera or something like that, but you want to be able to see it, visualize it, feel it, remember it. There are people out there whose sole job it is to basically not watch the launch, but to record the video, take the photos. Make sure you enjoy it for yourself. You can then see those amazing photos later. Max, any other ideas that you have for people seeing a launch for the first time in person?
I mean, I just want to reiterate what you said, and that either put your phone down on a tripod and have it recording by itself, or don't use it at all and look at it with your eyes. Especially if you're at a place like here at the Rocket Ranch Outpost, where we're only about 3.5 miles from the launch pad, and this is as close as the general public can get. So it's a front row seat. Put your freaking phone down and just look at it with your eyeballs, man. It is a magnificent sight to behold, and on top of seeing it and how vibrant and just dramatic it's going to be, you're going to... Ooh. Some more methane tank vents there. Very nice. You're going to feel the sound energy pulsing and vibrating your chest incredibly intensely from all 33 Raptors, because the sound from Starship doesn't even come close to anything or nothing else. I'm sorry. Turn the whole thing around. Starship trumps the sound, volume, and intensity of any other rocket currently or formerly flying. It is it is in a league of its own. Even from South Padre Island, we still kind of felt the roof shaking a little bit on top of the Margaritaville for Flight 5. It was kind of alarming, but that's just how powerful and loud Starship can get. And here we are, almost twice as close as we are from SPI. So it is going to be a visceral experience and a very enjoyable experience if you enjoy these things. So ear protection for some people might be recommended, but for me, I just like taking it as it is, honestly. I just do it. It is a wonderful, wonderful thing. But yes, long-winded, TLDR, put your freaking phone down. Just look at it.
Yeah, I remember still the first launch I saw, which was STS-130, one of the closeout crew guys actually... I was talking with him, and that was his thing, was, just watch it, just enjoy it. It's also kind of funny that they're like, there are people whose jobs it is out there to go take the photos, and now we're those people whose jobs it is to go out there and take those photos, which is kind of cool. And again, you can always get the memories of it, buying a print at shop.nasaspaceflight.com from some of the amazing photographers out there, like Max. Of course, we have a whole team, Tyler, Caesar, everyone out there, D. Expect to see some amazing photos from them. But of course, we also have all of the Flight 10 specific merch. So one of my favorite things was the I Was There shirt I got from STS 135. You can get your representation of being there, or even if you weren't there, just your love for the flight at shop.nasaspaceflight.com with our Flight 10 collection. You'll notice we have a couple of additional things in there besides the regular patch, the hoodies, the shirts. There is also a kids version of the shirt for this one, and that tumbler there on the right. We have our tumbler that also just has the Starship tile design on it, which is what I bring to every launch. And then now there's one with Flight 10 specifically. So if you're there, it's a great memento. If you aren't there, it's a great way to continue to support the program. And on top of that, it's also a great way to support NSF. And one of my favorite ways personally, because sure, you're supporting what we do, but you get something even more awesome in return, a physical something for your love of NSF and for your support. So anyone who does support us that way, a very huge thank you to you. Speaking of that kind of heat shield tile design that we see on some of the merch there, Mechazilla is asking, is this the most complete heat shield we've seen in a while? I mean, Max, you've been following the different flights here. Does this one feel more complete or about the same?
No, I don't know. I think the last 2 or 3 Block 2s have all looked roughly the same. I'm sure that the tiles intentionally taken off have been in various places, but overall, the heat shield has looked pretty good on Block 2 overall. Although, it has to be said, every ship varies in terms of how flush the tiles are, how neat they are, how much resin or filling is in around them, and how kind of, I guess, messy is the wrong word, but how, I guess, clean it can or might not be around the edges. And by far and away, Ship 37 looks, I think, the cleanest of any of the ships so far. And you can see a lot of tiles currently missing. Sorry, booster venting. That was a long one. But yeah, from that previous angle, you could see a lot of tiles actually missing, and those have all been done intentionally so SpaceX can test the ablative material underneath and how that fares during atmospheric reentry. One of the big bummers about all of the V2 flights so far is all of those brilliant and bright engineers working on the TPS, or thermal protection system, have yet to really get any useful data during a nominal entry or re-entry. And I really, really feel for them, because now this is the 4th flight of Block 2, and they still don't have any useful information on that yet. And the first one, mind you, was back in January, so we're 8 months in, and they still have a lot to do in how far behind they are. So they are testing how that ablative material works, and I don't think SpaceX has said specifically, although they might during their live stream, there might be that one regen cooled tile there as well to test any other alternative heat shield solutions for future vehicles. And here you can see one of the photos that I grabbed during Ship 37's roll to the pad on Saturday afternoon, and you can see a bunch of those tiles missing there. And also on that previous image, the varying tile sizes there. Obviously, the ones in the middle are a lot smaller compared to the ones on the top and bottom. So yeah, lots happening with the heat shield, and there is certainly a lot to take in. But yes, Ship 37's heat shield does look very clean and very neat, and I have to say it does look the best of any we've seen so far, just in terms of how clean and neat they are, as I've said many times before. But yeah, lots actually missing on the nose there, which was actually pretty interesting. But yes, TPS systems are a thing of beauty and an entirely different topic that could take hours to talk about on its own if we wanted to.
Yes, and those photos of that were great from a great photographer, Max Evans. Thank you for that, as opposed to just an okay photographer like Jack Byer.
Oh, wow. Dang, he's not even here. You're digging Jack like that?
He is. He called me out in chat saying Sawyer doesn't think I'm a good photographer. See, you're a good photographer.
I'm okay.
No, Jack. Genuinely awesome photos from him as well. You'll be able to see Jack's prints in the shop too. Make sure you support Jack and Max and all the photographers. If you do get a print or reminder, some of the money does go to the person that took that photo. I don't care if you don't buy mine. Buy theirs then. Those are good. Yeah. Also, Jack, I will say you are a great photographer when you start having a correct opinion about your bagels. So for now, you're a very good photographer. They will be great once you agree that your definition of a bagel is very, very wrong. For those who are unaware, you need to check out our Friday Flame Trench where this whole thing started, where Jack showed a picture of a bagel with all this weird melted stuff on top and weird things on and in it, no hole in it. It was just, it's not a bagel. And you can see him continually trying to defend himself for Capcom and above in the Discord in the food channel, always trying, and it's like, no, not gonna work. I guess we should get back to Starship then.
Maybe.
Yeah. Here's one from ResistoJet, and I'll throw this one to you, Cody. Will Block 3 have a hot staging ring, or does it not need it?
Block 3 does not need a hot staging ring in the traditional sense that we've seen here. One of the things that they want to do with Starship is be rapidly reusable, right? And in the current iteration of Booster, the hot stage ring separates, right? It's a ton of extra mass, and it's just not a reusable part. So they throw it away as they go for either booster catch, or they do the offshore divert, or they do their water landing. In the future, they want to be able to land these boosters and then immediately put a ship on top and refly it, right? And so the Block 3 boosters have an integrated hot stage ring-esque shape there, where it has vent holes. It's a truss structure that is able to support the weight of Starship like it is currently, but it also allows for that entire structure to remain attached to the booster during all operations, so that, again, it can be rapidly reusable like SpaceX wants.
Yeah, I mentioned this the other day, but I love the design on it. So reminiscent of the one that they had built into the N1. If you look at the N1, there's these kind of empty looking spots with all these little cross hinges and things on it. It reminds me of that very much in the aesthetics of it, but also finally not throwing away the hot stage rings, because a reminder that the hot stage ring on these does separate away from the booster before the booster does its hover and then eventual water kersplat. So, and Max, you can typically hear the sonic booms from both the booster and that hot stage ring, right?
You can, and it hits you kind of out of nowhere because you were already braced and ready for the booms from the booster, and then you'll hear another pair after that by maybe 10 to 20 seconds afterwards of that hot staging ring passing and its booms following. So yeah, you get two different sets of sonic booms. But you mentioned the N1, Sawyer, but I think what a lot of people forget about is that other rockets currently flying also hot stage, like Soyuz. Soyuz has a very similar truss structure like the N1, albeit a lot smaller, and like the V3 Super Heavy booster. So Soyuz also hot stages, and the N1 also did, well, would have, I should say. It never did, it would have. But also Titan 2. Titan 2 also hot staged, and there is some incredible footage of it from the Gemini program of some onboard footage, and it looks amazing, although the hot staging from Titan 2 literally destroyed the stage, which makes the footage all the more spectacular. But the other Soyuz is the other rocket right now that also hot stages, but Soyuz is also decades old and very, very old technology. Reliable, but very old.
Yeah, the Soviets have been doing it for quite a while, and then the Russians obviously continuing on with Soyuz, Proton, N1, and I love the Titan still for that hot stage part.
I still want to see Proton fly, honestly. Proton is like my number 3 favorite rocket of all time. I love it.
What's numbers 1 and 2?
Number 1 would be Titan 4. So I'm going to exclude Starship from this because obviously Starship is in a league of its own, and I will sound incredibly biased if I say it's number 1. So number 1, Titan 4. Titan 4B in particular with the super long fairing. It's my number one favorite. Number 2, Delta 2, or at least the Delta 2 Heavy with the Delta 3 SRBs on it, which were the bigger ones that were going to be used on the Delta 3, but Delta 3 only launched, I think, 3 times. So, but they used those larger SRBs on Delta 2 to increase its performance, and it was an absolute race car off the ground. So, Titan 4B number 1, Delta 2 number 2, Proton number 3. But Starship is incredibly lovely, as you can see on your screen now, and I think it is in its own a number 1, like way above anything else. More so because I've been there for a majority of the flights, and it is just a more personable and subjective rating on my end. So I'm very biased. But did the stabs have these stabs been disconnected from the chopsticks?
It looks like they are.
Yep.
Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you, Cody.
No, it looks like they're kind of removing those in anticipation for opening up the chopsticks, right? We're going to move those out of the way, preparing for launch. So this is a great sign that we're still go for launch here.
Exactly. And I know we always get the question of, aren't those used to help support the vehicle and keep it stable during everything? So why would they open them 4 hours beforehand? Cody, why do we kind of just leave them hanging open? Is it that structurally important?
It's really not that structurally important. The entirety of Starship is very heavy, weighing down on the orbital launch mount, and the orbital launch mount does a great job of actually securing the vehicle, even in high wind environments, even, again, with the fins up top on Starship. So the structural help of the actual chopstick arms isn't super necessary in the lead up to launch here. And of course, they want to make sure that the chopstick fully opens and gets out of the way. And it allows them a little bit of extra time, perhaps, to troubleshoot it if they run into an issue there, right? We want to build in a ton of time into our launch preparation, especially in a test program like this, to troubleshoot issues. And so because it's not strictly necessary for those chopsticks to remain there, they do remove them quite a bit before flight.
Yep, so we should be seeing those open shortly as we approach the 4-hour mark to the opening of the window, which again is 6:30 p.m. Central Time to 7:30 p.m. Central Time. Boy, we are getting close to it, and it's exciting. But it's worth noting, when we talk about the window, as we see them getting ready for the sticks, and obviously as we take a look here at the tank farm, they have a set amount of time once they do actually begin fueling the rocket, though, right, Max?
They do, and it is actually down to similar reasons for why SpaceX is committed and limited to the operations in which it can fuel, and if they have to scrub or abort Falcon 9 launches, in that the super chill propellants aboard Super Heavy and Starship do not have any insulation on the tank walls to insulate them. So the only reason why Starship is able to hold in the countdown as opposed to Falcon 9, which can't, is the sheer amount of propellant on board keeps the rest of the propellant in itself at a usable temperature for what SpaceX wants it to. And I think they're able to hold for about 30 minutes or so once they are fully fueled. But also, the tank farm only holds so much propellant. So once they get to a certain point and they have to abort the countdown, they then either have to refill and or replenish whatever resources were used in the tank farm. So there is a lot of resources out there to use and be used, but they are not infinite. They are finite, and it is a big commitment to go into prop load with Starship as it is with Falcon. So it's a really big deal. And I think that poll comes at around T-minus 1 hour and 15 minutes. SpaceX usually gives word around the T-minus 1 hour mark. So fingers crossed we get to that point. It seems far away now at T-minus 4 hours, but trust me, once you get past about the 3 hour mark, time starts melting away very quickly. And even more so once they give that go for prop load.
And as we reach under 4 hours to go till the opening of the window, we are looking at Booster 16, the tank farm right below it, Ship 37 atop as we get ready for the 10th flight of Starship. Take 2 I see some people asking, so for those who might kind of just be joining, Cody, what happened during attempt 1 that caused them to, again, I'm trying to avoid using the S word, not launch yesterday?
Right, not launch yesterday. I love that usage there. Yesterday, when Starship began entering its fueling process, what we began to see was a leak form on the ship quick disconnect, where we saw a lot of venting, a lot of that liquid oxygen there. You see a large cloud there. And soon after going into that fueling, they seemed to stop. And they rolled the fueling back, and they said, oh, we aren't going to launch today. So because of that, overnight, we saw crews go up there and actually replace the liquid oxygen line on the ship quick disconnect there. They lowered the old one down, they raised a new one up, and they did a bit of testing earlier this morning on reconnecting it, removing it, reconnecting it, just to ensure that when they get into fueling today, they aren't going to have that leak like we saw yesterday.
Yeah, that's what we're hoping for after the attempt yesterday. So that's the basics of how we got to today's attempt. But now that we get to Flight 10 itself, let's go over some of the essentials and take a look at Flight 10 in a nutshell.
Starship's 10th flight will try to carry out the same objectives that were set out for the previous 3 flights of Starship, most of which weren't completed, unfortunately. In particular, Flight 10's planned profile will be very similar to Flight 9, but with Booster 16 and Ship 36. Oh wait, that can't be right. Oh, yeah, no, Ship 37 now, yeah. Okay, so what are all of those objectives and things planned for Flight 10? Well, let's take a look first at the booster. Now, if you were hoping for an amazing booster catch at the launch site, that ain't the plan for this one. Instead, SpaceX will run the same experiments that they did with Booster 14. This includes the controlled flip during hot staging, which is achieved by blocking a small portion of the vents on the hot staging ring. By doing this, it provides a slight push in a known direction, which also saves on propellant for return. Unlike Booster 14, though, SpaceX hasn't indicated whether Booster 16 will be doing a high angle of attack entry through the atmosphere. That was, in fact, what caused 14's demise, with the booster's fuel transfer tube suffering a structural failure that led to its subsequent explosion. So they'll probably try to push that entry, but not as hard as with Booster 14. For the landing burn, Booster 16 will try to test the off-nominal scenario that was tried with Booster 14. This will see the booster starting all 13 inner engines, then disabling one of the 3 centermost engines to simulate a scenario where one of those goes out unexpectedly during landing. The booster will instead try and use one of the 10 engines on the middle ring to compensate for that one. The booster will then shut down that engine and land with only 2 center engines. The landing burn will also be cut off at altitude, so it'll impact the water at high velocity and prevent another scenario like Booster 13, which floated in the water after splashdown and ended up in Mexican waters. Now, as for Ship 37, it'll attempt to carry out the same experiments as the previous few flights. This includes the deployment of 8 Starlink simulators from its payload bay, performing an in-space relight of one of the ship's Raptor sea-level engines, and going through re-entry, but this time in the right orientation. That re-entry will in itself be full of several experiments, the main one being the demonstration of the design changes to the ship's flaps for Block 2. We've seen ships re-entering already on Flights 4, 5, and 6, but they were all Block 1 vehicles. Block 2 features smaller flaps located closer to the tip of the nose cone and further leeward, preventing the plasma from hitting the seal between the flap and nose cone. Block 2 also features different heat shield tiles from Block 1 that are supposed to be tougher and less prone to cracking. These have also not been tested yet. As with the previous Block 2 flights, SpaceX is also flying different types of metallic tiles, including one with active cooling. Also, like previous ships, Ship 37's sides have been modified to support future ship catches. This includes flying with catch pins, receiving protective ramps on delicate structures on the sides of the ship, adding backup thermal ablative material, and tapering the edge of the heat shield leading to the leeward side of the vehicle. These features should enable future ships to not only survive re-entry, but also be caught by the tower arms for rapid reusability. So it's gotta be tested during an actual re-entry before bringing a ship to Starbase from orbit. Lastly, also like on the previous test, SpaceX wants to stress test the aerodynamic controls of Starship. Therefore, Ship 37 will fly a more aggressive entry profile that will stress the structural limits of the aft flaps. And very much like Booster 14, don't be surprised if the ship breaks up during re-entry because of that. I mean, it wouldn't be a great outcome, but well, at least it wouldn't be unexpected like the last 3 times. Hopefully, if all goes well though, just a bit over an hour after launch, we should have Ship 37 floating in the waters of the Indian Ocean, and a bunch of little pieces of Booster 13 in the Gulf after a successful landing burn. Starship's 10th flight will try to carry out the same objectives that were set out for the previous 3 flights of Starship.
Thank you, Alicia. Twice, in fact. Yes, that, in case you don't know, you can catch Alicia every Friday on This Week in Space Flight right here at NSF, and airs on the Popular Science channel as well, going over all of the major events that happened in this past week of space flight. Nice summary recap for you to check out on the channel. So you can always go watch that. And Alicia is just awesome, along with her work with the Intrepid Museum in New York City. Let me take a moment here, thank some people, and then we'll get back to answering more of your questions, which, reminder, you can tag us at NASA Spaceflight or at NSF, and we will answer as many of them as we can. ActiveX, thank you for gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Ryan, thank you for becoming a PadRat member. Highway 4, saying anything about that Elon technical update? Well, didn't happen yesterday. That's, I think, about all we know on that, unless I'm missing something.
Yeah, SpaceX hasn't really said anything about an updated talk or release. Yeah, that was supposed to be on X Spaces yesterday afternoon before launch, and then they was kind of quietly canceled, which is kind of unfortunate because there's a lot of information that we want to know, and that I guess has been hinted at with the Raptors and what we think are Starship HLS seats over in the Star Factory offices, maybe. And then also Booster 17 and Ship 20 were lit up pretty well in the Rocket Garden yesterday or last night as well. So maybe they already had it recorded and they're just waiting for a good time to release that, probably after launch or tomorrow morning at some point if it goes tonight. Not sure. But there is a lot of information that us here at NSF and many, many, many others around who are looking at this program are eager to know as well. Oh, looks like we have an update on the radar.
Yeah.
Okay,
Ooh, that
so
is
it's
quite red.
It's shifting a little bit. So before it was going straight north, and then it looks to have shifted a bit east. But I think it's worth noting that at that point, with it shifting east, I think it looks already north of Starbase. So it's more going to impact South Padre Island at least more than it is Starbase, because that's about 6 miles north. Compared to where we are. Hopefully it goes even more north than SPI. That would suck for everyone over there. But all of the weather you are currently seeing is not directly affecting us at the moment. We are still high and dry here at the Rocket Ranch outpost, at least where I am. So fingers crossed it stays that way. But there is also some weather out over the Gulf, kind of southeast of us, that looks like it may cause an issue in a couple hours' time. Not sure. We'll have to wait and see. Weather can change very, very fast around here as we are very close to the equator, kind of ish. But definitely tropical areas here, and weather can shift fast, so you never know.
And there is that view from South Padre Island overlooking the the bird and pads 1 and 2 over there. Oh boy, that is from the Margaritaville Hotel. I love how instantly see that and everyone just goes, bird! Let me continue here just with some of the support, and then we'll get to the questions. Ben, thank you for upgrading a Capcom member. Capcom and above gets access to the NSF Discord. That includes the Flame Trench pre- and post-shows. Members multi-views also go there as well, in addition to YouTube. And we have all the other awesome channels. If you are in there, please make sure that you go and tell Jack that his opinion on bagels are very, very wrong in the food channel. Nav becoming a PadRat member, Bob becoming a Red Team member, Space, all of Space. Wow, that's impressive, becoming a Red Team member. DJ Pond gifting 10 Red Team memberships. Simon becoming PadRat member, Bill Davenport becoming a PadRat member. Here's $100 super chat from Mergs. Thank you so much for that. Saying, howdy SBL nerds and nerdettes. Made it to Margaritaville and ready for the guaranteed excitement. By the way, Das and Jock. Did I just say Das and Jock?
Yeah, you did. You did, and that is on record.
Guess who didn't sleep great last night? By the way, Das and Jack, if you all want to get together after the launch or tomorrow, let me know. I'm sure there's usually some gatherings of people afterwards, but yeah, thank you so much for the generous amount of support there. We really do appreciate it. And again, I know we say it all the time, but we cannot have this many cameras and this many people out doing all of this amazing launch coverage without the support. So thank you. I have to read this one. Papa Hawkeye back at it again. Can anyone help me with starting a rocket science club at school? I'm having trouble getting it off the ground. Hashtag last one, hashtag coffee fund. I love that people see that I'm on stream and instantly the puns come in. I love it. And the pun token on the screen.
It was such an anticlimax because I was actually bracing for like the first half of that was like, oh, okay, Cody, this is totally up your alley.
Yeah.
And then here comes the punchline, and then we're just like going down like, oh man, here we go.
I had a whole spiel in my head on how you do high power rocketry at different schools, and no.
Yeah, that crashed.
False advertising.
Yeah, at the end it crashed and burned like the last ship or the last booster or all of them.
That's a bit of a low blow, Sawyer.
No, it happened high up.
Oh my god.
Anyway. Marketus with a question here saying, if Flight 10 is a success, Cody, will they try and catch the last V2 ship on Flight 11?
No. V2 to have a ship catch, you need to go full orbital, and I don't think in any universe is SpaceX going to send Block 2 orbital. Block 2 is just proven to be I wouldn't say unreliable. I mean, kind of unreliable, right? It has not successfully made it past, I'd say, SECO. In Flight 9, they made it SECO, but I don't think they were controlled past that, right? So they certainly wouldn't go for a ship catch, even if it goes perfectly today. But yeah, for future flights, past Block 3, we'll start to see that as they go towards orbital flight. They'll actually go into that. So
yeah, it's basically, it seems like they're trying to get rid of as much of the version 2 hardware as possible. And honestly, given its track record, I don't blame them for just pretending that this doesn't exist. Just let's put it under the rug, the back of the closet, that we'll remember it as we start to move. And it's like, oh yeah, I forgot about that. Oh yeah, there was a reason I forgot about that. Here's one from Mr. Dr. Batman, asking, without ship attached, Max, do you think the booster could do point-to-point repositioning anywhere on the globe?
Maybe? I mean, here's the thing. It has more propellant than ship and has more thrust. So it has a much higher thrust to weight ratio. But with all 33 engines, you go through that fuel a lot more quickly. So maybe there's a universe where there's like a differently engineered super heavy booster that can go super long distances for point to point, but honestly, it's kind of useless. I'm not going to lie. I hate to sound brutal saying that, but it's just maybe. I mean, try it in Kerbal Space Program and let me know how it goes, but I don't think so.
Yeah. Also, you're talking without a nose cone at that point, too. You've got the aerodynamics. And then for the actual re-entry portion, I mean, you see how glowy hot the engines get as it comes back in. So there's that, too.
Yeah, I think at this point, Super Heavy is already pushing it, like temperature-wise, and how much they're able to absorb that heat. So as you add more energy and re-entry becomes more energetic, it might be a little bit harder for Super Heavy to actually make it through some sort of re-entry there.
Yeah, that would be tough. And along those lines, I did see a question earlier. I'm sorry I can't find who it was that asked it. But they were saying that if there were to be another kind of launch or catch tower, where do you think it would be put on the globe? So if SpaceX, obviously we have Florida, we have Starbase, where do you think the next one would go outside of the traditional launch locations here? What do you think? Cody, I'll start with you first.
Like the next launch location?
Yeah, a launch and or catch.
Oh, yeah. I think the next obvious choice is Vandenberg. Vandenberg is a place where you can go into very nice polar orbits. It doesn't have a lot of launches happening, so you wouldn't be constrained with other launches going on. And it's in use by, the U.S. Space Force. And so there might be U.S. Space Force missions that they want to fly out of there. So I think the next obvious choice is to put a Starship pad at Vandenberg. SpaceX already has the Falcon 9 pad there, so I don't believe it'd be too hard to be able to get authorization to build a pad out there.
That is fair. Max, I'll throw to you a slight change on where do you think the first international one would go?
Ooh. I mean, ESA loves launching from French Guiana, so maybe French Guiana. Or they could be complete gangsters and go back to Quad and launch Starship out of that tiny island in that one atoll, however Americans say it, out in the Pacific Ocean. Kwajalein Island.
How Americans say it, Max? Aren't you American?
Because why not?
Yes, in the atoll out there. That would be cool. Talk about full circle from Falcon 1 to Starship Super Heavy. Let's see. Brad the Fitter asking, first person on Mars? They think Jared Isaacman would be a good candidate. I think that'd be pretty cool.
I'd agree. Yeah, Jared is a very what's the word? Prolific individual in spaceflight, right? And so if it's going to be a private individual, I would not call it out of the question that Jared would be one of the first, if not the first.
I could definitely see that happening. All right, let's see. Here's a question from Gabriel GG, and I'll throw this to the maybe an American, not sure, asking how Americans say it. Max, why does SpaceX do prop load at 1:15 instead of 38 minutes like Falcon 9? And in fact, it's actually even sooner than that nowadays.
It is. So prop load actually doesn't begin on the vehicle until about T-minus 53 minutes, and then they commence first with ship liquid oxygen loading. Essentially, they have a lot more propellant to flow into Starship. I think it's about 10 times more propellant overall by volume compared to Falcon 9. And the pumps, even though they are absolute just beast of units, they cannot flow all of that propellant quick enough into both ship and booster, I guess quote unquote compete with the pumps and everything else that service Falcon 9 over at LC-39A and more commonly Slick 40. There is a lot more propellant to flow into the rocket. Although once we see Pad 2 online, I think we are going to see fueling operations on a timeline that rivals that of Falcon 9 with Starship, a rocket that holds about 10 times more propellant, which is absolutely crazy. And I cannot wait to hear what our mics pick up for those pumps. That's going to be insane.
Oh, now you're tempting me. I love it. I want to hear it now. Asher, thank you for becoming a PadRat member. Dark Silver with the tip at tips.nasaspaceflight.com saying, wish it was more, but I know every little bit helps. Please don't ever wish it was more. And to everyone out there, please do not donate above your means. Anything you can do and choose to do is very appreciated, but please do not feel obligated to in any way, shape, or form. So thank you. That's still very generous. And for using tips as well is great. as it cuts out the potential of certain middlemen that want to take their cut as well. DJ Pond gifting 10 Red Team memberships, Rhett becoming a Pad Rat member, and Crystal Tears, the super chat with no message with it, but still very much appreciated. Here's another fun thought question. I'm going to put this to both of you. I'll start with Cody, then Max. Clinton is asking, what is your best guess on when we could expect to see 2 Starship launches in a single day? Not necessarily the same launch complex, but just in the same day, kind of like we've seen with, having a launch at Vandenberg as well as one at the Cape.
That is an interesting question there. I think that it's tough thinking around the scheduling, but a good candidate for a mission like that would be the target and chaser demo for in orbit refueling that SpaceX has to do for the HLS contract. It would be very interesting to see how quickly they could get 2 flights going, because then you just have them meet up right away. It's kind of like how they had it during the Gemini program, where they had 2 rockets on the pad, one would launch, and then the other would launch, and they would meet up in orbit. But it really depends on when they're able to get another pad operational. Personally, I'm one in the believer of the theory that after they switch to the pad B, that they're actually going to turn pad A into some sort of catch tower to mirror the plans for at the Cape, so they can streamline their operations to be similar, right? So having 2 different vehicles out here might be a little bit of a tight schedule, but maybe if they have more pads out at the Cape, and they do that less experimental target and chaser flight, they might be able to do both at once out there. So I'm thinking couple years from now.
Max, when do you think?
So when you first said that question, my eyes kind of widened a little bit, like, whoa, we're getting ahead of ourselves here, because I initially thought the question was like from the same complex, or at least from the same complex, not so much pad, but same complex, because obviously pad 1, pad 2. But if we're talking about different complexes across the country, theoretically we could see it next year, because I'm like almost certain, and it has to happen next year. LC Pad A has to come online next year. It has to. Like it's pure copium, but it has to. Like we've been saying that it was going to come online potentially at the end of this year, but it has to next year. Like we need it. So theoretically, if we have a rocket on Pad 39A and a rocket here at Pad 2, I mean, it might take a bit of adjusting for SpaceX to do in their operations, because their teams might be spread a little bit thin, but we could theoretically see it next year. And I'm not saying that's going to happen, because it likely won't, just due to how the hardware is going to be organized and spread out at that point, because Gigabay and Star Factory 2.0 and at KSE are not anywhere near done yet. But give it like 3 to 4 years, and we might see it on a more regular basis, because obviously we see now SpaceX launching 2 or more Falcon 9 rockets within like a 24 or 48 hour period is just one more Tuesday for them, really. It's basically clockwork for them right now. So, and the goal is to get there with Starship and then put Falcon 9 out of business. So, we'll see. I would give it probably 3 to 4 years, though, at least.
Yeah, and the other thing to keep in mind is the range itself. So, like right now, if they launch one launch from the Cape and one launch from Vandenberg, that's not as big of a deal, because you have the Eastern Range and the Western Range. So Western Range coordinates Vandenberg, Eastern Range coordinates the Cape. If you're having 2 of them out of the Cape at the same time, then they have to find the gaps in the range where they can do it, deal with range personnel. All of that comes into play, not just the SpaceX personnel. Again, I could see it being one from Starbase and one from Florida potentially in the same day. And if so, I think we could see that in the next 2 to 3 years. But I don't think we'll see that until we have at least Pad 2 up and running and actively launching, and we have 39A actively up and launching. So I think we still have a ways to go, but I'm gonna go more optimistic on the 2-year side there.
Dang.
What?
Dang.
I'm allowed to be optimistic every now and then.
Be optimistic, yeah.
Dang.
Who am I, Ryan? I joke about it. I'm sorry,
make it-
Ryan.
don't
He's
make it do
actually
it
not
again.
that pessimistic. He's been pretty optimistic lately. Let's get back to more of the questions. Speaking of optimism and pessimism, Elijah's asking, can we get a confidence poll of you guys and chat? So chat, we've got about 15,000 of us hanging out here, 16,000 of us. We'll get a confidence poll from you of whether you think they're go or no go. What's your confidence in today's flight? I know we gave our opinions yesterday on how far the flight will go, but what's our confidence now, 24 hours later? Max, start with you.
Well, are we talking about flight success or just it launching?
It's just a confidence poll. How confident are you in today?
But confident in it launching or confident in launch success?
Let's go both.
Oh God. Okay. Confident in launching today. Pretty. I'll give it like a 75-25. 75, of course, favorable. I'm feeling better. But weather remains the key watch item here in Starbase. So keeping our eyes peeled for that and how it is ever evolving. But assuming Starship can get off the ground, I'm more than confident that Super Heavy is going to do its job. We've seen how just reliable it has been, and just it is Super Heavy is a beast. It's going to do fine, at least on launch. Whether or not it meets the objective SpaceX wants it to on boost back and entry on that new angle of attack and engine out testing for the landing burn, we'll see. But assuming we can get there and we send ship off, I think we are going to get to a nominal SECO. And as long as it can maintain attitude control beyond SECO, I think we're going to be in good shape. I think they have learned the systems well enough, and they've had plenty of time to make sure that the Pez dispenser and the door are both working. So, assuming we can get to a nominal SECO, I think we are going to be in good shape. Now, actually, I completely skipped over reentry. I think it's going to do fine. Whether or not it stays in one piece for the entire way, I'm not sure. This new angle of attack that SpaceX wants to try to put more stress on the aft flaps, we'll see how that goes. But the aft flaps so far have been the absolute troopers. It's always been the nose flaps that have given most of the burn-through issues. So, assuming we can make a nominal SECO and it is holding a correct attitude, overall, I think we're going to be in good shape. But honestly, it's really tough to speak past that because we have no idea with Block 2.
I'm seeing a lot of 70% favorables, a lot of 70 or 75%.
Sticks are opening.
Here we go. Yep.
Another step towards flight.
We'll see if that increases anyone's confidence in chat now as they are proceeding with opening the sticks. As we had talked about before, it's not really super structurally important that they stay the entire time before launch. So typically about 4 hours beforehand, they'll open them. A little bit later today, given that they were out working at the pad quite late to resolve the issue that caused the delay yesterday. So it just looks so dramatic too with the different clouds and the lighting there as they open the sticks. It is spectacular. So about those people saying 40% confident, 60% confident, a lot of people 50-50 on it. Anybody see it going up now? I see a lot of 85s now. I love it. Cody, what's your thoughts, by the way, as we see these open now for your confidence level?
Right. I'd say launch percent chance, we're looking a little bit better than yesterday, right? We don't have as many storms. Of course, the weather is still a watch item, but I'm not as doom and gloom as I was yesterday about that launch opportunity. I do think it's, like Max was saying, a 75% chance of launch here if I just had to put out a number. Now success, that is the tough part. Honestly, I'm putting it up to 50-50. I don't know. I've been so disappointed by Block 2 so many times that I don't know. I think if they can make it past Seco, they'll be good. And then it's another kind of toss up at engine relight. I think the payload deploy will be fine. But for a full blown mission success, all mission items met, I'm thinking 50-50 here.
All right, I'm feeling more confident. I'm going to go with the majority of what I saw in chat, which was 75%. So I'm pretty confident that we'll get off the ground today, and then hopefully that 75% success includes all the major milestones and allows the heat shield to be facing downward, or at least most of the major milestones, and the heat shield to be oriented in the correct way. Let's go with that. So the next things that we'll be keeping an eye out for are the LOX lines to start getting frosty, and that bunker vent to begin. So tank farm activity hopefully starting very soon. Now that's one thing that we'll be looking for upcoming. Got a little video to watch that we can take a look at as we see how things have progressed with the clouds here over the last hour or so. I mean, it looks so beautiful, Max. Those blue skies, and have you seen these kind of clouds rolling in your way too, or is this more just over towards the pad?
Yeah, I've been keeping an eye on my mirrors because I'm currently facing east toward the pad in my car, but my mirrors have been full of some sketchy looking clouds, and as you can see on this actually pretty gorgeous time lapse from this is CP11. You can see how the clouds and the weather has evolved over however long this has been. So, yeah, storms. Oh, this is on Skycam. Got it. Cool. Yeah, I mean, we're used to seeing this in Florida, and honestly, whenever I see this happen now, I'm just kind of like, yeah, this happens. Like we're just conditioned and used to it at this point. Even though storms like this really aren't anywhere near as common in Starbase as they are in Florida. But it's like we were saying earlier, this weather is mostly moving north. It has shifted a little bit east, but it is now north of the launch site. So even though it is moving east now, it is more of a risk to South Padre Island, assuming it is even south enough to hit that, assuming it stays together at that point. Nasty looking clouds for sure, but it has not affected us over here, and weather, at least at the pad, still remains A-okay.
That's what we want to see. And I wonder how Skycam got its name. Is it got a beautiful shot of the sky there? Sorry, I had to do it.
Just silence, Sawyer. Silence.
Yeah, with my jokes, silence is golden. I get it. Also golden is the amount of support still coming in. Mikhail, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Tim, thank you for gifting 10 Red Team memberships. Ernie, thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. Talk about support with this. Liliana becoming a Capcom member. Capcom and above get access to the NSF members Discord, pre and post shows for the Flame Trench, all of the awesome channels in there. And speaking of and above, KJ becoming a launch director, one of the highest levels of support that we have. You also get your name at the end of all of our NSF Live programming. And of course, eternal gratitude from us. And then there's a step above that. And we have now 2 people upgrading to flight engineer. Dylan Cook becoming a flight engineer, and Jason Grigg also upgrading to flight engineer, the highest levels of support here at NSF. I cannot thank you enough for that. You will, when we pave the NSF parking lot, all of the flight director or the flight engineers will get a reserved parking space just for you. Parking lot location, size, time, etc. to be determined. Eyes coming in here with a question asking, would it be technically feasible as we continue to see those storms there? Also, now we have the label. There is Starbase. Eyes coming in with the $20 super chat with the question, would it be technically feasible to move the propellant every day or every few days between pads to ensure stage 0 is healthy for each as a baseline? Thoughts?
I mean, you would need to have both Pad 1 and Pad 2 online at that point, and set up to support similar infrastructure. And at this point, As you can see from a lot of our cameras, Pad 1 and Pad 2 are of completely different design. Pad 1 obviously having this orbital launch mount ring, and then Pad 2 having its launch mount and a flame diverter, flame bucket, whatever you want to call it. Considering, I mean, theoretically, that was the question. I guess, but if you don't need to, if there isn't a vehicle actively ready to fly, you don't need to waste the resources and wear on your equipment to move propellant around and potentially wear out or have anything else go wrong. So you don't do anything unless you really have to. And keeping the propellants conditioned in the tank farm is more important than making sure that any sort of plumbing in the bird sorry and any sort of plumbing around any of the launch mounts are constantly conditioned, because they just simply don't need to be, especially when there is not a vehicle staged and ready to fly. So technically feasible, sure, although I don't think it is really needed. Cody, I'm not sure if you have anything more to add on to that.
No, not really. Just that, yeah, it does not seem like a necessary thing to do. It could add extra risk. Of course, every time you're pumping around cryogenics, you're increasing risk. And also, you have to spend a ton of energy making sure that you're recooling all that propellant after transporting it, right? Whenever you're transporting it through these pipes and you see that water vapor in the air, that means it's transferring temperature, energy from going into the cryogenics, which you don't want, right? So it's just a ton of energy usage for, I don't believe, a lot of benefit there.
Yeah, it's a good thought. The other benefit, I guess, to that in a way is keeping the pipes active. If you think back to ULA and some of the issues they had with Delta IV Heavy out at 37, which again is now a Starship facility that is currently being built up, there were so few launches out of there that there tended to be a lot of ground support equipment issues with lines and things that haven't been used in a while getting, rusty in a way. So I get kind of the idea of keeping those pads and all of the transfer lines and everything active so that, for example, when you get to a launch day and you start prop load, you don't then notice a major issue with some lock side ground support equipment near a quick disconnect and have to push the launch 24 hours. I'm not bitter. So, yeah.
Not at all. Not bitter at all. Not one bit. Nope.
No.
Well, I can be one bit, but not bitter.
Jesus.
All right. Okay.
Let me also really just thank here Nova's Tiffy for the $50 super chat with a whole bunch of the NSF emojis in there. Starship, Elon, Point, Happy Elon. They don't actually show up with the emojis on the banner there, but still, thank you very much. Patrick James is asking, do you think the Tower 1 chopsticks, Cody, will ever be replaced with the smaller versions?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I think whenever they do whatever refurbishment they're going to do and updates they're going to do to Pad 1, those smaller chopsticks are going to go on there. The smaller chopsticks allow for just better movement, right? They've proven that they're able to land with very high accuracy. And if you don't need to move as much of metal around, you're able to get the higher accuracy actually moving it, right? You have a lower mass moment of inertia on those arms. So instead of carrying 10 pounds, like imagine you're like waving around 10 pounds with your hand, you're waving around 5. It's a little bit easier to start and stop on a dime, which means that you can get better accuracy, more efficiency out of these landings. So I think if they convert this to a catch tower or they convert this over to another pad like you see at Pad B, then they'll definitely reduce those arms and make the improvements that they have over at Pad B.
And by the way, another pad that's currently active is LC-36 over at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, where you will see the smoke billowing as New Glenn's second stage gets a static fire test outside of LC-36. This could potentially be for Flight 3, as we already have Flight 2 set with the Escapade mission coming up later this year. But it's worth remembering here that it's not just Starbase going on, and it's not the only heavy lift vehicle in the game. If you're talking about a direct competitor to Starship, I think it would be safe to say New Glenn is that direct competitor with that heavy lift potential. The 7-meter payload fairings, the mass to orbit in that sense is quite large, or the volume, I should say, in that case. So, I don't know, Max, this is getting exciting to see. Do you think, based off of both where these vehicles are in their kind of, I don't want to say testing regime, since Flight 1 is technically launched for Blue Origin into orbit, and Starship is obviously on Flight 10 here, do you think it's safe to call them competitors?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, New Glenn is Blue Origin's answer to the medium and heavy lift corners of the orbital market. So, yes, albeit not right now, because obviously New Glenn is still in its infancy and still needs to launch more than once. That being said, though, Starship is also technically not operational. So, but it is moving along at a much faster pace. But SpaceX and Blue Origin have much different methods of showing off their progress, but with both vehicles, with a lot of Blue's work with New Glenn happening way behind closed doors and in absolute silence. We more often than not have no idea what's going on until we actually see something happening. So eventually, in about 2 or 3 years' time, when both vehicles are launching more steadily and stably, I think it'll be more appropriate then to call them competitors. Although now they are aimed to be competitors with each other. At least that is how it is currently stacking. But yes, eventually. But also, Sawyer, to change topics a little bit, I'm getting word in the back channel that the Pope vent has started. Oh, breaking news! There it is. The Pope vent's active, tank farm is waking up, and propellant operations are about to commence.
I was literally just about to put the question on screen from Titan Blade saying, should the tank farm be prepping for chill down yet? Well, there's your answer.
Now!
So, for those who don't know, Max, what is the Pope vent? It's kind of a name that it's been given over time. For those who don't know, it's nicknamed that because it looks very similar to the white smoke that comes out when a new Pope is selected at the Vatican. But what exactly is the Pope vent?
Well, what it is a sign that the tank farm is waking up. I feel a little embarrassed to say I don't know the exact purpose. I don't know if it's on the methane side or the lock side. I think it's on the methane side. Ryan's typing. Hang on. Give me a second. Oh no, he's just okay. Well, the tank farm is essentially waking up, and it is on the methane side, which is the more crucial side because they cannot just be venting off methane left and right. They have to keep it in a liquid form in order for it to be usable in Starship launch operations. So the condensing side and the chilling side of the methane tank farm is waking up. LOX is always awake because LOX has to remain very, very, very cold in order to remain LOX and not become GOX or gaseous oxygen. So tank farm is waking up. Very good news. Things are progressing, and SpaceX at least feels confident enough to wake it up and start chilling some stuff down to prepare Starship for fueling operations, the poll of which should be taking place in about 2 hours' time at T-minus 1 hour and 15 minutes.
There we go. Yes, it is getting closer. It is getting more real. We love to see it. And speaking of the tank farm, obviously we see the Pope vent. We've also seen some of the tanking and infrastructure and things that they're getting ready for Pad 2 right next door, with this one being the methane side there for the Pope vent. Nessie is asking, Cody, are upgrades going to be happening to the tank farms, like digging them underground or so on? What do you think?
I'm not too sure about upgrades that will take place. I know that as they move from the Pad A to Pad B, or Pad 1 to Pad 2, whatever, they move from one pad to the other, they're going to start to probably redo a lot of the old tank farm infrastructure to the improved infrastructure that we see at the other pad, right? All of this is an iterative process. It isn't just iterative design on the rocket. We're also seeing iterative design on the actual Stage 0 ground service equipment. So certainly they're going to do a lot of upgrades there. after they go and move to the other pad there.
Yeah, and again, if you've been following on Starbase Update, all of the work that they've been doing there, I mean, we've seen them doing digging and working the lines and everything for that new pad. It's also very interesting to see the areas that they're clearing for the tank farm out at 39A in the Florida side of things, just to see how they're having to design each of these upgraded tank farms slightly differently. And in fact, I believe we saw a bunch of tanks that will likely go to that tank farm arrive at the turn basin at the Kennedy Space Center. I believe it was just last week. So, lot to be excited for with the tank farms. And it is worth noting there with the Pope vent, it may turn itself off, which it looks like it kind of did, but that's fine. That does not mean the chill down is stopping. It just means that we're not seeing that particular vent right there and that they're working on chilling down that methane side of things. So don't worry, we're doing good there. Let me thank some people here. Robert, thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. KJ gifting 5 Red Team memberships. And here's the beautiful thing, as the member, you get the members multi-view with all of our different cameras, and you also get this, which is now live, the behind the scenes live stream. So if you're wondering what it looks like from the producers who are making all of this happen, especially for the actual launch itself, you can now see it live on air. So that's all of the different feeds that we have. You could see some of the people have set up cameras behind them for when they're actually operating. See Max and Adrian and Alex getting ready there in some of it. And when you hear them call for certain camera numbers, you can see said camera numbers. Carson also in that mix there too, who is producing this portion right now of the Stakeout stream. Was that just a DSS test as we were going through that? That's what, Carson, I know you mentioned that in the back channel. Was that a DSS test? Anyone? Someone?
I didn't really see anything there. Sorry, I was kind of focused on the back channel stuff there. So I didn't quite see or hear anything yet, but something might have happened there. I'm not too sure what Carson might have saw there.
Yep, that was the detonation suppression system. So, Cody, can you kind of go over the DSS and how that's different from the giant upside down shower head?
Right, yes. So the DSS is the detonation suppression system. Oh, we're getting some views from Rocket Ranch here, I believe. People coming off the bus there. The detonation suppression system helps prevent large detonations like we've seen previously, where gases build up near the pad and then they ignite and combust, right? And so the detonation suppression system is a mix of a little bit of water, a little bit of nitrogen, just to prevent any of those gases from accumulating and causing an explosion, like we've seen previously during testing.
Yeah, exactly. After the giant crater from Flight 1. So that's kind of more like the Fire X system. You'll still see it, you'll still hear it, but it's not the primary system anymore. But you can see there on the left, people arriving on the shuttle buses that are offered over to Rocket Ranch. Max, that's where you're going to be watching from, right?
It is currently where I am now. I'm just in my car kind of off to the right where this feed is. But I just saw my buddy Andrew, Cosmic Andrew, the one and only Andrew McCarthy, walk through the feed. So he is here as well. Fantastic. People are arriving. The air is starting to get more electric. Man, this is so cool. I feel like it's kind of arbitrary, but like the T-minus 3 hour mark in any launch countdown, especially for Starship, is a milestone in itself, because 3 hours can actually pass a lot more quickly than some people realize. So we're getting close, folks. We're getting close.
Indeed, we are getting close. And again, the fact they're doing the actual testing over there with the DSS, that we saw the Pope vent, we are really getting close as we hit the 3 hour, 10-minute mark to the opening of today's launch window. A reminder, that is 6:30 p.m. Central Time, and that is a 1 hour long launch window. So yes, little people watching there. Make sure we're also watching the rocket, though, so that we can keep an eye on more of those tests as they pop up. Broghammer with the support saying thank you for your timeless efforts. KJ really wants to get Jack in a kilt, saying Jack needs to be in a kilt with $10, and then $20 saying this is for the Jack in a Kilt fund. I'm sure he's going to absolutely love that. Ken with a question here of, is Pad 1 just going to be reconfigured so that it could launch Block 3 ships, or is it going to be retired, demolished? Max, do we know?
It's honestly kind of up in the air. One way or another, it is going to be taken offline because otherwise, without any sort of re-engineering, it's not going to be able to be of any use really, unless they want to completely just use it for catching, which seems a little bit inefficient maybe at first until they get a decent flight cadence up. But we don't actually know for sure. They could convert the launch mount and dig out a trench for Block 3 and beyond, or they could just take away the launch mount entirely and use it specifically as a catch tower. We don't know exactly. We'll have to wait and find out. But if I had to put my money on it, it would be a bit of a waste to use it as solely a catch tower when there's only one launch tower available. So why not use both towers for both purposes? You know, that's just me. But that's just my take on it.
I mean, that's a pretty good take on it. I mean, it's now historic. Launchpad 1, Orbital Launchpad 1A, whatever you want to call it. Something like that. So we'll see what they end up doing with it. We're seeing, looks like cars... those are going in the correct direction, I believe, away from the launch pad. Max, can you talk us through these road closures?
Yes, that was actually a really good time to be talking about that because we did see a mass exodus of cars, which is good because it means they are now clearing out the area on a larger scale. So that first X you were seeing was at the LBJ Boulevard, which is just east of the production site. The second X was actually just near our river site here on Highway 4, which is the hard checkpoint in that nobody except SpaceX employees with a specific purpose can go beyond said point. And there you are. It is at that intersection right there, and that looks like that semi-truck is having a bit of a faff trying to get either in or out of there. I'm not quite sure. But then the soft roadblock is all the way on Highway 4 back in the Brownsville city limits. And that is essentially the soft checkpoint to keep people in and out of where they should and shouldn't be. If you don't have any property or you don't have like tickets to come watch at places like the Rocket Ranch Outpost, you really should not be going beyond that mark. But checkpoints are up. I believe they began going into effect at 11 o'clock. The sheriff and the security alike were, I think, aiming to have the beach cleared at 11 around the launch site, which obviously we are well past now. But yeah, a mass exodus of cars, road closures going into further effect, and the tank farm waking up. I think it looks like things are beginning to trend in the right direction, folks.
Thank goodness. I was getting worrisome there with everything overnight and this morning in regards to getting all of those fixes done. And of course, we have the choppers coming back in again. We tend to see those around here. Cody, what are those choppers?
Yep. So there are two helicopters that we've seen out here. They're private helicopters. Their purpose is to make sure that the area around the launch pad is clear of people, right? We don't want anyone in these sort of in the keep out areas for their own safety, because obviously being around a fully fueled vehicle is bad, suboptimal. And so they patrol the area, and every once in a while we'll see them come over to the road here, land, refuel, maybe take a break for a second, and then take off again, once again to patrol more of the area. So we see this one right here, which is it kind of almost looks like a Coast Guard helicopter. It has wheels on it. I forgot the exact aircraft type it is, or helicopter type it is, but yeah, it's painted in that orange and white. And then there was another one we saw yesterday that was I'm being told in the back channel, it is a S-76 heli. And then previously we also saw another helicopter, this time with just skids on the bottom instead of wheels. It is a blue and white helicopter, if I'm remembering correctly, but that also was landing to refuel on the road there. Actually, yesterday we saw a couple of people, and I'm also being told that in the back channel, that other helicopter is a Bell 412. We saw yesterday the crews of those helicopters were looking directly at the camera and waving, so they might be in the stream, who knows.
Yeah, if you missed that, I think that was clipped and posted on our social media channels. So if you're not following us on X, Facebook, Instagram, Threads, Blue Sky, all of those, you might have missed it, but you can go and follow it and check it out and see that yesterday, because it was really funny and really cool to see them watching us and giving us a wave. But there we go, those roadblocks definitely getting set up now. And there's those socials, by the way, in the corner of the screen, so you can see them too. On the topic of the coming storm, which hopefully there isn't one, Wyatt is asking, Max, why does Starship not need the lightning arresting lines around the tower like we see in Florida?
I mean, not in the traditional sense, because lightning and storms here aren't as much of a prevalent issue as they are in Florida, where in summer, as we have seen on Space Coast Live many a times, it is a pretty much daily occurrence. Whereas here in Starbase, as you can see, there was the crew from yesterday who spotted our cameras and were waving. But storms here in Starbase are not that common, and the risk of lightning isn't as prevalent as it is in other places like Florida. And it's the same reason why Slick 4 at Vandenberg also does not have bespoke lightning arrest towers, because it just isn't a large enough issue to warrant a specific infrastructure. It does have that small tower on top of the small comms tower on top of the launch tower. I think also serves as kind of like a high point for the lightning to hit, as opposed to the rocket. But they just don't get storms often enough around here to warrant that bespoke infrastructure. So Florida will have it, and already does, and there's a big old pole on top of the fixed service structure at LC39A, and of course the 4 lightning towers around 41 and Slick 40, and then those 3 very big towers around LC39B. So it just isn't as big of an issue here to warrant big towers like that. Although storms do come through here, and obviously we have seen them over the past couple of days, but this is kind of a rare occurrence whenever very unique and bespoke weather systems come through. It is not a daily occurrence, basically.
Yeah, it's a lot nicer there. I mean, of course, there's always still the risk of hurricanes in the Gulf, but Florida is the lightning capital of the world for a reason. So lightning towers much more needed.
Yep.
So I'm sure once all the Starship towers are up at the Cape, they will have a different form of lightning protection system. Tis me, upgrading to launch director, one of the highest levels of support. Thank you so much for doing that. And Hal Snyder also upgrading to a launch member. Really appreciate it too. Again, the support has been unbelievable through all of this. Now we just need Booster 16 to support Ship 37, making it into its planned splashdown zone.
All right,
Tim Simmons.
All right, Sawyer.
Tim Simmons with the super chat. They have 100% launch confidence and a 100% chance they believe of a controlled re-entry. See? So there you go. It goes with what I was... Ignore me. Mike Williamson, thank you for coming up. Pad member. Tim Simmons also gifting 5 Red Team memberships. That is awesome. Thank you. And Ezekiel, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Also, you have the members multi-view for all levels of membership and the behind-the-scenes multi-view as well, which gets really interesting as we get to the upcoming launch broadcast portion of the stream, where you'll get to actually see all of the camera shots being called and everything during the launch. You'll see all the people behind the scenes, how many people are working to bring the different camera views, do live tracking. It's impressive. And to hear the calls and to hear Kevin scream, "I have no cameras," it is quite a treat. I mean, what? But anyway. Here's a question from Paul. I don't know if we know the answer to this. Does the tank farm operate remotely? I would think it would have to, given that there's nobody out there as we get closer to launch. Although I guess they mean remotely versus automated. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'd imagine
Go ahead,
it's
Cody,
not. No, you're good. I'd imagine it's not someone at the pad running around flipping some valves and stuff, right? I do believe it is controlled at the Mission Control Center that was mentioned a little bit earlier this stream. That's further back than the production site. They have control bunkers with fiber runs to control this stuff. So it is all very remotely done. Automated wise versus not automated wise, I would assume that there's a checklist. So it might be automated and they just have like, oh, press yes to continue or whatever. Or they might have an actual manual checklist. They go down and like, hey, turn this valve open, turn this valve closed. It all depends on the complexity of the system and how much stress you want to put on your controller and how much autonomy you want to put on your controller for fueling, because they might want to just ever so slightly change it in the situation. Since Starship is such a new vehicle, it might be temperamental in the fueling. I imagine not anymore because of how many fueling runs they've done, but just small changes mean that it might be manually controlled. But they do have chill down automated in larger operations, automated based off of temperatures.
Yeah, so it's an amazing system how they're able to do all of that and pump so much propellant so quickly to load everything into Starship and get it to launch. And again, the fact that they are able to start loading it a little bit yesterday, and then have to detank and try again today. Rick, thank you for becoming a Capcom member. We'll see you in the NSF Discord. And Space saying a blood money sacrifice must be given in order for the volcanoes to stop, aka ships to reach Seco. That is what we were hoping for, and hopefully we will see that in the launch portion of today's stream. We are going to redirect you right from here over to the active launch coverage stream, so you'll be able to see all of that happening. We've got Alex and Adrian and Ryan and the whole team over there to take you through it. This one, though, Max, thanks for joining me for this portion.
Pleasure as always, everybody. Starship launch days are always a rather special occasion, even when they end up not going, but hopefully it will today. So in that case, I will probably be seeing you guys for a little bit on the live stream, on the launch stream on a couple of occasions, but I will hopefully see and talk to you guys soon.
Yes, and Cody, thank you for coming out again. This feels like deja vu.
A little bit of deja vu, yeah, with this second run up, but I super appreciate y'all having me, and thank you to all the support from everyone. It truly means the world to be able to come out here and share my lifelong passion with y'all about spaceflight. I love talking about this stuff.
Ryan Caton was producing earlier, Carson Phillips producing this portion. We also had EJ and Chris and Ryan Weber on earlier. Thanks to all of them. Thank you, Carson, for producing. Now, we are going to send you over to the main event, Take 2. I'm Sawyer Rosenstein. Thanks for watching the Stakeout stream. So about those launch dates, I think that may delay a bit.
We have liftoff. Propulsion continues to be nominal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Following up.
Water towers, fly! Yes! Payload down to nominal.
Flight downside FD off. Bring in FD off. Off. It's orange!
125. Oh my god! Oh my god!
Decollage.
What do you think?
Put that in the big bag,
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
This is nothing to be exciting and clear, correct?
Ship 36 just blew up.